Welcome to Triton ONE, presented by QQPK here at Let's Say Casino in Jeju, Korea. I'm Griffin Benger. I'm joined, of course, by Vitor. As per usual lately, it's been absolutely awesome working with you, and it was a very exciting day of action yesterday. We're here, of course, for day 3 of our main event, 8K Triton ONE main event, and day 2 started with 240 players yesterday, and you know we're getting down there.
Down to 24.
We killed exactly 90% of the field. There are 24, right?
That's right.
So
but
this
today
is,
is a very different kind of day. 24 playing only down to the final table, down to the
Yeah.
final 9. I mean, a very, very sweaty end of the tournament.
Yeah, and the big standout, of course, if you've been following along, is Japan's Shota Nakanishi, who bagged 53.7 million chips, which is roughly, it's almost 20% of the chips in play. We have 24 players left. It's an absolutely remarkable chip lead, as we can see from the counts. You know, some familiar faces here. Obviously, Onder Valenas there in 4th place. We can see the Brazilian, who I was a fan of course, following yesterday. And if you get down the list, some other familiar faces.
Yeah, let's not forget JP Round Su is in the running. He could be a back-to-back Triton ONE champion. There are other players trying to accomplish the same feat. Ding Renji, who was the chip leader, coming into day 2, making it to the top 24. There we see it. He has 33 bigs, near tied with Martin Nielsen and Mustafa Khanid. I mean, what a show these two put on the feature table coverage yesterday. Italian #1 Mustafa and Martin Nielsen, never not seen in the Triton ONE street. Super high roller, loves the short deck, but clearly loves the main event and loves No Limit Hold'em as well. As we do move on to take a look at one more player I want to highlight here, Griffin, Jo Kwon, Triton champion. He could be the first one to be a Triton champion and a Triton ONE champion, joining rather Artur Martirosyan, who just accomplished this feat at this festival. I mean, it's the who's who. No surprise, 24 remaining in the main event.
And not even mention, you know, guys like Takashi, who have been all over the festival. You know, Oganyan, who's really, really fun to watch, really sort of energetic at the table, really engaging people. So it's always interesting to see when you get down to something like the final 3 tables of an event like this, and how are people going to be engaging? Are they going to be a bit more like, okay, we're playing for big money now. It's $1.6 million up top, or are figures like Mustafa or I'm going to sort of like mix it up and chat. But one thing I do want to point out is, of course, the Triton ONE leaderboard, because as we have it right now, T-Win up there in first after that final table in the 2K the other night. So that's pretty impressive as well.
Yeah, and off note, the fact that her husband is in the final 3 tables of the main event. That's Jimmy Guerrero, the French professional. He has been just mixing it up out there in the streets, maybe watching how T-Win has been performing, learning some of the Triton ONE moves, because she is, as you just said, on top of the Triton Player 1 leaderboard. I mean, this is just a power couple of poker. And by the way, T-Win is in the Flight 1A baggers from the High Roller. Let's just take a quick look at the High Roller flight we did actually complete. That would be Flight 1A, and it is the who's who. No surprise, because we have kicked off the Triton Super High Roller Festival. So we did have some of the superstars land a couple of days early and fire the 15K High Roller. So let's just take a look at some of the survivors from Flight 1A, because certainly we have to highlight the one and only Triton Maximizer Bryn Kenny, Triton #1 winner. I mean, his stats are just astounding. Absolutely the best in the business. They just mentioned T-Win. Steven Chidwick joins us. Isaac Haxton, essentially tied with T-Win in terms of the stack that he managed to bag. Leon Sturm. I mean, the list just goes on and on. Let's shout out Johannes Traver as well, who was mixing it up across the 3K Genesis event. So he's been with us since the start of the festival. This is going to be a fun one to watch, and we are going to be covering it right after we wrap up the main event coverage.
Yeah, and I think this is something you're going to have to start getting used to. With the Super High Roller series, it's going to be hard to find a dud among the Super High Roller field, even in the smallest, probably, buy-in of the 25,000 kickoff event. So the plan today is to play down to the main event final table, which is going to be, very exciting, obviously, to get down to the final 9. And then afterwards, we have a little surprise for all of you at home, because we expect this to end a little early. We decided, you know what, why don't we give them a little more show, a little more poker. And so there is going to be a show game, a cash game, the lineup and stakes to be announced. But if I had to guess, I don't think they're playing for 5 figures.
I would say top lineup and high stakes. That would certainly be my guess. I mean, it is just going to be so much fun. as we do get down to the final table, we move on to the show game.
Yeah, but back to today and our feature table. All 5 remaining Japanese players are packed into this final table, including our monster chip leader, Nakanishi. Again, like just absolutely astonishing to have 179 big blinds, 17.5% of the chips in play. So, of course, we had to feature him today in these final 3. Triton title winner, as you mentioned. Joe is looking to become the second player to win a Triton and a Triton ONE title after Artemar Tarosian achieved that feat earlier in the series. Ding Renji and JP Roundsu looking to join An as a 2-time Triton ONE champion. That'll be pretty exciting to see how they do. I mean, JP having a great series, of course, and Ding Renji was just dominating yesterday. I mean, started the day with, was it 5.3 million? And he was just like pretty much chip leader all day and still has a good chance to do something big here.
Yeah, just taking a look at the table, you mentioned all 5 Japanese players in the field are there, along with the Brazilian that we did see a lot in the feature table coverage, Roman Stoica. I mean, this man has been with us from the day 1 feature coverage, and that's my favorite part of the Triton ONE coverage. We get to learn the playing styles all the way up to what could be the final table. Roman Stoica and Issei Maeda, who was navigating a short stack as well, and now look at his spot, 19 big blinds on the left of the absolute chip leader, 179 big blinds in the tournament. So I do expect that short stack, 3-bet jam navigation, and I'm looking forward to that because we've seen him be extremely capable. On the left of him is Takashi Kawauchi, 3rd place in the opening event. Saw him in the feature table coverage yesterday as well. 6.3 million, 21 bigs, certainly in with a shot.
Yeah, that's the thing. We put so much attention on these, the top 10, 12 stacks, but there's these short stacks that they could get something going, and there's a lot of skilled players down there. I do want to say, for the poll of the day, which nation will end the day with the chip lead? We're going to be having that running. A lot of you voted yesterday. A lot of players from Japan, China still in there, so get in there and give us your vote. Look, this is the biggest of the moving days. See, you can get to the final table. Guys like Mustafa Kinet, I'm going to really keep an eye on. Obviously, he put on the biggest show yesterday at our feature table there, that hand against Mateos. I mean, he's just incredible.
There was this feature table with Mustafa Kinet, Adrian Mateos, and you were like a kid in a candy shop. Yeah. You were just losing your mind watching it. Hopefully the viewers at home as well. He certainly emerged as a favorite in this tournament.
I did say I would have taken an even money bet with about 70 left that one of the 3 of them would make the final table. 2 are gone, so it's all up to Mustafa at this point.
See. I think we can have some food coupon prop bets going as we do follow along the poll. Of course, with Japan being such a hefty chip lead up top, I would think it would be the favorite in the poll, but let's see. Let's see how the support comes in.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of votes for Japan, I think, with all that incredible. I mean, how does he have 180 bigs? He has like more than double second place right now. This is unheard of.
24 players remaining, give or take 17% of the chips in play. I mean, I don't even know what the strategy is. Do you just go for it, apply maximum ICM pressure?
Yeah, I mean, I think the most important thing is if you do start losing some chips, like, be chill. Like
Slow down.
Yeah. No, I mean, just mentality wise, it's just like, look, you can afford to lose 100 big blinds. Like, you're going to be okay. So don't doomsday. Kind of, if that does start happening to you, start losing some big pots, just think to yourself, like, okay, you know what? Let's just pretend I doubled up from 35 big blinds to 70. Like, really, you need to have the right mentality because you're not supposed to have this many chips right now. And odds are, Lady Luck will turn on you a little bit. But we are going to get to the action very, very shortly. I mean, it's time. Let's do this. You guys ready? I'm ready.
I'm certainly ready. Let's do it.
Let's take a look at the beautiful floor at Les A Casino here in Jeju for this 8K main event, day 3. Of course, provided to you by QQPK.
Looking a bit sparse because we are down to the final 3 tables as we do see Mustafa take a look at the table next to him. You can follow along on the Triton Poker Plus app. Do what Randy Liu recommends and just open all 3 tables and just follow the action across the entire tournament.
Martin's looking good today. Almost feels like a bit of a glow up. I like the matching shades to the teddy bear shade sweater. And similar from Musta.
Always happy.
It's high to the camera.
Always smiling.
Yeah.
40 minutes level. We will have 45 minutes dinner break.
Should note that we have locked up 43K for every player, as we do see the great Alex Foxen providing some last-minute advice to Aharam Oganian. 17 bigs.
Look, always smiling, always engaging, always having a laugh. He's just such good vibes. I really hope he can turn a corner here on day 3. 17 big blinds, he's still got a chance, absolutely. As we have a look at the other outer table, there is Onder, just been having an incredible series. Coming in 4th in chips and no stranger to 4th as he finished 4th place in the 10K just 2 days ago. 22 million, good for 74 big blinds, very strong.
Yeah, on his left is Hughes Gerard. He is a very familiar face at Triton ONE and our coverage. Coming in with 43 bigs. Good position to have on the left of Onder, who does have more chips than him. And on the right of Onder is JP Roundsu. I mean, what a Triton record he is chasing, because Griffin, he's played 1 event so far and shipped it.
As we take a look at Xiaohu, 25 million, a very, very impressive stack here going into day 3.
Second place, second only to Shota Nakanishi. So he is effectively the chip leader on his table.
Of course, we are showing you the outer tables right now, but most of our eyes are going to be on our feature. As we take a look at all 3 table chip counts, you can see just staggering there on the right, Shota Nakanishi, just an incredible lead here. And you can see has, I mean, what, 4x second place on this table, 13.2, next closest stack, no one else even in that 8-figure club.
Yeah, the shortest stack in the field also on that table, that is Takumi Iguchi. You can see number 8 on the rightmost table, which is to say our feature table. Could be some interesting dynamics, as we should see some ICM pressure on the middling stacks, and it's difficult to even believe that a 44 big blind stack on that table is a middling stack.
Yeah, I would have to say my prediction, you know, I mean, I think we have to feature the incredible chip leader as the feature, but that table there over on the left has some real shooters, some real guys that are going to be putting pressure on between Jimmy Guerrero, Mustafa Kanit. So I think that will be, when we come to some outer table action, I wouldn't be surprised if that's a table that is mostly featured.
Yeah, and don't forget 60-minute levels, 2 levels, and then we hit a break, and we will rotate feature tables. Cannot wait to see the action across this entire field as we do kick off the first hand here on the feature, day 3 of the Triton ONE main event.
You'll recognize Roman Stoica, of course, if you were following the 5K bounty. Made a very deep run, I believe, just bubbled the final table.
Easy money.
So it begins. Instant respect shown to the
Running
chip
hot.
leader.
Oh, what a great vibe here. This is nice. I like him already.
Bracelet winner in the short deck variant of the game. And now proving himself in the main event. Top 25 in the Japan all-time money list. Yet to make a splash at Triton in the way that he potentially can. 1.6 million up top in this tournament. And we begin with the short stack, finding the ace-queen +2.
And I did take exception to a fold we saw Yoshi make, and again makes likely too tight a fold for 11, 12 big blinds. But a lot of players behind. I think ace-queen suited needs to play as a call here, but given how he has the tendency to play a little snug pre-flop, we saw the infamous 3-bet fold with pocket queens playing about 40 big blinds yesterday against Alexander Schulden. It doesn't actually surprise me to see such a tight fold. This is just the way this gentleman plays. And, you know, I did suggest he'd have a tough time getting deep in this event. And frankly, I was wrong. He's proven me wrong. So do what makes you feel comfortable, Yoshi. Get it done.
Yeah, it's just about the pre-flop strategy. I think you mentioned the players behind. I think the fact that Shota Nakanishi is on this table is just going to affect every hand. You just are not willing to take the variance of him waking up with a hand. Or in the case of this situation, maybe if you flat call, he decides to push you around. All that being said, I caught the coverage with him at the feature table towards the end of day 2 yesterday, and the man has some moves. The thing is, once you defend, once you play post-flop and you get tricky boards, are you able to pull the trigger? And he clearly is, and no surprise, he's made it all the way to the final 3 tables.
Yeah, I think it's one of the most amazing things about poker. You know, just having different gears, playing in different styles, and just seeing how they can work. And I'm not saying Takashi, you know, I like to make everything about me, but I have suggested that Takashi Kavachi, I would love to see him get back on the Pokemon gear, and he's wearing the bright yellow Pikachu shirt. I really appreciate that from Takashi.
Is that him listening to us, or maybe running out of the closed rotation? Both possible, I would say.
So I have a different theory. I think that he wore Pokemon shirts in back-to-back days when he was deep in the I think it was the Genesis, right?
I see.
So maybe it's like when he gets deep, they're his lucky
shirt,
lucky deep shirts. Like you really need your best Pokemon when when you're challenging for the big gym title.
Now, Griffin, this is quite a look. This is what I'm rooting for at every poker table I sit down at. White on white, and what I believe is an RM from the high roller himself, Joe Kwan, ace-jack suited.
Yeah, I mean, look at that suit. Always style first, style forward is our boy Joe. And Stoica with a tough decision at the hijack here. Going to be aware that Joe will raise here, sort of medium strength, not too wide. I think this is really good instincts from Roman.
Yeah, an element of research as well, perhaps. All of them would have looked up each other, the remaining 24 players, and need to respect the 5 million plus in Triton earnings that Joe Kwan has accumulated. King 7 suited defense, pretty standard. Diamonds would be dangerous. An ace in the window and no diamond, top 2.
And we are now ready to start the high roller day 1B. Let's please prepare your deck.
Yeah, easy bet from Joe. I think we all know what was going to happen there. A small bet and a takedown.
He's having a pretty good series, Joe Kwan. Cashed the opening event. 13th place in the 5K 7-handed event. Now here he is, 43K locked up, going for it all.
1,000, will be like under 1,000. Fingers please, shuffle up.
Pocket 8s for Yoshiaki.
Yeah, let's see how the pre-flop strategy, yeah, snug.
My oh my. The ace-queen suited hits the muck, and now the pocket 8s.
Ace-9 for Joe. Could certainly justify an open, but perhaps after just taking one down, more players to get through.
I really do think Yoshiaki could have opened the pocket 8s there. You can't put them into your open fold range, but he needs to realize he has built an image as well.
What do you know, bro?
But what do I know? Because pocket jacks were waiting for the chip leader. Could have been a hairy situation as well, mind you. The table will expect Shota to just go after every pot. Takashi flat calling queen jack suited. It's understandable to want to put up some resistance, but take a look at how much of a stack is being demanded. 5 million just left behind.
Sometimes.
Bit surprised to not see the 3-bet jam there if Takashi is just peeling, considering the opening range from Shota should be the absolute widest.
Yeah, I think he'd definitely go either way here. I mean, 19 big blinds feels like a lot, but it's certainly, I think, more plus EV, right? Maybe what we would expect to attack what we perceive as Shota's very wide opening range. A lot of good turn cards here for Takashi, but might just say to himself, I don't need to fight for this one against the chip leader who has sized up, right? Bet 650 pre-flop.
Takashi will float, is willing to commit 800k more. I expect he's just going to release if he doesn't connect, but if it does come something like the diamond, backdoor flush draw appears. I mean, he's drawing mighty slim, and Shota should just be looking to get the rest of it in the middle somehow.
Yeah, I think his hand is so strong here that there are different ways you can really play it. Whether it's a sort of 40% bet. If you're getting trapped here pre, like something like an aces or kings, you're doubling them up anyway. So how do we maximize against, you know, floats or a hand like pocket eights or sevens that maybe didn't want to shove pre, maybe something like an ace-9 suited. And yeah, he does go with that kind of smallish 25, 30% sizing to set up, you know, what would be a sort of 60% pot shove on the river. Actually, 50%. Wow.
Yeah, nothing to do for Takashi, but Cole is getting the right immediate odds. Queen live as well. And now the break of all breaks. Very easy jam here for Shota. Nothing to do but ask for all of it. Hoping you're up against a loosely played 10-9 suited, perhaps. Or a pocket pair like 8s and 7s, which will call off. But the snap call with the queen high.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind that Takashi is prepared to fight there on the flop. It's just, I think the mistake is floating against that size, you know. 60-50 pre-flop, you're expecting sort of a down bet of around the same amount into that 2 million, but the 40% pot bet, I think we need to just release something like Queen Jack suited, because it's not just about it's not that Queen Jack suited isn't a bad float in practice usually, because again, there are a lot of good turn cards like another diamond, but like, what are we trying to accomplish here? Like turn a diamond, have to call again, brick, and now we have 10 big blinds. I don't think that's the plan, to lose half your stack there, just like chasing down a dream. So
a certain mentality perhaps being revealed that Takashi has come in with to put up some resistance when he does have a hand against the chip leader. Certainly hoping for the best on that float, because I don't expect Shota to just slow down on pretty much any turn. So big den to kick off the proceedings. Takashi down to 10 bigs.
very loose open here from our Brazilian. Perhaps has done a little research on the tightness of our big blind player. Pre-flop, Yoshiaki. We've already seen an ace-queen suited fold and a pocket eights fold. Feels like committed with the queen eight, though. Will peel.
As I mentioned, this man is dangerous. Post flop, 8 right in the window. We have seen him play a lot of hands trickily. Should expect a check and flow. But we did see him check call, a gut shot, and then donk it on the turn. Even donk it on the flop itself. This time around, is facing the 600k.
Felipe not not thrilled by this board, of course, the way it can interact with the big blind calling range, but it's not the worst with 10 deuce of hearts, because you can turn some equity and start really blasting as long as you don't get check raised. But yeah.
Yeah, he's very unconventional, Griffin. He's just going to check raise the middle pair, queen kicker. We used to call this a see where you're at kind of bet. That's not the case anymore in the form of modern poker, but it is going to reveal a lot in this case because Felipe just has 10 deuce.
I think Yoshiaki is instituting that sort of old school concept, and not much recourse for Felipe but to fold. So the I think, very intentional strategy of maybe attacking Kashino's big blind, biting Felipe a little bit there to the tune of 1.2 million chips lost.
I would love to see him do this with something like a 7-6 next time, which is to say, not just with sort of middling value, find out where you're at, actually try to get better hands to fold.
Yeah.
That being said, when you do see the check raise on the 9-8x board in Felipe's shoes, maybe you're opening a little tighter next time.
Yeah, because maybe your opponent is folding tighter, but if they're not really playing by the rules of kind of like allowing the aggressor to be aggressive, it can be difficult to navigate.
So much of today is just about setting dynamics, making your presence known early, and monetizing it down the road. Shota just getting hit by the deck despite being the chip leader. Jack's now ace-queen. Flat call from the small blind against +1 open, so Yoshiaki not as tight as he was in the first part of his orbit, and this is just horrible news for Jo Kwon as well because they share the same hand. Much more reasonable for Jo Kwon to come along, but a bit surprised by the small blind flat.
5-4-4 rainbow. Nothing for either king queen. The field has been cleared for Shota. He's gonna fire out a 20-25% C bet. And Yoshiaki looking at his chips.
Looks like he's coming along. It's always tough to tell how much a player like Yoshiaki is considering ICM. I mean, not from studying, of course, but maybe intuiting it. And this is a bit of an ICM disaster. You want to be really, really careful at this stage. The risk premium, as we say, is very high. And this is a multi-way pot, so King Queen high, unlikely to be the best hand. Is it time for those post-flop moves I've been hyping up? You already saw one of them.
Yeah, I think you can justify maybe a loose peel to such a small sizing if you were suited with a backdoor flush draw. But yeah, king queen off is not the ticket that you want to punch in this spot. Turn 10 of clubs, bringing 2 clubs, river 9. And does Yoshi have a gear here where he can turn this hand into a bluff
I would love to see
to
it.
not lose to ace high?
He should be able to put together that ace high is a pretty big part of Shota's range. The fact that there's a check back on the turn there with the 10 of clubs, which is a bit of a brick backdoor flush draw coming in, it should signal some showdown value, but Yoshiaki is just going to check.
Check.
And this is actually a showdown that is going to tell the table a lot about the way Yoshiaki is playing as well. The small blind flat, and then the check call on the flop.
Yeah, and I think Kashino owes it to himself there to really think about ranges, right? Because, look, if he had called from the big blind and then tried to value bet 4, 5, 5, 10, 9, it would look like he could have 6, 7, 7, 8, 6, 8. A lot of different draws that have missed. But because he's flatting from the small blind, he has pocket 10s and pocket 9s, pocket 7s or 8s that might block bet, value bet the river. So I think ace-queen could be a fold some of the time, but Yoshiaki does not find the bet.
Shota's on the verge of 200 bigs. Finds a hand he can actually let go. I think in Shota's shoes, you do tend to start just exploring your options. I mean, take an orbit where you just VPIP 100% and see how the table responds. As I was saying, so much of it is about dynamics, and you do want to test out the waters a little bit. That's what your stack affords you. 100% might be going a bit too far, but as we saw the 3 deuce suited find the mark, but you know, really expand your range and see who's fighting back. Are people just folding as tight as we saw Yoshiaki fold, or maybe fighting back the way we saw Takashi attempt? Big stacks out of the way, so the blind versus blind battle, rags versus rags. Yeah, I like this bet by Joe. Best to take a stab now. Pulled out exactly the kind of hand Roman has here. When you limp from the small blind, you can have the stronger hands. When the big blind does not raise, it's tough to represent the value range. And Roman puts it together. Does come along with the jack high.
Yeah, this is kind of a split call from Roman, where it's like, sometimes my jack high is good, but also I can hit a 6 or a jack and I'm probably good. Maybe I can start bluffing later. I have 10s in my range. I can pretend I have a deuce and I'm block betting the turn with a bet. Very, very nice check here from Joe. Understanding the kind of floats we can see from Roman that might start bluffing the turn. And there is that bluff to the tune of 550,000.
Main event players and winners, your opponents are up. Small blind 200,000, big blind 400,000, big blind empty 400,000, 200, 400,
River
400.
pairs the
Thanks everyone,
deuce,
please. Go ahead and
putting
welcome.
2 pair on board.
Roman knows he's behind
Yeah.
after the call by Joe, but he's waving the white flag, understanding that a hand with a 4 in it, or indeed a 10, could have played this way. Ace-high calls also become pretty hard to get folds from, so Joe picking up the second pot we've seen on the feature. Seems like the short stacks are getting the wrong end of the stick at the moment.
Yeah, just a spot of bad luck. I know it was a small pot, but Stoika's plan was sound. Just because Joe happened to hit a 4, you know, you could have had 7-5 offsuit, and the 4 turn could have just check folded. So I don't fault him. As we see the blinds now raised 200K, 400K with that 400K ante. You're here on day 3 of the 8K main event. I'm sure you're tuning in from either YouTube, Twitch, Kick, or the Triton poker app. Thank you so much for joining me and Vidur here as we cover all the action down to the final table of 9.
Raise 3 million. 3 million.
Takashi, ace queen of clubs, all in, under the gun +1, 10 big blinds. Looking clean so far. Let's see if Shota has some more magic from the big. Pardon me, with the blinds going up. You know, that now this is just an 7.5 big blind all in. Shota's thinking about it. I wouldn't recommend it. It's a pretty tight range. You don't want to start doubling up your very, very capable country mate 2 to your left. Perhaps Shota would consider this with a suited king, live against hands like ace-queen, or even ahead against something like queen-jack that might shove for these 7.5 blinds, but...
Even that seems way too wide. I mean,
Yeah, it
let's say
does.
it was king-5 suited. Seems like you're just giving people opportunities to take a bite out of your giant pie. No reason to do that. 4 million in the middle.
Maybe a bit of a god complex here, just feeling like you can't lose.
Oh.
Or a bit of posturing. Just to let the all-in player feel a little bit of the tension of potentially exiting the
Narratively
tournament.
speaking, though, it's just more exciting if it's a god complex thing, you know? Like he just thinks maybe he's just Icarus, you know, and he just doesn't feel the heat of the sun yet.
That's right. Yeah, but this is a dangerous opponent. Takashi with 13 bigs, looking to make his way back after losing chips to the chip leader. I expect him to be shoving much wider than the ace-queen suited there, especially in early positions. He was down to 8 bigs, so big blind burden becomes way more cumbersome. 200, 400. Big level jump of the day. Stacks getting scrunched out there. Shota has a king And he's just going to rip it into Maeda's sub 15 big stack, down to 12 bigs now with the blind jump. Queen Jack off.
Yeah,
This
very
is
reasonable
close,
call here,
but
actually.
yeah,
I
it
think
really
this...
needs to be a call considering
this is
how
a
wide
call.
Shota should be shoving. I know it's not easy to click call with the Queen Jack there. Could be your tournament, and you're never going to just absolutely dominate your opponent. That being said, weaker jacks and queens are always jamming in Shota's spot.
I mean, it's... Yeah, he happens to have king 6 here, but he's going to have, you know, jack 10, jack 9, queen X suited. Bit of a snug fold. Was technically correct that he was behind. Maybe recognizing he's going to get some... He still has some fold equity as a reshove and is going to probably see a lot of opens from Shota. Maybe he'll be able to make some chips that way.
Yeah, but this is so dangerous, Griffin, letting the chip leader have his way with the table. We saw the snug fold from Yoshiaki, ace-queen suited, pocket eights. Now the Queen Jack lets it go, facing the 12 big blind effective shove. The God complex becomes all too real if there is no resistance. This is perhaps why Takashi was really putting up a stand, even floating with the Queen Jack of diamonds on the flop there. Trying to arrest the momentum of the chip leader.
I didn't see.
Okay.
No problem.
Roman Stoica now just 3.2 million in the cutoff on 400K big blind. I think this needs to go in, right?
Yeah, we can jam this. 8 bigs, plenty of fold equity, even against the bigger stacks, and certainly decent equity if you do get called by something with an ace in it. Looks favorable thus far. I'm thinking back to Shota really pondering things with the king 5. Really do wonder how wide he's willing to call off sub 10 big blind shoves. It's going to become super relevant on this table.
I think that it's a pretty good instinct that you had there, that it was likely just a bit of posturing. Like, this isn't going to be an easy big blind to shove on. I'm really going to think about calling with a really wide range. I doubt he was actually thinking about calling with king 5. It would have been interesting to see if he just had 10-5 and he was just like making it look like he was thinking about it, because king 5, you know, not really an argument to call, but you know, he's only...
Put a bit of fear in your
He's only
opponent.
3 or 4 pips away from like maybe some actual consideration, like a king 9 for 7.5 big blinds, and you have 180 bigs, like, or 200 bigs. Why not? Another queen 10 from Roman, but the rules have changed.
Yeah.
Hijack instead of cutoff. 10.5 big blinds instead of 8. And look at Shota. Icarus himself continuing to fly.
Over 2x sizing, Queen Little, and looks like Takashi will be taking the spot, and it's going to be time to do some math because 875 was the open. Takashi has an ace, great instincts by him once more. Now this is the real test. 2.4 million to call, that's about 6 bigs. You're getting the classic 2-1. On the one hand, your hand might have the raw equity, but do you want to reveal to the table how much you're trying to push the action with Queen 5?
So I think you're revealing it either way.
Yeah,
If
he's
you raise
committed.
fold here for 8 big blinds.
He's VIP.
You're showing that you're raising nothing.
I already know. That's
And
right.
if you call, you're showing that you raised nothing. So I think it's just fine. Let's take the equity.
Praying.
So much fun to have
But,
a massive chip lead playing for $1.6 million.
Flip.
yeah, that's flip. Not so good.
Takashi taking the 2 live ones with a smile. King 10-10 is safe.
Some turns to make it interesting, and look at Shota. Just seems very, very confident that
No
the turn's
way.
at least going to be a 9 or a jack for some more equity.
No way.
Only a queen and a 5 now. Or a nice double for our Pokemon trainer.
Almost.
1 street too late for the
3.2.
sweat.
Thank you, VIP. I need you.
They're having fun here.
Man,
Yeah.
it must be fun to
Every
have
day.
5 Japanese players remaining in the
Every year.
field and have them all
Every
on the same table, the
They
feature
feel-
table,
yeah.
to kick off coverage.
Feel very at
You
home.
treat my breakfast.
yeah.
You deserve it.
Yeah.
Okay, some breakfast karma.
Yeah,
in the
I
mix.
can't confirm that context, but it sounded like you suggesting Takashi bought him breakfast.
You know, if you're down at the final 3 tables, my suggestion is just go buy 23 people breakfast. I think it's pretty plus EV. If you're getting breakfast karma.
It's a real thing.
Raise
And now,
7,200,000.
I'm surprised by this shove here into a 25 big blind stack and a 9 big blind stack. It's no matter, right? No action from either players, but I think you really need to be inducing such a strong holding against what Felipe could be shoving on you. You know, something like a suited ace or an ace 9, ace 8. I think that's a bit of a, I don't know. I don't know about that one, Takashi, but didn't matter either way. Let's take a second to talk a little bit about QQPK. Quick thanks to them, of course, the title sponsor of Triton ONE, been so supportive over these 2 some odd weeks. They support the game at the highest level and bring the action to poker fans all around the world. Thank goodness for QQPK. Couldn't do this without them. We can see some of the ambassadors there between Punat Punsri all the way down to Nishant Sharma. One path, and that path is to Triton ONE. Thank you so much, QQPK. Pretty interesting first 7, 8 to 10 hands. I haven't been counting. Who's counting at home? Can anyone tell me how many hands it's been? Nobody tells me anything. There's Joe just looking like a freaking mob boss. He looks amazing. I just want to go pay fealty to him. Bring an offering at his daughter's wedding. You come to me on the day of my daughter's No, I won't ask for a favor. I learned the hard way with those Coppola movies. You seen those ones?
I was just doing my best Marlon Brando. Then you asked me if I've seen the movie?
I was doing a bit because it's the most famous movie ever. Come on, man. I know it's early. Don't embarrass me in front of everyone. Oh, now you'll raise. Now you'll induce Takashi.
Different situation, though. More people behind. Can hope for more action. And look at this man in the big blind. Jack-10 suited. Trust me, Takashi has done his research. Having played with Yoshiaki across day 2, he will be looking for those post-flop shenanigans. Queen on the flop. No shenanigans needed with top set.
Yeah, Queen 5-4, 2 diamonds here. I wonder if Takashi can ever find a cheeky check.
This doesn't seem like his style. We saw
No,
him
yeah.
with the quick bet yesterday in the mystery hand when he flopped top 2. Happened to be up against top pair.
Oh, no.
Cool.
Note
Oh,
the timing
no.
tell once again, Griffin. Quick bet with the absolute nuts on the flop, and now the float with Jack-10 of spades.
Oh, no.
Really don't like this. There's not enough connection, but one of the connections does appear.
I mean, if he's calling Jack-10 of spades on this flop, he's calling 100% of range. So this is a really good snap small bet from Takashi and might get our boy to start wielding the hammer. Unwise. This is not a standard line here, betting 1 million. And Takashi doing his best acting job. It's like, wait a minute. Oh, no, what do I have again? Oh, no, I got two nines. Does he just have king queen here?
I wouldn't be surprised to see a small raise from Takashi. Once again, completely driven by the way Yoshiaki has been playing across the feature table coverage. He wants to set up for stacks, does put in the 2.1, And partly the reason is he expects Yoshiaki to have some equity, and he's just played
2
this
flush draws.
perfectly thus far.
Let's get a little more value from those hands that it can continue.
No ace, no 9, both for Takashi. Hopefully the end of the leakage from Yoshiaki with just jack high.
Yeah, say what you want about the unconventional stylings of Kishino. He is prepared to fight for pots. As we go out to an outer table, we can only imagine that goes bet and fold on our feature. And it appears to be Mustafa Kanet with what I believe is an ace, something like 9 or 10. And he's giving a hug to his Chinese friend he was chatting with yesterday. Yeah, he was joking with him yesterday about being the Chinese boss. So a nice little callback there from our very funny, very enigmatic.
Vas-y, Belgique, putain, fais la vidéo là, putain. Fais la vidéo là. Ça ouf. Mustafa. Number one.
When you call the lead and you're like, okay,
Yeah, I can see the update here. Griffin looks like a pre-flop all-in ace-10 versus 7. So to have our first exit of the day, it is Chun Min Kong. GG, sir.
Yeah, appeared to be a very standard raise from the button from Mustafa Kanet. And a shove for about 16 big blinds with 7s. Musta wins the flip. And you don't want the Italian all-time money leader to be winning flips final 3 tables of a main event. Trust me. Okay, I've been around. I've seen it too many times. God damn it. Sorry, I'm very passionate about Mustafa Kanet.
Yeah, I can tell. And it's fair.
You know what it is?
No, okay.
It's the Italian in me. You know I'm 25% Italian? I don't even think he knows that. My grandfather's Italian.
Okay.
Yeah, from Florence. I've never spent any time there. Mustafa, if you're listening, at the end of the day here,
So Mustafa
I'd
makes
like
you
you to
feel...
I'd like you to show me around Italy.
He makes you feel close to your grandfather.
He does, yes. I like to think that's how my grandfather was, you know?
Boisterous, cheeky,
Gambling problem.
and aggressive, let's
Playing
just
for
say.
millions
Let's
of
call it
dollars.
aggressive.
Yeah.
That's what we call it in the poker world.
Shota, get real. Like you have ace-king.
I mean, he's just getting hit by the deck at the absolute perfect time, getting played back at. Ace-king should look the standard wide range despite being from the +1 position. That's because Shota has all the chips. Just showdown the queen rack, which he did call off, and Jo Kwon would have noticed. Great find to not get too aggressive from the big blind. Ace-9, sort of a hidden strong holding in the big blind, comes along. Jack deuce is tricky because Jo Kwon is likely to stick around for at least a street. Just a single reveal of a hand completely changes the dynamics of the table. If you think back to the queen rag, Shota would be opening maybe a little less wider than that considering the +1 position, but you never know. And then of course c-betting the entire range on Jack deuce rainbow. So Jo has to continue.
Turn card. Reveal. 3 of diamonds. Kind of an interesting card. I think Shota's probably feels pretty comfortable. Play this as a check. Maybe those ace highs that are going to call on the flop, you're still ahead of. And you would just probably fold those out with a second bet. Does Shota ever want to get greedy here? No, I think it's a little risky. Could just be up against something like ace-deuce.
Yeah, we saw him check back the ace-queen as well on the low board. When he was up against the king-queen.
Right.
All smiles.
Ace king, ace queen, every time.
That's great.
Usually queen 5.
No way.
Yeah.
No way.
I tell you one clue. Usually queen 5.
I mean,
That
this is
tower of
just the
chips.
best, Griffin. Hashtag pause vibes.
How do you get a bunch of grown men giggling at a table with 24 players left? Make 5 of them Japanese.
Yeah, but credit where it's due. He's got Roman giggling along.
It's true. That's actually, that feels like it's hard to do, but we don't know him that well. We just see what he presents at the table, right? Then again, we saw him play a lot in that bounty. He wasn't exactly chumming it up. Joe, blind on blind against the 10 big blinds of Roman. I will eat my hat if I were wearing them if he didn't go all in.
He goes all in. He puts on the glasses, but the glasses are transparent. So he's not hiding a tell. Those are just the all-in glasses. I mean, the style quotient just goes up and up with every move. Really loving the start to the main event. Day 3 coverage here. As we do cut to the outer tables, let's take a quick look.
Looks to be like another casualty as the chips are being moved. Onder with the Kings against Edgar Jr. Asahan. 49 big blind pots. They're good for 25 blinds from Edgar.
Kings
Big time
versus
cooler.
Ace King.
Yeah. 6-2, 3-6, 8 clean for the Spaniard, who's vaulted his chip stack up to, well, looks to be quite significant. 35 million now. That's got to be good for second in chips. Sure is. Right behind him is going to be JP Roundsu, winner of our Omaha the other night. I believe it's 6K.
Absolute cooler there. Ace King versus Aces. We do lose somebody we've been saying from day one of the festival on the coverage, Edgar Jr. Asahan. From the Philippines, came 14th place, final 2 tables of the opening event. That was good for 29K. This will take his Triton earnings up to about 80K.
As we quickly scan over, another all-in call. Jimmy Guerrero versus fan favorite Aram Oganyan. Calling all in for 12 big blinds. Hands revealed.
I see King Queen.
I think it's 4s against King Queen. And Jimmy actually almost looked like a chip on his shoulder saying, I never win flips against you.
The King and the Queen.
Bro, give him a hug. Give him a hug. Fast before he
You've lost Oganyan. Things are going quickly.
Good sportsmanship there at the end. Musa wants a hug, I think. Sounds like a lot of history maybe between Jimmy and Aram. I never win a flip against you. Well, you did just there, playing for 1.6 million, so you're never allowed to complain again, Jimmy. I don't care how good your wife is at poker. Of course, husband of our player one, current player one at least, T-Win, who's put up an incredible show at Triton ONE.
And she has bagged day 1A of the 15K high
Of
roller.
course she has. I don't know why I'm so angry about this. I think I'm just excited to be here. It's a big day.
I think you're just on the Kevin Vanderkoy schedule of caffeine, who usually kicks off coverage around this time with 4 cups of coffee. Where are we at?
I'm on my second coffee, 1 Coke Zero.
Not too bad. The rest of the energy is coming purely from the fact that it is the main event. It is day 3. We are down to 21 players. Still on the outer tables here.
Yeah, more action. This pot is going to be between Liu Xiaohu and JPRS. Ace, queen, queen, 2 spades. Of course, this is a post-flop situation, so we don't know the holdings right now. A bet from Liu, who raised the button, and then a C-bet. Turn jack of spades. 3 spades now. Ace, queen, queen, jack, 3 spades. You guys with me?
Ace, ace, queen, pardon me.
Did I say ace, queen, queen? My bad.
Now it's JP Roundsu doing the betting. He's donking on the third spade.
Very interesting line here. It was raised to 800K pre-flop, the minimum. A very small c-bet from our man Xiaohu, and now being faced with, frankly, a pretty small sort of blocker bet on the turn, and JP is going to take it down. What a series for this gentleman. If I remember correctly, only played one other event out here. Clean shipped the 6K PLO, six-handed for 129,000. Here he is, well in contention. Second in chips now. Pardon me, third just behind Onder. Do chip counts. Do. These can't be right. Where's our chip leader? Did he get moved? Takashi Kavachi. Apparently the chip leader here. I don't believe it. But maybe our chip leader got moved. What do you think?
Yeah, looks like it.
Got
As we do
bounced off?
see some
Wow.
commotion on the table, which means we're balancing tables. We did lose 3 players on the outer tables, as we just saw. Down to 20, actually, here in the main event. That completely changes the dynamics at our table. Can you imagine the happiness when Floor comes in with what would be, I assume, 10 racks to take away all the chips?
Yeah, that's a very good point. As a matter of fact,
that Shota had.
You know, I don't want to chirp the production team because they're the best in the business, but I would have rather seen him rack up his freaking what 50 some odd million, 60 million, than see that pot with JP and Leo. I don't know. Just something to think about. Future.
Okay.
Peter's giggling.
Keep that noted.
Why are you trying to get production on your bad side? Let's see what this looks like though. Leftover. Felipe 25 blinds. Joe looking sharp as ever. 24 blinds, and then it's all the shorties. 14 for Kashino, who's been splashing around doing his Yoshi thing. Maeda, Stoika, very short at 8 big blinds, and Iguchi's going to have to find something. But the dynamic of the table, Vidor, is certainly going to change, right? We've lost the mega chip leader that was kind of keeping everyone giggling too, which is just like, hey guys, like you're in my court, and I'm going to have some fun with you. Now it's more about like, all right, I would expect it to be a little more snug, a little more, okay, we really need to find some ways to acquire chips because this guy is not going to be able to run us over.
Yeah, as much as we talk about the happiness of him moving away, there is some table that is going to have to face the chip leader sitting down and shaking up the dynamics there. As it applies to our table, I will say Takashi now absolutely a force. Because of the way he spun up his chips, this table has seen he's willing to get his chips into the middle. It's not about ICM, it's not about grinding all the way till the final table with maybe a short stack. I think he's looking for the win, and the fact that he finished third place in the opening event just gives him that extra boost, that extra mentality he needs to go all the way. So I expect him to want to be table captain, and certainly with the most chips in play, does have a shot at doing exactly that.
So a 14 big blind queen 10 suited here can really go either way between shove and fold. Knowing this gentleman's play style, definitely going to be more of a raise. And he sizes up to about 2.5x. So far, so good. Just has to get through the Isa Maeda.
Under 10 big blinds after posting.
Ooh. Yeah, this is quite loose.
Yeah, despite the bigger sizing, he's come along with the 4-3. Would have liked to see a fold there, considering the size of the open. Not the worst thing in the world, though. You do start thinking about the pot odds you have. Could be reading into the fact that Yoshiaki shouldn't be too strong with that sizing, and now he's flopped a double gut shot.
Yeah, my money's actually on Maeda to win this hand, because I don't think Yoshiaki is going to be firing more than one barrel on this board, and that'll give an opportunity, I think, for Maeda to take it away once he shows interest, which he will with this double gutter.
Quick check back on the ace-high board. Should open the window for Maeda to try and steal it. He should never expect Yoshiaki to be checking back any sort of ace with the 2 diamonds on the board. I think this is a must-barrel spot. You're semi-bluffing, but eventually you have 4 high. You would love to take it down right now.
And it's an exploitative adjustment, right? It's not like you should always bet here, because most of the aces you have, you're going to shove pre. Your opponent could be checking back something that he's most of the time going to be intending to call a turn bet with, but against Kashino in particular, I think maybe he's just sort of like, he hasn't hit anything, so he's checking. But look at this. Maeda making a pair on the river and going for a block bet here, maybe hoping for a king high call. I don't think queen high will be his huckleberry, but you never know. Only betting 450,000.
Against the exact hand Yoshiaki has, it's a great bet.
I mean, queen high is effectively king high, right? King high would never be making this bet, so...
Yeah, pretty much. Do you think your opponent has 2 diamonds, considering you don't have a single one? Do you think your opponent just has the old 9 high that they called, something like a 9-6, and now forced to bet after you gave them 2 opportunities? Makes the right laydown, though.
And I don't really agree with the pre-flop call, but I wonder if it's because of targeting Yoshiaki in particular, just thinking that he'll play more honestly than most post-flop.
I mean, the problem is the math on the call is just so bad. He did get a pretty favorable flop, but most of the time it's just going to be 3 overs. And as soon as your opponent puts a chip in, you're going to have to let it go. And then what do you do when you do flop bottom pair? Let's hear about 30% to do that, but then your opponent flops a pair as well, and you're committed just over 1 SPR.
Pokemon, gotta catch 'em. My heart's so true. Peter, you watch Pokemon when you were a kid?
I did.
Oh, you're my best friend.
We discussed singing this song yesterday, and I tried to prompt you to do it. And clearly there's a different and excitement that you come in with today, Griffin. The fact that you wouldn't do it yesterday, the fact that you're doing it today, this goes to show.
I need Takashi, man. I need him to inspire me. Roman likely going to get a shove spot here if he has the hand for it. Oof,
This
king
is
7, very close for 8 big blinds. Might just go for it. You gain so much, you're not going to get a lot of shove spots. It's so tricky because you feel like king 9 and king 8, you always shove. King 7, you probably most of the time shove. Look at
Even
that.
this,
Easy peasy.
nothing to do. Yeah.
Easy peasy Roman squeezy. Is that
Yeah,
something?
this is-
Roman and lemon, kind of similar, no?
That kind of worked.
Yeah.
I'll give you that.
Thank you.
Having a look at our table chip. Chip what? Chip shorty?
Okay.
If you say chip, what do you say after about a short stack?
As long as you don't say loser, which is where I think you were headed.
Chip loser, Takumi Iguchi. Just 6 big blinds. Plenty of time to, well, not plenty of time. As a matter of fact, the blinds are about to eat him. A third of his stack will be in there in the next hand. He's in trouble, okay? Yes, thank you, Yoshiaki. Finds the shove for 11 big blinds with king 10 suited. He folded, open folded pocket 8s under the gun. He open folded ace queen suited to a 11 big blind shove. But he's sick of it. He's done. He's all in. And there's nothing more dangerous than a man with nothing to lose.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Okay.
You know what that's from? Every action cliche.
Right.
Ever.
John Wick 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, probably.
Any Statham, any Arnold. You might find that quote in there somewhere. Maybe the Bruce Willis. You know Bruce Willis?
Do I know of him?
Yeah.
Yeah, big fan.
R.I.P. Is Die Hard a Christmas movie?
Yes.
Is Die Hard with a Vengeance the best Die Hard movie?
Absolutely not. That is a ludicrous question.
Fair play.
Just take a look at the payouts here, Griffin, and the fact that we did just make the pay jump, 51 going to 60K, and 3 spots away from the next one. Could be playing in Yoshiaki's mind as well, as he did find the jam with the king 10 suited.
Did I tell you I knew Alan Rickman?
No, you did not.
I did. He went to theater school with my mom. Alan Rickman, of course, famously
Oh, Canadian.
played Severus Snape
That's right.
in the Harry Potter franchise, but almost equally as famous. Hans Gruber, the original Die Hard. And yeah, he came over to dinner once, and I asked him to perform the Machine Gun Ho 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 line, which he did with vigor.
This is the most incredible story of all time.
And then my parents told him that I was addicted to a video game called Counter-Strike. And then I asked him if he wanted to come see me play, and he did. And so Severus Snape came down in my basement and watched me play Counter-Strike for about 10 minutes.
I know you made it to the November 9, but I think you peaked with this story.
What if I just made that up?
Yeah, that would be pretty impressive.
Very specific, right? Who's to say, as we go to a flop, Maeda, I think a decent opportunity to shove over this open from Joe, considering how wide he was prepared to open with the ace-3 off, but he didn't know that. Interesting decision to just call from the cutoff here. If you think you're ahead of the range, why not just shove and take it down pre? But gets a really poor flop, does Joe, and elects to just check. It is a true story, by the way. I would never do that to you. That'd just be weird.
Check, check, and now the 8. The ace of diamonds doesn't come into play just yet with the gut shot for Maeda. And he's getting checks from Quan. Does expect this board to be connecting with the cutoff flat range way too frequently. A little bit of movement here from Maeda.
The old should I bet shimmy.
That's right. And I think the answer is that he should. He could just fire a small bet to the extent he even thinks ace high is the best hand. Because if he does get check raise, it's not the worst hand to let go of. You're not burning some insane equity. Mind you, the 10 of diamonds does come in.
Don't even think about it, Joe. You know this man's range. He's living there. He's living in that king jack suited, ace jack pocket. But you do want to try to maybe find a way to win the hand. You would hate to lose its showdown to something like pocket sevens, but like, are these hands really flatting here?
Yeah, pocket sevens I would expect to be one of the few hands that does flat in the cutoff, considering ace jack flatted, maybe for the same reason. But, you know, pocket sixes, anything above that does connect or should expect a jam pre-flop, so.
And a bit of a frustrated flick of the cards there. Joe maybe realizing that, you know, that wasn't the spot to bluff. Loses some chips. Nice takedown from Maeda as we flash over emphatically to a ton of chips in the middle between JP and I believe Anders, and he's sending over a lot. I mean, these were the 2 and 3 in chips. What is happening?
Yeah, we don't have a showdown here, but looks like there's a bet and a call of 17 million, so.
17 million?
Okay, we do see the cards flicked up. I see 8-7 of clubs. JP Roundsu bluffing into the trips. Ace-3 for under on the 5-6-3-3 king board. The straight flush open-ender does not come in. And JP Roundsu bets the river after whiffing.
Wow, absolutely ridiculously big pot.
70 million pot. JP Roundsu is near out. He saved 200K behind. Oh my goodness.
I mean, I am dumbfounded. Of course, we featured the chip leaders table because he had this staggering chip lead, but we knew that these outer tables were going to be full of action, particularly this one.
Yeah, let's just do a quick recount here, Griffin. JP opens with 8-7 of clubs on the cutoff, and Ander 3-bets the ace-3 offsuit, and JP comes along with the suited connector. And the board is just a dream for the 8-7 of clubs. 5-6-3, the 5 and 6 of clubs. There's a bet and a check raise from JP with the open-ended straight flush draw, and Ander comes along with bottom pair, which turns into trips on the turn, and after that, JP just fires the remaining 2 streets. That is a ridiculous swing here in the main event. 70 million stack for the man from Spain.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what's, yeah, Anders' hand even shaking there. Can't believe what's just happened. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a new chip leader. But more importantly, well, maybe not more importantly, right? I mean, look, we love you, QQPK, but that was just a chip leader pot. The stage for everyone in the path to Triton ONE starts on QQPK. It's your new poker path. There's Nishant Sharma of India. Peter loves that guy. There's Puna Punchri. Everyone loves that guy. Man, I just saw what Puna Punchri did in Paris last week. Just top 3 finishes in every Super High Roller. He is just an incredible talent. Obviously, is here for Super High Roller Series. Had a final table already in one of these side events, but we're really, really proud and happy of the work QQPK does for us as our title sponsor of Triton ONE. But I gotta say, QQPK, timing's not your best. this time, okay? We love it, but look at what's going on here. I mean, an unbelievable chip lead now for Onder. I want someone to do this math for me. Between Onder's 69.5 million chips, 174 big blinds, and Shota's 146, what does that represent in the amount of chips of the field, right? They're going to have like 30% of the chips in play. We have
more than that,
left.
actually. It should be about 35. But can I just be miffed that Under just folded to the 200K? I mean, at least give JP a chance to come back in it. I mean, give him some odds here. Folds to the 200K remaining.
I mean, that's a really interesting hand to dissect because, of course, it's difficult with these outer tables, as you can see Shota in action here, to fully understand what exactly happened. So I just want to break it down a little more since it was a 70 million chip pot at 200, 400.
Yeah, to answer your question, by the way, 300 million chips in play, so 70 million is about 24% of
What's
the
really
chips in
interesting
play.
about that spot is that, you know, JP went down obviously swinging, but he was essentially repping even a better hand than ace-3, right? So, look, there was check raised on 5-6-3, 2 clubs. Onder called with the ace-3, right? Turn was a 3, giving him trips. Turn was the 3, giving him trips. Bet of 5.5 million from JP, and then the river a king, essentially a brick, and he fired the 17 million, trying to rep pocket 5s or pocket 6s. And the ace-3 called. The ace-3 is calling. He's calling with aces. He's calling with, you know, something to think about. Maybe it was not the best bluff.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
He's repping 5s or 6s, right? That's the only hands that are beating. Anyways, because 5-6 is counterfeit as well, right? I don't know.
Do you think aces are calling? I think that's the question for essentially a tournament life.
Okay, so what's interesting is that because you block pocket 3s with the ace-3, maybe it makes it more likely that you're dealing with.
And 4-3 suited. I think you could have a 3 that could go for value in JP's shoes.
I don't know. Does 4-3 suited call 2.8 million, 3.5x3 pre-flop? Maybe we can take it out of the range.
Yeah, the 3-bet as well. Yeah, that's a great point.
Anyways, a very, very interesting hand, and one we wished we had on the feature table, but we're stuck with these guys, who are obviously all been really great so far through this first level plus.
Yoshiaki takes the spot with pocket 7s against the cutoff open off Takashi. Certainly a great spot to jam. He's built up an image as well, at least in the pre-flop streets. Should get a little more respect than others. King-Queen seems quite cuspy here.
Yeah, I find the tight fold here. I know we can see that he's flipping for these 13 big blinds each, but understanding how Yoshi's range is constructed when it comes pre-flop, he's not doing this with King-Jack or King-10 suited, really, I don't think.
Did open rip King-10 suited,
yeah,
so he keeps us on our toes.
It's, you know, it's a bit different, I think.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't even qualify a fold like this. It's too tight. I mean, you just move on.
I think you know you're up against pairs and then the ace-10 pluses. How does that range, how does King-Queen do against that range? You know, maybe breaking even? Is it worth it risking half our stack?
It can't be breaking even, right? Because you're flipping against all the pairs. So, yeah, I like that fold a lot.
Yeah, I
I
think
mean,
it's the move.
when you're up against a bluff such as ace-5 suited and still way behind, I think. Can let the king-queen off go. As for the outer tables, and I'm afraid of what I'm about to see after what we just witnessed, the 70 million chip pot. Now we do see, I believe, pocket kings.
I think it's ace-king against jacks. And the ace has been hit. And more chips.
Right.
Onder. That's your alarm, Onder. We're just kidding. Nobody gets a start like this on the day 3 of an event.
We lose Hughes Gerard. Unfortunate exit. Loses the flip. That was not a small pot either, Griffin. That was for 20 million. The Jack's ending up with the second nut flush versus the nut flush by the river. The man from France
Hunter
leads
up
us.
to 80 million in chips. This is unbelievable. Okay, we got to do the math here, man.
Yeah, I figured it out. 300 million chips in play.
300
80
million chips in play, and between them, they have 138.
Yeah, that's
45%.
45%.
45% of the chips in play with 19 players left. You guys, what is this? You don't have, I'm sorry, you just don't have stacks over 100 big blinds on with the final 20 play in general. Like maybe one guy.
It's a duopoly. That's what it is. And they get to set the price on every table that they're at.
And we're still watching the table with the chip leader having 30 bigs, right? We can't change mid-level. I mean, that's the name of the game. Sometimes there's a table, you know, we have to rebalance. Oh, I know this guy. Very controversial hand he played a few years ago. Against Jamil, the throw will kill, actually. I don't know if you're familiar with that hand.
I'm not. That's Kayang all in against Shota. Nakanishi's open.
We saw some light opening at the cutoff from Shota on our feature table, the queen 5 off. But this time, he's not going to potentially double up his table mate.
So Kayang is joining us from the US. What a great series he's having in terms of consistency. 3 cashes out of the 5 events, including an 11th place finish in the 3K PLO. Back to the table you're hating on personally. I think there's even more dynamics at play now that they must have been alerted to the madness that's occurring at the outer tables. I think the short stacks really must be looking to find a spot to get it in because they know there is no way to survive this without building a stack to take on the duopoly that has been formed.
Yeah, and a big pre-flop mistake here from Yoshiaki, flatting the small, I think.
Bit of a pattern at this point. We
Yeah.
did see the king-queen flat against the +1 open as well. Now queen-jack could get really hairy as he does make middle pair. We saw him get so sticky with the jack-10 of spades. Just floating out of position with the back doors
I mean,
this time.
I guess it's not that bad from a cutoff open, queen-jack. But, you know, it's harder not to bring it up now that we see Roman Stoica has that king-jack in the big blind. Felipe with a decision here, and I think he's found the right answer. The way that that king-queen interacts with both of their ranges.
There's a world where Yoshiaki takes a stab at it, and it's not the worst idea, but the problem is the board is two-tone. You are going to get a lot more calls than usual with just middle pair. Did he just say all in? Oh my word, he's overbet jam, trying to deny equity, just hoping nobody has a king. And Roman checked the flop, and this is not a dangerous turn. There is just no way he can get away from it. He would be the shortest stack compared to Yoshiaki.
Yeah, you have to call here, but you're not crazy thrilled because you expect Kashino to have either massive flush draws or a king most of the time.
Well, how about 4%?
Yeah.
Damier?
I do suspect the way Yoshiaki has been playing, weaker kings might have found their way into the middle as well, considering he is jamming queen-jack. So, really great spot for Roman. All he had to do was sit back and check and flow on the flop. And barring the 2 outs, he has been doubled up and more. 8.7 million now, and the tiny stack left, 7 bigs for Yoshiaki. The loose peel pre-flop compounding, unfortunately, on that board.
Yeah, a bit of a failure in game plan, I think. This is a common mistake that I think non-professionals make, where they don't really know exactly what they should bet, or even if they should bet, but they're pretty sure they have the best hand, so they just sort of make, you know, just, well, this is the thing that I know that I won't have any more decision points, and I'm pretty sure everyone's going to fold. So I'm all in.
Yeah, I think he just knew that the pre-flop aggressor could not have a king after the check back on that board and was just hoping that that was the case as well in Roman's shoes. Obviously ran into the absolute worst news in the form of the king-jack. Barely any outs. Spin up needed. Not the shortest stack at the table, mind you. 4 bigs for Takumi. I mean, we're down to 18, Griffin.
Yeah. And I can
Hard to
promise
believe.
you, you know, I can say what I want about how exciting those outer tables probably are, but we're going to get a lot of all-ins on this table, right? And that's going to create its own version of excitement. And I can promise we're going to be picking up the action with some of those big stacks at the next table change, feature table change.
And this should be an all-in from Yoshiaki on the very next hand. King Jack on the button. Looks like Roman, while he's stacking chips, is going to be the one considering it. He is calling it off. Graphics yet to catch up. I can only assume Yoshiaki's jammed. He really should jam with 7 bigs. Yeah, that is the case. And
That's
what
a
has Roman
reaction,
showed up with?
like he's dominated.
Yeah,
Yep.
ace king.
We've all been there. When we hope we're live against a hand like ace, queen, or tens, and then we see that we're dominated.
Yeah, but perfectly reasonable. Not much he could have done after it was folded to him. Needs the miracle. 3 diamonds. The diamond is covered. This is looking rough.
One more. One more.
How about 5 of diamonds, 7 of diamonds?
Okay. King changes nothing.
Well, he can make 2 pair now.
Okay.
Whoa.
The jack! The jack on the river!
I got yeah.
Amazing.
Never say never.
Oh,
Do you see what I mean about my superpower?
river
That's
magic.
the thing, right?
Amazing.
River magic.
I sprinkled a little luck for Yoshiaki, suggesting
Not
that he
easy.
could make 2 pair on the river, and he certainly did.
Not
And the
easy, yeah.
big
Yeah,
smile,
Yeah, really.
Many options.
2
yeah,
feet
yeah.
out the door.
Yeah.
Diamond here.
Yeah, diamond.
But Lady Luck grabbed him by the hair and ripped him back inside.
Not today.
I am not done with you. Let's see what else you can do. Yeah, that's a brutal bad beat there for Roman Stoica. Was looking at about 11 million in chips and instead drops down to just 6 million. And I'll tell you what, Takumi Iguchi under the gun +1 now with just 4 big blinds. He's going to have to find something, or half his stack is going to be in there. And if Felipe opens here 6-handed, yeah, you know what? He's going to go for it. It's a bit wide, 6 max, but maybe with all these. And look at that. Hey.
Oh, that's a pretty sight. 4 bigs and a dream for the man playing his first ever Triton event.
Here we go. And this is actually great for Felipe because it doesn't reveal how wide he's opening under the gun. Pocket 10s for Roman Stoica. The Russian going to be very happy to reshove here for his 15.
Yeah, this is the must ISO spot. Very strong. Holding that he's happy to get in. Wouldn't mind a call from UTG if it's a flip with the overlay from Takumi as well.
Good luck. So sad.
Much action.
Mistake.
No, too much action.
Takumi will take this. He needs to win a flip. He knows it to get back into some form of potential, some sort of potential. And that's a good start. Oh, and look at Roman, just the prepay, just pissed. 2 hearts on the flop.
Look at Takumi. Nonchalant after hitting the ace.
Maybe
Just
he's not even.
recording.
Maybe he's not even looking. Or you think he's looking into the phone?
Doesn't really matter because he's going to have a 3.4 million stack.
Contention. That's the word I was looking for.
Okay. What was the sentence again?
I was saying to find a way back into contention, but I forgot what the word was. And I gave myself 2 chances. Day 10 of 11 here. Triton ONE, thank you so much for bearing with us through the ups and downs of our long days. Roman is feeling it. He's not happy. He's down to 11 big blinds. Like we said, 1 card away from 11 million, and now just slipping to, it's got to be near the bottom of our chip counts. Yeah, you know what? He is our tournament chip. What do we go with? Not loser. Short stack.
Never.
Never loser, no. And Takumi, right there with him at 4.9, under the gun to start things off, and is taking pause. What's he got? Ace-9 suited, pretty close, 6-handed. I think you can actually min-raise or shove this. I think fold's a bit tight. but it's one of those phenomenons in tournament poker, especially after you win a big pot. Maybe you're like, need to take a break. And if something is a bit fringy, but we can see that this would have worked brilliantly as an open.
Quick calling. Let's gamble.
Aggressive shove here, actually, for close to 7 million from Takashi. And I think that
10-7 suited.
Uguchi may be realizing he could have gotten that one through. Again, just min raise it, you know? Don't need to shove.
No information, he just fold.
Oh, yeah.
You don't need to care about that. I all in, he fold. So.
To the outer tables.
Looks to be an all-in.
Yeah, what do we have here? 8.1 million all in for Martin Nielsen. Board is out. Looks like he's... Yeah, we don't know what the players have yet. 10-6-4, Jack 9 is the board. Oh, the reveal is pocket queens for Martin Nielsen. Gets the double up. It's going to be up to 16 million against Mustafa Khaned. Will be down to 12. Ace-5 suited taking the spot from the small blind there against, I believe, the hijack open of Nielsen. Yeah, pretty much the hands playing themselves at this stage of the tournament. Pocket queens opening and Ace-5 suited. Mustafa not missing the solver favorite opportunity.
Yeah, it looked like it appeared to be a 20 big blind effective shove with ace-5 suited, like you suggested. Pretty standard as far as a pre-flop bluff candidate.
In Mustafa's shoes, he's going to be playing against different players exploitatively, and against a player like Martin Nielsen, he will certainly take all the edge he can. So going with the ace-5 suited. Cannot count him out, though. 12 million is still good for... Let's just take a look. 12th place? Oh, no, actually better than that. About 9th place in chips. Average stack is 17 million, but that is just dominated by the 80 million and 56 million stacks up top. This is why I do insist on introducing a new statistic in tournament poker, the median stack. The median stack in our case would be 10 million, just 26 bigs.
Oi.
Felipe goes with it.
Yep, king jack suited. 16 big blinds effective.
Strong win.
Strong, yeah.
All in.
I mean, shout out to Felipe for sporting the Steve Jobs attire today. That is
I mean,
the CEO look right there.
Shout out to all Brazilians for always having the biggest smile on their faces, and Japanese.
And the
to be honest.
Japanese. Started off with the happiest feature table of all time. And why not? 60K locked up now.
Tell you what, it's a bit of a refreshing change. I spent a lot of time in, commentating in Europe, and they're not always the the Eastern Europeans and stuff. I mean, I love them; they're great, and they're great poker players, but they're not as animated, let's say, as players like Brazilians and Japanese. As we do see a very stone-faced gentleman here, very serious. What's going on? We are playing for $1.6 million. It's not all jokes like it is on our feature table.
Yeah, that is Liu Xiaohu.
It appears to have been a raise from Liu and a 3-bet pre-flop from Onder on the button. A call going to king 6-7 rainbow. A c-bet of 1.5 million after the 2.4 3-bet. A call from Xiaohu. Turn jack. Onder fired 3.7 million. A call from Liu, and the river's a 9, bringing backdoor diamonds. So king 6-7, jack 9, 3 diamonds. Again, a backdoor flush draw coming in.
Yeah, and action is on Onder, who did 3-bet the UTG Open. That's the monster chip leader. Needs to decide what to do. 16 million in the middle. Does check behind, which should favor Liu, I would imagine.
That'll be all you.
Okay,
Looks
so
to
he was
be
calling it all in.
ace
King
king,
of
yeah.
spades, top pair, top kicker.
And interesting to see Liu just flatting pre-flop. You know, after that pot has only increased his stack to 28 million, so would have been a bit more standard, I think, to shove for his 35, 40-ish bigs. Now is up to 71, got some bluff equity out there. So Onder happened to be up against the top of Liao's range, but probably didn't think that range included ace-king off, right?
Yeah, and it's interesting that Liu announced that he was calling a jam from under there, despite the extremely wet board. Maybe also laying down the law a little bit, that he knows what Under is up to, and that's what Under is supposed to be up to, really wielding his stack.
I mean, can we talk about how amazing it is that there's 320 big blinds between that gentleman right there and the man on his left, Shota Nakanishi?
Still following the action here on this table number 3.
Something's going to happen.
5 seconds.
Looks like we do have a pot brewing between the 2 chip leaders in the tournament. Always exciting. And raising a call. Ace 9-6 rainbow.
Two big stacked men in smart shirts. That's what I'm going to call this meme.
Shota immediately coming after it on the ace high board. I think Under can start giving a lot of credit.
Yeah, it was called pre-flop of 800K, and our chip leader gives it up. So yeah, that is something. I mean, look, I don't want to. I don't want to do production's job for them because I've already been giving them a hard enough time today. But I imagine this will be our next feature table. I'm just gonna say it. I'm gonna throw it out there. I mean, they can go rogue. Give us the Mustafa Kinet table. I would love that too. But let's be honest. 40% of the chips in play on that table with 18 players left. I think that's what the people want to see, right, Peter?
Absolutely. I mean, we're going to be down to 2 tables quite shortly. I would argue that we can't really do much wrong.
Yeah.
But that would be my vote as well. Because you never know, we might have a stack of 150 million.
Do it, Yoshi. Come on, it's blind on blind. You must know 15 big blinds we need to shove here.
Cool.
He limps, hopefully as a trap, and pocket kings were waiting. And now the question is, was Yoshiaki limping with the intention of coming back over the top? Because Roman will be raising.
Yes.
2.5x only. You want to keep your customer interested.
Yeah, and this is very irregular, right? You would never make it 1 million off 2.8 at 200, 400 against
4 big stacks of the 25, right? 1, 2, 3, 4.
a normal opponent. You would just be shoving or I think even checking back here in some way, playing 6, 7 big blinds and pocket kings. But you wouldn't really see much limping either. So Roman trying to get, I would have even maybe expected to see something like a raise to 900 or...
It looks like Yoshiaki is considering folding, which would be absolutely incredible and absolutely results-oriented that he gets away from it.
That is just...
I mean, it is so tight and way too conservative, but against the exact hand that Roman has, the perfect timing.
I mean, Yoshi
Play or wait?
might be faded.
Okay. So come. No, come.
I think that one will piss Roman off, I'll be honest.
Don't
I would
forget,
be pissed.
Roman,
After the jack on the river, right?
Yeah, the jack on the river is how Roman even lost most of his stack there.
Roman, if you're hearing this, whether it's later tonight or on a break, I'm sorry you had to see that. Of course, the players have every opportunity to
I mean, what
check
is he
out the
supposed to
stream
do?
later.
He couldn't raise less than 2.5x.
I mean, I was thinking min raise, to be
Really?
honest. Yeah.
It's so face up.
It doesn't matter. I was thinking min raise or check, honestly.
Good luck.
Check seems just so erratic. Just letting the ace high see the
not?
flop for free.
Why not? He's not supposed to have ace high, though. He's supposed to have jack 9 off and flop a 9, and then you double up. Like, that's... And he's just limp folding to 1 million, whatever. Like, I'm telling you, man, there's little exploits you can do against players of this nature. You've got to make sure you get paid in a spot like that, but I don't fault him for making it a million. I think that was fine, too. It's just Houdini escaped. Very interesting flop here. Takashi opening the 10s. Again, a loose call, I think, from the big blind. We saw the 3-4 off from Maeda, which didn't get him into trouble because he was against an opponent that maybe isn't going to be bluffing too much. But now we have a stronger range under the gun and a just as weak holding in the 5-4 that has flopped an open-ended straight draw. Let's see how this hand unfolds.
Yeah, I like the flat call. Not much you can do right now. And now the queen is about the worst card for Maeda. Any aggression he shows is unlikely to work against the pocket tens.
Against this exact holding of Maeda, this plays as a really nice check because I think Maeda will bluff with this combo some of the time. But does Takashi think, you know, I want to get value from 7x, I want to get value from 6x, I want to get value from hearts, and bets really small, giving a decent price to Maeda to do something weird, whether in the form of a flat or some sort of check raise. Again, this is just 750 into 3.75 million.
He's getting the exact odds he needs in the form of the 18% to come along. Two-tone board, though. Tons of dirty outs. Paired board as well. Could be thinking about the reverse implied odds. And it's tough to say with all the swings in the chip stacks we've seen, how the middling stacks, which I'll call his stack at the moment, 7.4 million, good for about 19 bigs. How much value are you giving your remaining chips? So for instance,
yeah, also non-zero chance. You're just drawing dead. The board is paired. Like
yeah,
you
massive
can just
reverse
have 7s or
implied
6s.
odds.
It was a very small, like, please come, keep playing with me bet. You know, and you got to be careful in those spots. So I think that's a good fold from Maeda. I think it's a bit loose pre-flop, but defensive of his big blind.
Very instructive as well. In position, can call, getting the right pot odds, out of position. Almost no implied odds as well. Hard to get value if you do hit. Yeah, I was going to say it is always interesting to see how players are valuing their remaining chips in terms of how they feel the remaining field or indeed the table they're on
expensive.
interacts with their playing style.
For us, yeah, only for the chip leaders. Not,
Yes.
Okay.
So for instance, on our table, there are 3 stacks shorter than Maeda. And he might be thinking he can outlast a couple of them, get a new table draw, get the pay ladder, and then maybe have a few more pre-flop moves in him. Back
Looks
to
to be an all in.
yeah, looks like it is table 3 once more. This time it's Alexander Shevlikov, 4.8 million all in. Jokwon, similar stack, has called it off.
Not a flinch between them as we get the 5-9-4 2 spades board. We can't see their cards just yet, but based off the reactions,
Yeah, looks like Joe has it.
yeah.
That means our 18th place finisher is decided here. It's Alexander Shevlikov.
Yeah. Just couldn't find the right angle to continue in this tournament.
With that, Griffin, we have hit a page jump, I believe. Let's just take a quick look. We're also 1 spot away from reaching our final 2 tables, which will lead to a redraw. Yeah, so Alexander will have the 60K payout and now 69 minimum. Not too shabby. The
And
8.5x ROI.
finish the hand, Your Honor. Stop the debris. We are down to 16 players remaining. Complete redraw will be done. Thank you.
We heard the announcement there. One elimination away. The F2T bubble. Is that a thing? Certainly should be. No joke, making it to the final two tables, 69,000 guaranteed.
Let's go. No, I
Back
cannot.
to our feature here. And Takashi
Again.
seems to be inviting the
Nice-
CEO,
nice-
Felipe.
Nice.
Great little dynamic between these
So
two.
beautiful. So
Yeah, keeps
I
it
wanna
friendly.
go.
Takashi's showing.
ちょっとずれてる。ちょっとずれてる。右が正しい。こっちがちょっと
Only looks good. Yeah, only looks good. Yeah.
戦い方だいぶ変わるっていう。
プライズジャンプ。でこれシャッフルみたいです。
あ、そうなんですね。
シートシャッフルする。
でかっ、しかも BB。
でかいでかい。
はい。
でかいでかい。ネクストビビ。
Hello. So we
Quick dealer
we're
chain
gonna
is-
wait for some minutes.
We will wait
Shuffle.
for the different tables to catch up
Redraw.
across hands.
Okay.
So
Just give us a
you
moment to
have
breathe here,
minutes
Griffin. I
probably,
mean,
Yeah.
it's been an absolute whirlwind,
So 5
and
minutes
Incredible.
probably.
I must say the pace of eliminations has gone
We're
much
not gonna
faster than
play
I
anyway because
imagined.
It's redraw, right? So.
Anyway.
Short stacks not afraid to get into the middle.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
And mind you, this is after we
You're
see
in charge
some of
of
the
the
short
game, right?
stacks
Yeah.
really finding some spin ups or at least managing to hold on. Yoshiaki comes to mind with that jack on the river. Could this be the fastest 24-9 that we've ever seen at main event, considering Andre Valinas is out there with the 80 million stack?
Yeah, very sad to see Musta eliminated in 17th.
Oh, there we have it. Didn't catch the hand, but you are right. We are indeed down to 16 here. Finishing up hands on the outer tables.
Yeah, Musta going down similar to his Winamax partner, just absolutely swinging with a big bluff against Sao Wenji. Found himself all in on the river with just jack high and was called.
ここからでかいわ、ジャンプが。
Mr. Under, please make your way back to your table. Thank you.
As we take a look at what the chip counts look like at this redraw, Takashi Kavachi finding a way to survive that early, losing his half his stack early against Shota. Finishing as our table chip lead. Look at these short stacks. I mean, we're going to see a lot of stacks like this because of the incredible amount that our two chip leaders have. But you can see between Iguchi winning that nice flip with ace queen all the way up to Maeda at 14 bigs. Just 6 big blinds separate them. But still a lot of smiles from that table. Happy to get to these final 16.
Because you're behind.
Did just see the blinds go up to 255. Small increment, but painful to the short stacks. Cutting back to the outer table, Martin Nielsen. Looks like he's in action from the cutoff. Jimmy Guerrero on the button. So Jimmy's come along. Jack has a decision on the big blind. He's one of the short stacks on the table with just 11 bigs. Had to post 2 of them. Looks like he's really weighing his options, which could imply he wants to squeeze, but he does end up folding. Heads up to the flop. Ace, 10, Jack. Should be seeing a continuation bet from Martin frequently on this board. These two are near even in stacks. 17 million for Martin, 21 million for Jimmy. Rainbow texture. And Jimmy is coming along, as you would expect with any connection. Straight draws and pairs possible. Brick, turn, 5 of clubs. I mean, after the huge pots we've seen, it just seems like at any moment we could have a battle of the big stacks. These two are the two medium stacks at the table, combined 40 million in chips between them. Quick check from Martin. It's tempting in Jimmy's shoes to check behind. And that might be what he does, as we do cut to what looks like an all-in situation back on table 3.
Yeah, and looks like an ace-10 in front of Onder. And a pocket eights. The ace coming on the turn.
I see an 8 on the flop, though.
Oh, okay.
Which might
Fair
be
play.
the end of that.
Yeah, you're right. 8-9 king ace. It is dead. It is a double for Kai Yang from 4.1 million up to around 9.3. Nice work from the American there. Just trying to stay afloat against the absolutely towering stack of Onder Valinas. Has slipped a bit. We saw him all the way up to, 180 big blinds, now down to 151. I think he'll be okay. Shota, on the other hand, sitting pretty with 57 million, 114. Still, they represent a combined stack of, 260. Wait, no, sorry.
130.
130. 130 million of the 300 in play. As we pop over to the other table.
So you know what's really cool, Griffin, is that I could follow the action on the Triton Poker Plus app. Did see a small bet from Guerrero, about 1.5 million or so. And Nielsen now check calls after betting the flop. Check calls the turn, and it is the Jack of Hearts on the river.
Yeah, 17 big blinds in the pot, around 8.6 million. And action is on Guerrero. Has decided to check back. Ace is going to be good. Martin moving up the ladder now. Finds himself at 23 million.
I mean, this pot is pretty meaningful considering 10th place in chips. Issei Maeda has less than 8 million in his stack. Hard to even fathom the ICM value of some of the pots that we're playing here. 1.6 million up top.
Yeah,
Every time two big stacks battle.
And guys, thanks for joining us here at Triton One, whether you're watching on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, or on the Triton One app. But please give us some like and subscribe, especially on YouTube. We really appreciate you guys supporting us there, following along the action. We are just finishing up this level. And of course, that will bring us a new feature table. So you can see the clattering of racks being gathered to consolidate these two tables. And that's going to do it. Here we go again as we check in on how the chip counts are again between Issei Maeda in second place with 14 big blinds all the way down to Gucci. Very, very short. Kavachi, 25 big blinds for the table chip lead, but that's going to change as we go down to these final two tables. I doubt that Kavachi will be the chip leader of his next table.
Yeah, he certainly will not, but he had a great run at the feature table that we did see him spin up his stack. And not just the easy way, to the extent there is an easy way. He took the spots, first went down against the chip leader Shota, putting up a stand, showing the table he's willing to play for it all at any given point, and I think it might play dividends against the players who were on his table, because of course some of them will remain on his table as we do hit the final 2-table redraw. So I was very impressed with him, but we do need to catch our breath because Andre Valinas now has 80 million chips. Shota came in with about 60 million, maybe 50, taking it to 60, and we thought that's just going to be dominant all the way. And so quickly, with that showdown against JP Round Su, he's up to 80 million, a very dominant chip stack.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see how this redraw goes. We're gonna take a little break here for around 10-12 minutes, so please stay with us. Going to be very exciting with these final 16 players here at the Triton ONE 8K main event.
Here is where legends reside. Only a few stand in the spotlight.
Humphreys just won his 5th.
But most begin at a different table, a stage of its own. A path you must take. The distance to the top isn't talent. It's the path. QQPK, your new poker path.
The best players don't leave chips sitting on the table, and you shouldn't leave crypto sitting still either. With Jupiter Lend, put your crypto to work. Earn passive returns or borrow against what you own without having to sell a thing. It's your crypto. Make it work for you. Just use Jupiter Lend at jupe.ag.
Pocket 8s for Yoshiaki.
Yeah, let's see how the pre-flop strategy, snug.
My oh my. The ace-queen suited hits the muck, and now the pocket 8s.
Ace-9 for Joe. Could certainly justify an open, but perhaps after just taking one down, more players to get through.
I really do think Yoshiaki could have opened the pocket 8s there. You can't put them into your open fold range, but he needs to realize he has built an image as well.
What do you know, bro?
But what do I know? Because pocket jacks were waiting for the chip leader. Could have been a hairy situation as well, mind you. The table will expect Shota to just go after every pot. Takashi flat calling queen jack suited. It's understandable to want to put up some resistance, but take a look at how much of a stack is being demanded. 5 million just left behind.
Yeah?
Sometimes.
Bit surprised to not see the 3-bet jam there if Takashi is just peeling, considering the opening range from Shota should be the absolute widest.
Yeah, I think he'd definitely go either way here. I mean, 19 big blinds feels like a lot, but it's certainly, I think, more plus EV, right? Maybe what we would expect to attack what we perceive as Shota's very wide opening range. A lot of good turn cards here for Takashi, but might just say to himself, I don't need to fight for this one against the chip leader who has sized up, right? Bet 650 pre-flop.
Takashi will float, is willing to commit 800k more. I expect he's just going to release if he doesn't connect, but if it does come something like the diamond, backdoor flush draw appears. I mean, he is drawing mighty slim, and Shota should just be looking to get the rest of it in the middle somehow.
Yeah, I think his hand is so strong here that there are different ways you can really play it. Whether it's a sort of 40% bet. If you're getting trapped here pre, like something like an aces or kings, you're doubling him up anyway. So how do we maximize against, you know, floats or a hand like pocket 8s or 7s that maybe didn't want to shove pre, maybe something like an ace-9 suited. And yeah, he does go with that kind of smallish 25-30% sizing to set up, you know, what would be a sort of 60% pot shove on the river. Actually, 50%. Wow.
Yeah, nothing to do for Takashi, but Cole is getting the right immediate odds. Queen live as well. And now the brick of all bricks. Very easy jam here for Shota. Nothing to do but ask for all of it. Hoping you're up against a loosely played 10-9 suited, perhaps. Or a pocket pair like 8s and 7s, which will call off. But the snap call with the queen high.
Yeah, I mean, King 5. It would have been interesting to see if he just had 10-5 and he was just like making it look like he was thinking about it, because King 5, you know, not really an argument to call, but you know, he's only
put a bit of fear in your
opponent.
opponent.
Only 3 or 4 pips away from like maybe some actual consideration, like a King 9 for 7.5 big blinds, and you have 180 bigs, like, or 200 bigs. Why not? Another Queen 10 from Roman, but the rules have changed. Yeah. Hijack instead of cutoff. 10.5 big blinds instead of 8. And look at Shota. Icarus himself continuing to fly.
Over 2x sizing. Queen little. And looks like Takashi will be taking the spot. And it's going to be time to do some math, because 875 was the open. Takashi has an ace. Great instincts by him once more. Now this is the real test. 2.4 million to call. That's about 6 bigs. You're getting the classic 2-1. On the one hand, your hand might have the raw equity, but do you want to reveal to the table how much you're trying to push the action with Queen 5?
So I think you're revealing it either way.
Yeah,
if
he's
you raise
committed.
Fold here for 8 big blinds.
He's VIP.
You're showing that you're raising nothing.
I already know.
And if you call, you're showing that you raised nothing. So I think it's just fine. Let's take the equity. So much fun to have a massive chip lead playing for $1.6 million.
Flip. Yeah, just flip. Not so good.
Takashi taking the 2 live ones with a smile. King 10-10 is safe.
Some turns to make it interesting, and look at Shota. Just seems very, very confident that the turn's at least going to be a 9 or a jack for some more equity.
No way.
Only a queen and a 5 now. Or a nice double for our Pokemon trainer.
Almost.
1 street too late for the sweat.
Thank you, VIP. I need you.
They're having fun here.
Yeah, it must be fun to have 5 jacks. Absolute cooler there. Ace King versus Aces. We do lose somebody we've been seeing from day 1 of the festival on the coverage, Edgar Jr. Asehan. From the Philippines, came 14th place, final 2 tables of the opening event. That was good for 29K. This will take his Triton earnings up to about 80K.
As we quickly scan over, another all-in call. Jimmy Guerrero versus fan favorite Aram Oganyan. Calling all in for 12 big blinds. Hands revealed.
I see King Queen.
I think it's 4s against King Queen. And Jimmy actually almost looked like a chip on his shoulder saying, I never win flips against you.
The King and the Queen.
Bro, give him a hug. Give him a hug. Before he
You've lost Oganyan. Things are going quickly.
Good sportsmanship there at the end. Musa wants a hug, I think. Sounds like a lot of history maybe between Jimmy and Aram. I never went a flip against you. Well, you did just there, playing for 1.6 million, so you're never allowed to complain again, Jimmy. I don't care how good your wife is at poker. Of course, husband of our player 1, current player 1 at least, T-Win, just put up an incredible show at between JP and I believe Anders, and he's sending over a lot. I mean, these were the 2 and 3 in chips. What is happening?
Yeah, we don't have a showdown here, but looks like there's a bet and a call of 17 million. So
17 million?
okay, we do see the cards flicked up. I see 8-7 of clubs. JP Roundsu bluffing into the trips. Ace-3 for under on the 5-6-3-3 king board. The straight flush open-ender does not come in. And JP Roundsu bets the river after whiffing.
Wow, absolutely ridiculously big pot.
70 million pot. JP Roundsu is near out. He saved 200K behind. Oh my goodness.
I mean, I am dumbfounded. Of course, we featured the chip leaders table because he had this staggering chip lead, but we knew that these outer tables were going to be full of action, particularly this one.
Yeah, let's just do a quick recount here, Griffin. JP opens with 8-7 of clubs on the cutoff, and Ander 3-bets the ace-3 offsuit, and JP comes along with the suited connector. And the board is just a dream for the 8-7 of clubs. 5-6-3, the 5 and 6 of clubs. There's a bet and a check raise from JP with the open-ended straight flush draw, and Ander comes along with bottom pair, which turns into trips on the turn, and after that, JP just fires the remaining 2 streets. That is a ridiculous swing here in the main event. 70 million stack for the man from Spain.
Yeah.
As to the outer tables, and I'm afraid of what I'm about to see after what we just witnessed, the 70 million chip pot. Now we do see, I believe, pocket kings.
I think it's ace-king against jacks. And the ace has been hit. And more
That's
chips.
right.
Onder. Wah, wah, wah. That's your alarm, Onder. We're just kidding. Nobody gets a start like this on the day 3 of an event.
We lose Hughes Gerard. Unfortunate exit. Loses the flip. That was not a small pot either, Griffin. That was for 20 million. The jacks ending up with the second nut flush versus the nut flush by the river. The man from France
Onder
leaves
up
us.
to 80 million in chips. This is unbelievable. Okay, we got to do the math here, man.
Yeah, I figured it out. 300 million chips in play.
300 million chips in play, and between them, they have 138.
Yeah, that's
45%.
45%.
45% of the chips in play with 19 players left. You guys, what is this? You don't have, I'm sorry, you just don't have stacks over 100 big blinds on with the final 20 players.
I think there's even more dynamics at play now that they must have been alerted to the madness that's occurring at the outer tables. I think the short stacks really must be looking to find a spot to get it in because they know there is no way to survive this without building a stack to take on the duopoly that has been formed.
Yeah, and a big pre-flop mistake here from Yoshiaki, flatting the small, I think.
Bit of a pattern at this point. We did see the king-queen flat against the +1 open as well. Now queen-jack could get really hairy as he does make middle pair. We saw him get so sticky with the jack-10 of spades.
Welcome back to Jeju for the 8K Triton ONE main event. We are down to our final 2 tables, 16 players. I'm Griffin Benger. Vidar, we got to talk about what's been going on here. That was fast and furious. We thought this was going to be a runaway chip leader situation with Shota, who started on the feature table, got balanced off.
Yeah.
So we were stuck with the shorties kind of jockeying for position, but we kept on going out of those outer tables, and the big story ended up being someone a little different.
The showdown between JP Roundsu and now the runaway chip leader, Ander Valdinas. Now, I must say, fortunate or unfortunate, the 2 chip leaders have been placed on 2 different tables. Let's just take a look. Along with the leaderboard there, we do see Ander on the top table. That's going to be the feature table. 75 million chips, good for 151 bigs. And Shota Nakanishi came in as the chip leader today with 24 players. Now second in chips with 16 on the red table there. So it's all about navigating the big stacks. We're playing down to the 9 final tablists here at the main event.
Yeah, and I mean, that was just a wild, wild level. Unfortunately, we didn't catch the action, but Mustafa Kennett going out with a big swing, a very, very big bluff on the river, do check out the Triton ONE poker app if you want to see the Triton poker app. Pardon me, if you want to see sort of a really wild river bluff. I think it's pretty amazing, high level stuff that he tried to pull off. Didn't work out, but he's some of the kind of guy that will go for something like that, and it's really great to see. So we're gonna get to the action very quickly. Again, we have 2 new tables. I believe we are going to be featuring. We're going to featuring Nakanishi's, or we're going to go with?
No,
Anders?
we're going to go with
We're gonna
Under.
go with Anders,
Yeah,
right? I
and
think that's the move.
I'm taking a look at some of the stacks around him. The 4.3 million stack, that's 9 bigs to his left. The 4.8 million stack to his right. I mean, these are just going to have to find their way into the middle. And I think Under will be one of the biggest resistance that they will be facing, because he's going to be opening super wide, just trying to steal. Of course, he has a final table stack already, around 27% of the chips in play.
And I
That's
feel like
massive.
there's something interesting about this particular feature table where it seems like a homecoming of different narratives over the course of Triton ONE. Martin Nielsen, you know, Takashi Kavachi, guys that we've seen a lot of. Stoika, of course, finishing final 2 tables of the 5K. So players that have been really knocking on the door, you know, I guess more so than the others, Kavachi with that 3rd place finish in the Genesis, but these guys have really been a lot of feature table time, right? And then even Valinus, right? This is someone that finished 4th place in the 10K and now has this massive lead. So I think this is the exact right pick made by the production team to feature this table. And of course, we're going to be popping back over to Nakanishi's other table and see how he manages with that very large stack.
Yeah, any big hand, of course, we go back and forth. Should mention that Jokwon is still in the mix. 5.1 million in Triton earnings for him, as we do see him on the left there with a 22 big blind stack. Just look at the difference between the chip leader on both tables and the second in chips. Both of them have them covered twice over.
Yeah, just look at that chip lead. I will say, maybe it's a bit a 2-way split. Picking who our chip leader is going to be. If you want to go check out our poll, who do you think, which nation will end the day with the chip lead? And it's a pretty even split between Japan and China right now, both at 28%. But of course, Spain sneaking in there with a 15%er. I think in large part maybe to our Spanish chip leader with a 151 big blinds coming to this 250, 500K level. So a lot of chips between Onder, of course, and the other chip leader, Shota, miles ahead of from the rest of the field. Again, about 300 million in play, and between them, they have about 130.
Yeah, that number for Spain in the poll is going to be climbing up given the stack for Under here. You know, I just remembered something I'd completely forgotten, Griffin. I was taking a bit of a morning walk in the lovely Jeju Shinhwa World Resort, and I did see Under go for a run at about 10:30 a.m. So he's coming in hot, he's coming in fit, and now he has most of the chips.
So weird, he doesn't look fit at all.
What a surprise,
This guy's a runner? He's in good shape?
Pink shoes, I saw. Pink shoes, that's the big secret.
Nice. There's Zhao Wenji, recipient of that big attempted bluff by the Italian all-time money leader just before the table redraw. Martin Nielsen with that green sleeve, iconic at this point. Seen so much of him over the course of the series. 47 big blinds, which is pretty good if you look at the rest of the field. That puts him in 5th place of the 16 remaining.
Yeah, Martin Nielsen having an amazing series, running deep in plenty of events. Did have quite a run at the inaugural Triton ONE series as well. Takashi Kawauchi, talked about him before he went to the break. Found the ascension when it matters the most, going from 24 to 16 players. He's willing to get in there. Those who played with him on that table will certainly know that, but now he will be facing a new host of contenders. One of the short stacks on the table, Takumi Iguchi, has been hanging around. Just about 4 million. Roman Stoikov, 4.8. Yoshiaki Kashino did make his way to the outer table. He's one of the shortest stacks in the tournament as well. Won't say he's had 9 lives thus far, but I can certainly count a couple of spots where he got away from it. Hitting the jack on the river, then dodging the pocket kings with the ace-3. Sometimes it's just meant to be. Just a reminder on the payouts, near 1.6 million, 1.585 to be precise, up top. And so far the players have locked up 69,000.
Decision here for Sang Shota. Shoving for 8.5 big blinds. Got to get through. Cutoff, button, small blind, big blind. So far, so good. All the way to Wenji. Don't know what he has yet because the Gucci's really thinking about how this ace-3 plays against the range of Zhang. I think he's going to come to the decision of fold.
Yeah, I don't think that's the moment. After the shove from the hijack, ace-3 off, really loses its strength. So it feels like an extremely crucial pickup there for Zhang Shooter. Nice little button draw there for Takumi Iguchi as well. Considering we just saw him on the small, so he's dodged the big blind for the max number of hands possible. So how are we feeling, chat? Those of you who joined us at the start of day coverage, let us know who you're supporting. Okay, so one data point so far, Griffin. We're not playing as wide as 8-3-0. And good timing for it. Ace-King for Martin Nielsen. I mean, jokes aside, there are some hefty stacks to his left. Martin Nielsen, one of them, 23 million for him. One spot away from under. Pocket Queens.
Wow.
That's the other big stack.
Wow.
G.
This is going to be a big clash between the third in chips, Zhao Wenji, and fifth in chips, Martin Nielsen. These are the kind of mid-late position coolers that are often going to elicit, you know, tournament-defining coin flips. As we go to an outer table, this better be good.
Yeah, because we could have 45 million in the middle over there, and we do have an all-in situation. Issei Maeda at risk. King 5 will seal it. Coming back to the tricky situation developing.
No sweat.
Two more clubs.
Jack on the turn ends it, and it was already pretty ended.
So I mean, before we cut back, I wonder if there is a world where the Ace-King doesn't 4-bet, but the way Martin Nielsen plays, as we've been seeing across the festival, he is just so aggressive, so active, that he would love for somebody to be 3-betting so he can play back this time with the goods, and he's just ripped it all.
I was going to say, this seems like more of what he wants to do. And he does call, and is very surprised to see that he's suddenly all in and flipping for a final table average stack, probably.
Akio ace. Akio ace. Oh, my boy.
Oh, and he's kissing Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Will Martin Nielsen also be the boy who lived?
That is the question as we head to the board. 47 million, third place on the leaderboard is on offer with the pot.
You can see the surprise in Martin Nielsen's face when it's called. He's like, oh, I'm guessing I'm against Queens or Ace King. Bad start. Oh.
Akio 3.
Akio 3, he says. Nice Harry Potter nerd reference right there. Summoning the 3.
Oh my God, that is so nerdy. I love it.
Okay.
Bad card for Martin.
Good king.
Babe, it's good.
Our rank is coming back from
Akio
right.
Ace, Akio King, Akio 3.
Akio king.
Oh, it's a spade. It's the Avada Kedavra instead, Griffin.
Yeah.
The death of Martin Nielsen.
Yeah. Cover.
It's over?
Cover.
Cover.
Yeah,
From fifth to out. What a
that's going to take.
magnificent cooler. Unfortunate for Martin Nielsen. You just have so much hope coming out of the break. You just think, I got this final table locked up.
And
Suddenly, Now we have to get a new statistic going with 117 big blinds. I need some math. You're my math guy, Vidor.
What do you want to know?
What do you call it? My quanter? What is that thing you say?
This is my quant.
This is my quant.
Well, between
the three of them,
three
what they're
stacks,
yeah.
180 million out of the 300 million chips
So
in
wait,
play.
you're trying to tell me that there are 3 players with 15 left
60%
that have
of the chips.
60% of the chips in play? I don't know if you're allowed to do that. Martin, stop walking so sad, man. Head held high. Did everything you could. You got your juice. There's a 15K to late reg if you're feeling like you want to keep playing. We're also going to give you the day off if you want it.
No day off for this man. You know he's going to be firing the high roller. Gearing up for the super high roller series. GG. Certainly the 69K score will help. Amazing run. Nothing you can do in those spots. Got to win the flips. Not this time for Martin. Down to 15. King for Takashi. Sometimes it just starts feeling like we're commentating over highlights, Griffin. The past 2 hours felt this way, and all of a sudden, the big flips, and now Takashi will be going for it.
Oh my goodness. Well, looks like the poker gods were thinking, let's get down to that final table early. There's a game show to watch later. Show game? Show game.
And a game show, if we so desire. Another cooler. Unfortunate for Roman Stoica. Thus far, 30% equity. Probably happy to get his chips in there with the overlay from the opener.
Sportsmanship. Roman was 1 card away from having 11 million. Now he finds himself all in for 10. Again, was all in ace-king against Yoshiaki's king-jack. River was a jack.
Probably seeking some sort of justice after that jack on the river. 559 doesn't help at all. From space. Does it appear? Oh, the king just ends it.
A disappointed Roman Stoica bubbling another final table here at Triton ONE. Has been playing pitch perfect in my opinion. And Takashi Kavauchi just is absolutely on fire here at Triton ONE. Has vaulted himself all the way into sort of 5th or 6th place of the remaining 14 players. Again, 3rd place finisher in the QQPK Genesis, but highlighting Stoica, a little frustration, I think, is warranted. Given that ridiculous jack on the river. 11th place finish in the 5K bounty for 24,000 and another 47,500 bounty. So I actually had a bit of spot of luck there on the bounty, which is nice for him. But we take a look at what our chip counts look like. Do we balance here 7 and 7? Probably, right?
You got to move someone over.
Yeah, someone's moving. I hope it is Shota Nakanishi. As we take a look at the updated chip counts, Onder sitting around 75 million. We can see Zhao Wenji now massive 58 million after that big coin flip against fan favorite Martin Nielsen. Over on the other table, Shota's still obviously chilling there. He's actually 3rd in chips now, below Zhao, all the way down to our tournament short stack with just 9 big blinds. Takumi Uguchi, who's made himself very comfortable in that zone, just staying alive, staying alive.
Yeah, speaking of staying alive, it's underrated how the middling stacks have been navigating this thus far. Did spot Jimmy Guerrero's name, still navigating with 21 million chips. It's not easy with all the action we've seen. Short stacks getting it in, big stacks somehow finding the doubles. We saw a hand between Jimmy and Martin there. Just comes down to picking your opponent and holding on tight.
Welcome back. Thank you.
There's our new player. Ketzer, hoping to gather some chips here, sitting with just 15 big blinds.
Yeah, just because you had been highlighting him, Griffin, yesterday, I had kept an eye out. I think Felipe came in with top 3, certainly top 5 stacks, so there is a mental game element as well of now being down to 12 bigs. You know, you certainly hope for better when you come in with 24 remaining.
Woof, woof. Very poor fold there by our what was it? Do I have that right? How many big blinds did that gentleman have when he just folded?
1 million.
Takumi Iguchi folding king jack off from the hijack on 7 big blinds. Unacceptable, frankly. You would have seen how this gets through, and he increases his chip stack. You can't win this tournament. Heck, you won't even get to the final table if you just wait for a bigger hand than that at the hijack. What do you think?
Yeah, I certainly would have taken that spot. I think just worried that Ander is calling everything, but that's the reason to do
He's gonna
it.
get dealt 8-4 off. Like, you gotta shove there, man.
I definitely agree. And now look at Ander just min raising, asking the big blind the question, is this the moment? Queen 7 does not qualify. Expect a lot of this from Ander on our table.
King 10 for our massively stacked Zhao Wenji. I think we definitely could have justified an open here, but you can see Kavachi actually waking up with a big one. Ace-queen suited from the cutoff. And has to get through Ander, who could go either way with this king-jack. I can promise you he's entering the pot. The question becomes, Vidor, does he go with 3-bet or call?
Yeah, why not? Certainly can't take the 3-bet option. Chooses to go with the call. Part of the reason it's 3-bet is to really just put the pressure on a stack that could be good enough to make it to the final table with just a bit of hanging on. I think the ICM pressure is possible to be applied. This is the moment to do it. And the term of hand selection, understandable to just want to take a flop with King Jack, and why not?
Yeah, I just think I like the flat because King Jack almost feels too strong in this particular situation to be 3-bet folding. You know, he's expected to be 3-betting a lot from the button, you know? He's expected to put pressure on this middling stack. So I just think King Jack is nice enough. Like, I think he 3-bets King 10 off here. I think that he 3-bets a lot of suited kings maybe, you know? But maybe King Jack is just
one
playing
pip,
a
you
bit
think?
too. Yeah, I think it's 1 pip. And now he's doing a very cheeky check back. I love this.
It's interesting that with Takashi's hand, I would have expected him to 4-bet jam, considering Ander will be 3-betting the lightest. But yeah, you do get folds from a lot of better holdings as well, because Takashi has over 30 bigs to start the hand. Do you want to put it in? And you do have
But he
a
didn't
lot of
3-bet
short
him, though.
stacks.
He didn't 3-bet him, though. He flatted.
You mean Ander?
Yeah.
Yeah, I meant if he did, in
Oh, if he
fact,
did,
pull the
yes,
trigger.
yes.
Yeah.
It's curious, actually. You're saying that 35 big blinds. Maybe Takashi does just call.
Yeah, it's
Telling
time
you
to.
what, Ander, yeah, Ander's coming.
It's time to start doing some math as well. Another check back, mind you, sneaky.
Ander's just reading the situation kind of correctly. Like, Takashi just has ace high here. And if I'm getting folds on the turn, maybe I can just get a little value on the river.
It just looks like Ander is only expecting one street of value, whether it is from a hand as strong as ace-queen, basically nut, no pair, or let's say one of the smaller pocket pairs, 7s, 9s, 10s, etc. Goes for it on the river.
1 point.
Sizing is about 55%. Just expecting to get no credit after the 2 checkbacks in position. Takashi gets away from it.
Nice fold. Ander in the zone.
Yeah, but coming back to Griffin, what do you think? Is Takashi taking the spot with ace-queen suited there? 4-bet jamming over 30 bigs, because it's time to start doing some math to the extent you want to think about what a final table stack will be. And with the top being so heavy, it is possible that 20 million gets you there.
Yeah, let's take a second to talk a little bit about QQPK. it is your path to Triton ONE. Some great ambassadors between Punat all the way to Sharma. We really appreciate the support from QQPK here at Triton ONE. They are our title sponsor. Been so great to us here. Danny Tang, of course, and Webster Lim. And we are here in this 8K Triton ONE main event with just 14 players remaining and some short stacks. There are 4 players between 11 and 7 big blinds. And that includes that man right there in the blue, Takumi Uguchi, who frankly missed a shove spot with the King Jack off. Onder's definitely going to be opening things up with King 10.
Nothing fancy. 2x open. King Queen for Felipe. 10 bigs in the small. The biggest stack opening from late position. This is a snap 3-bet jam spot, and he knows it. And this could work out quite nicely because there is a chance that Ander feels like King 10 is likely enough to be live that he calls it off. 3.7 to call, 6.7 in the middle, and more importantly, perhaps 78 million in his stack.
Yeah, you can certainly afford it here. I mean, when you're up against 2 7s, you're thinking, why did I fold King 10? I think Onder is gonna, wow, he finds the fold, just recognizes the better kings that find the shove there. So I don't mind it.
That's so sick. Doesn't even pay off with the King 10.
I mean, the other thing you have to consider, right? Like you are kind of, it is a very speculative raise call with King 10. I mean, I don't think that, sure, he is shoving his pairs, but maybe it's a bit optimistic to just like hope that that's what you're up against. It's not like he's shoving King 8 suited, right? So you're never dominating, you're flipping sometimes, you're dominated a lot of the time with the Ace King, King Queen, King Jack suiteds and all the kind of those hands. I think it's kind of a cool fold, right?
Yeah, very cool.
Because you also don't want to double up this incredibly talented Felipe.
Yeah, I think there is this mentality when you just have a monster stack to just keep taking jabs and just back down, you know, play a small ball. If somebody is willing to go for it, you can respect their ranges a little bit. And King 10 in traditional poker tends to be dominated so often.
I think if he had suited, he might flick it in there, right?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of King 10 suited calls. King 10 has been the hand of Triton ONE so far.
That's
I don't
true.
know if Ander knows it or not. Now the King 7. With the snap jam from the small blind, very standard. Playing about 15 bigs effective. Nothing Takumi can do. Oh, pardon me, it's actually Takumi's stack is the effective. So the tiny stack has to let the 9 high go. Takumi is looking in just rough shape, not picking up a hand he can go with, and very soon he'll be committed with any 2.
That is either the longest lasting lollipop or
or he's re-upped.
He's re-upped because we saw it with in his mouth last feature table. And I'm sure this is an incredible moment for our table short stack to be in this position, but maybe a learning experience with the tightness in some of the spots, including that King Jack off folding for 7 big blinds of the hijack. Now he sees he's finding himself almost committed.
Very comfortable open for Ander. 10-9 of hearts. Yeah, the pocket 5s do have to let it go. Too many people behind, including the tiny stack. And this one should get through. No reason for Ravenji to come along with a 6-10-0 against the only stack on the table that can do all the damage in the world. And this is what I meant about the small jabs. They're just going to work so frequently that you don't need to give other players the opportunity to really run up a stack.
Review 2-5.
The EV of a big stack just keeps getting higher and higher, disproportionately to the chips. You can just put so much pressure on the middling stacks as long as short stacks are around. We're only 5 spots away from the final table here, Griffin. And mind you, 4 stacks are below 10 bigs.
Onder with the very playable King Jack here. Certainly with his chip stack, we can anticipate a raise.
Yeah, it's also quite a run to just have playable hands. King 10, 10-9 suited, now King Jack, but now the pocket kings. The poker gods do put up resistance with the card distribution themselves sometimes.
$3 million.
He just 3x's it, which looks super strong.
Yeah.
He's basically committed. I don't think Under will come along. We just saw him fold the King 10. There's 5 million behind to the extent he speculates with the King Jack. And this bet just screams of Ace King minimum, still willing to induce. Pocket Jacks, Pocket Queens, indeed Pocket Kings, despite Jacks and Kings being blocked. Under just gets away from it.
Yeah, I think that's probably only one of maybe 2 or 3 hands of value. I think Ace King probably just shoves, but like Kings, Aces, maybe Queens. And then if he somehow has some really interesting blocker bluffs, like an Ace 5, but that's just very, very unlikely. So it just screams of strength. And King Jack off, maybe one of the worst hands to be up against that kind of range.
There's a tiny stack on the button, and a tiny stack does fold their Queen Jack suited UTG.
And Felipe Ketzer giving Dark Prince energy with this getup. He's going to open with the Ace King suited. He's got a bit of a Dark Prince hand.
I prefer the optimistic Steve Jobs look. The Issey Miyake turtleneck that Steve Jobs used to wear. CEO energy. Can he go all the way?
Yeah, I'm more of like a romantic fantasy guy than like a tech CEO guy.
I see a black turtleneck, you know, I just think back to the one and only.
Fair play. Let's pop our heads in to what's been going on in this outer feature table. I guess we can call it outer table. Oh, look at Shota. Oh, having a good time. 57 million.
I will say he wasn't having as good a time when he did have a big stack on the table with him, Andre. We caught him in the middle of a very serious spot. Now back to his smiley, giggly, entertaining self.
You bluff me.
And let's just take a moment to admire this man, Yoshiaki Kishino. Still in the mix with 8 big blinds, 4 million in chips.
Yoshi the unkillable.
Yoshi the unkillable. How many lives does he have? I counted 2. He's laddered his way up to 78,000 already from the start of the day, where we had 43,000 locked up.
Well, if you weren't prepared to shove the King Jack off, our 3 is much better. I would have actually preferred to shove the King Jack because you can sometimes get called by worse.
Yeah, but
this time you're just going to be flipping and people are going to be pot committed. But so far so good. We just have one more gentleman to get through after Zhang gets out of the way with the Jack 8. Get out of here with your Jack Frost. That's what I call Jack 8.
Okay. I like it. Jack and a snowman.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be Felipe on the big blind, assuming Zhang will release, which I'm certain is the case. And there is some fold equity, mind you. The 5 big blind shove, 4 big blinds to call, which is to say 2 million. Felipe has 10 million. Oh, he has an ace,
wow.
though.
But he has one of the few hands that 3s is dominating. This is the dream. But I think Felipe is going to be quite aware of how tight Takumi's been. Does he know that Iguchi even folds the King Jacks? You would hate to call here and just see. And look at that excellent fold for 5 big blinds.
Yeah, what a great fold. Just recognizing that he is going to be dominated frequently enough, and maybe accounting for how Takumi's been playing, willing to be blinded down to 5 bigs.
Yeah.
So on the one hand, really disappointed to not get called by the worst hand, but and the fold equity actually working out against an ace. Questions coming in chat whether this is the final day. I mean, at the pace we've been going, it certainly could have been, but we are committed to stopping play when we reach the final table. We're going to give the final tablists of the Triton ONE main event their showers and just willy-nilly make our way down from the final 9-1. That coverage will be tomorrow, and it's certainly one you don't want to miss. Back to the outer table, which is to say the secondary feature. Yeah, another short stack getting the pickup. Timur Mukha. I always try this, but I'll do my best.
Okay.
Mukha Medaminov.
Shota, please, no raise. Stop.
Okay, Jimmy.
Only aces.
We hear you.
Only aces, okay? Yep. Please.
Those are the two
It's too much.
hefty stacks I was talking about who've done so well to navigate. Jimmy Guerrero,
Yeah.
Liu, Xiaohu.
Bro, you're right.
Sorry.
Right.
Aces.
Right to me, huh?
Shota is just doing his thing.
Hello.
Getting it off, opening
Japan.
on the cutoff. And Yoshiaki finding the ace and jamming it from the small. And Shota is priced in. We saw him call off much worse on the feature table at the start of the day, Queen 5.
Yeah, good for Kashino to find a dominating, well, at least a head situation with the ace 5. No fold equity, putting in the 6 bigs, getting it in good.
That's why you raise my blind. Okay, I remember now. I will remember. You raise my blind with king 8 off. No
How many lives does this man have this time? 60-40 ahead.
Good hand. King 8 is.
Okay.
So far, so good. Yoshi!
Intense. This is intense.
Changes nothing. He's peering intently. 14 bigs in the middle. This would actually really put him back on the map because we do have a ton of other short stacks. He's on the tighter side. Really grinds a short stack. And the 9 of diamonds. Yeah, we've seen him really take his time, make some big folds with big hands, really wait for favorable spots. This
Why
was
you
one of
give
them.
money Japan?
Working out.
Japan. You give money to here. Give us. Give
Sure.
What a double for Kashino.
Incredible.
We love to see it. We're a big fan of Kashino here at Triton ONE. And look at the giddiness. There's something almost childlike in this senior gentleman.
Yeah, and why not? I mean,
Yeah.
you're talking about holding in a spot with 14 players left, playing for 1.6 million up top. That's the time to hold and then crack a smile. Under will not go out of line with a 7-4 off. Queen 8-0 in the small blind. What matters is who is in the big, and the answer is Kayang with a slightly covering stack. Jan Felipe is deciding to go with the steal attempt here with the Queen 8. This is purely an ICM kind of move. It's pretty standard to limp these. Kayang will come along with the Jack 10 off.
I guess I gotta mean business here. I really gotta sit up and... Interesting king high flop. Favors Felipe's range, but certainly the kind of texture that Kai Yang could be on. Something like a 9-10 suited, Jack 9 suited, maybe a King X suited type hand. Jack 10 off, Queen 10 off, hands that wouldn't shove, even Queen Jack. So Felipe's going to start with a small bet.
Expect him to just take one stab at this and slow down to the extent the resistance does come in from the gut shot. But for now, looks like we're going back to the secondary. King Jack, Yoshiaki taking the spot from the button. I think he's open ripped it, and Jimmy Guerrero has called.
Big swing here.
Now the real question, how many lives does this man have? That is
10 of diamond.
a brick board
No,
so
no,
far.
queen. Queen is better, queen. Queen of
Just doubled
diamond.
up to 14 bigs and open jams on the button.
Okay.
Oh, pardon
Okay
me, we
with
do
the
see
five.
the action. It did not
5
involve
of 5.
Jimmy. Did have Zhou Quan opening in the cutoff, so a nice 3-bet jam taken there by Yoshiaki. Unfortunate that Jimmy woke up with the ace-queen, now needs a king or a jack, and that is going to be it. What a great run for the gentleman from Japan, Yoshiaki Kashino.
Yeah, fan favorite, of course. Just a beautiful run for the unconventional Japanese player.
Listen, Griffin, you were kind of perturbed by the pocket queens fold. We saw ace-queen suited and pocket eights hit the mark, but I mean, just look at this spot, you know, going for it from the button with king jack against Zhou Quan's open. Unlucky at the end. Could go deeper, but 14th place is just an incredible, memorable run.
Jimmy Guerrero quite animated today, I gotta say. Definitely a couple extra shots in that coffee.
And
But,
in case anybody's joining us in the coverage a little more recently, must mention how his wife
Yeah,
wins.
vibes are high, right? Vibes are high. His wife's crushing. He's deep in the main.
She has a bag in the 15K. She is leading the race to be player of the series. And once again, Griffin, I feel like I'm covering highlights. We're back to our feature. King Jack opens. Ace King suited +1. Zhao Wenji
Yeah, I'm not
thinking,
surprised shoving here, actually. Why not? 30 bigs. Don't risk getting 4-bet shoved by pocket sevens or something. You know, we're only playing 6-7 handed here. Oh my goodness! And Felipe Ketzer,
let's do it again.
actually, I don't think that thrilled by this shove. I mean, he's putting the chips in, of course, but he understands that this range is like Jack's Ace King plus, so he thinks he's probably going to be flipping a decent amount of the time.
You can't be too worried about aces, right? So
You're right. You're right.
Just kings,
Just
really?
I just mean in the context of like, okay, I have to do this.
yeah, you're right. Never easy to get the chips in the middle.
Good luck.
Now
Okay,
that
okay.
he sees he's flipping, I guess it just comes down to
Let's
where he's supposed to end up in this tournament. Is this the moment? Oh, you'd love to see it.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, okay. We don't need to.
They're going to watch it on the screen instead of the board. Takashi and Felipe,
What a lovely moment.
arm in arm.
I want some drama deserving of this beautiful moment between
And let's
these
go
two
home.
smiling
Together.
gentlemen. Something like a jack of clubs.
Pretty close. Doesn't change much, though.
No, yet?
Not yet. One more card.
I don't know.
The sportsmanship, the camaraderie, the way that a poker tournament is bonding, and the king comes in.
Oh, snap. Takashi couldn't help but give it the fist bump, getting there on the river. You gotta win flips to win a tournament, and Takashi Kawauchi is winning his share. Came in with a short stack, got crippled in the very first orbit,
Yeah, of course.
and now up to near 50 bigs.
Look
No
on
need.
the turn.
I didn't see.
Yeah, the disappointing walkout for Felipe. Just gonna process what could have been. That is the nature of the beast, unfortunately. And the players still dropping like flies. We're down to 12, Griffin, 3 away. 87K locked up. Griffin, pardon me, Andrew, I was gonna say, Comfortable opening any ace. Griffin, this might be the fastest main event, final 3 tables to final table we're ever likely to see.
And wow, somehow Takumi Iguchi, down to those 5 big blinds, is going to get a very fortuitous spot, likely 9s to 8s. Interesting spot for Onder. I think because of the way the ranges break down, he might just make a fold here. You know, there is a non-zero chance Kai Yang is trapping with this flat because of Takumi's stack. Let's see how Onder plays this. Yeah, well read.
Yeah, he's too keenly aware of the dynamics on the board, including how players such as Kai will play against him. And very favorable, as you mentioned, for Takumi. 7.4 in the middle now, 15 bigs. Quite a spin up considering he's down to 5 and change. Near triple up on offer. And 10-6 is clean. Seven actually changes nothing with the board paired.
8 and only an 8 sends Iguchi home. Look at that, he's still in there. Oh yeah. Little throat clear, little shake of the neck.
Reach into the hoodie pocket
The
and
adrenaline, yeah.
find a new lollipop maybe, because he's going to be sticking around. As far as power moves on feature tables go, I think a lollipop is pretty up there. I haven't seen that one in a while.
It's strong.
It's a very Sammy Farah toothpick for the 2026 generation kind of move. The only thing I would change, take away the LV hoodie and put on some Triton merch. Get the Triton merch karma going. It's been working out so far. So I took a slight dent. Under's dent, even less noticeable. Pocket pair, doesn't really matter what position. Wow, Under releases the pocket deuces, just goes to show how much he doesn't want to give away an inch.
You, man,
He doesn't want to be priced in
these
against his short
reshove
stacks. Yeah.
There's not a lot of post-flop play here.
With the 3 million stack in the mix, he knows that if he opens, he's going to be priced in with deuces. And he's just loving life. Would rather have the easy pickups. Very surprised by that fold.
I'm kind of surprised by this situation here. Actually, no, King 8's going to be a good check back here with King 8 of Hearts.
Limp in the small with the 6 deuce.
Continue.
Right,
hit that call button. You know that King High is good so often, Takashi. Ah. Bit tight, in my opinion. But some merit to playing a little tighter as one of these middle strong stacks. But, you know, I think chip leaders, they're not just always going to barrel off on Queen 10, 10, 2 spades. They're going to have hands like what he had. I think we can stick around for one, see what he does on the turn, you know? It's just a min bet.
Zhao NG, once again, could choose to put his big stack to work and decides to do so with the King Deuce. Gets a fold from the chip leader with the 9-4. Always a good result when Andre exits the pot. Sort of a co-table captain dynamic developing. I think Andre's stack is just undeniable, but Zhao NG has 112 bigs. We're playing 6-handed on our feature, 7-handed, pardon me, 6-handed on the secondary feature as well. So these two are essentially Zhao NG and Andre, that is. taking turns trying to steal. And this still feels like Zhao Wenji's turn because Ander is in the small blind. 10-9 suited, always getting opened. Tiny stack of Zhang. Has 3-4 suited, seems like a stop and go candidate to me.
Yeah, let's try to flop some equity here.
2.1 left behind. You call off another 500. 2.7 in the pot. As soon as you flop some equity, get in the remaining 1.7. I don't think you have fold equity on most boards, but when you do connect, you can actually get called by worse. Off to the crucial flop. There is the connection.
Yep. Front shove, and we might even possibly get a fold from 10-9 of clubs. Does have backdoor clubs. 10 and 9 likely good, and sometimes ahead of 7-8, 5-7, 3-5. Even 2-5 and 2-3 off might just peel this one chip, right? You're only playing 4 big blinds.
I think you just have to call here
Yeah.
just because you will be ahead of the straight draws, 8-7, 7-5, as you said, and then every once in a while you can just hit the 10 or the 9. Backdoor clubs working as well. Not to mention 56 million in Zhao's stack. Mind you, it would be an incredible result for Zhang if Zhao, for some reason, clicked the fold button.
You can see 30% getting the price, but lets it go. And I think that might be a small mistake from Zhao, simply because, you know, I don't even think a king is front shoving, right? It's just going to check. So your 10 and 9 are virtually always good, unless it's like you're dealing with a 10-4. So I think it's got to be a pure call, but is going to preserve the chips. Again, was still only 30% to win.
Yet another short stack hanging around. Hanging around.
One.
Zhang with the king jack in the small blind here needs to find a shove.
Yeah, this has to get into the middle. Look how wide Ander is opening, and of course should be opening with his chip stack on the button. We're playing 6 max. Great spot to take. Gets the better holding to hit the mark. Kayang has to let the ace-8 go. And the way Ander has been approaching these situations, he doesn't feel like he has the right price to give a short stack the opportunity to double up. Queen 8 is much weaker than some of the holdings we've seen him let go. Continues the trend.
I think it's fine. I think he's playing it nice and cool. He's going to get plenty of opportunities to keep increasing his stack with min raises. Eventually he's going to get hands, and he's going to call very correctly against these ranges. But you don't want to double up these players as well. Very capable. They're still sharks. They're just, you know, they're just a little injured right now. You're in a bit of megalodon status, but these sharks can get bigger if you give them enough food.
Wait, megalodons were smaller?
Oh, I'm saying he's the megalodon.
Oh, he's the megalodon.
Yeah, and these guys
I
are
really
like
have to look into megalodons.
great rights and tigers, but they can. I mean, you're messing up my metaphor here, bro.
You have a megalodon tooth at home, right?
Yes.
You're the expert for sure.
Oh, sorry.
Can we go dinosaurs instead? I get that a lot more. He's the T-Rex. They're the raptors.
No, because poker sharks, man. We're
That's
doing
true.
sharks because of the thing.
That is true.
Like, for instance, you're a whale.
Yeah.
And we actually had a funny conversation at dinner about whales, poker whales last night. We take exception to that term.
Nothing wrong with being a whale.
Yeah.
You know, sit on the beach, have a good time.
Wait, what? I don't think whales belong on the beach. That means they're having a tough time. Takumi's not having too tough a time here. Checking back this Queen 3 and his flop mid pair. Let's see how he navigates post flop. We've seen no opportunities for this Japanese player to play post flop today.
Well, action is on Kayang, who has flopped the open ender and the backdoor spades, and he's going to start attacking. He is the covering stack, which means he will pile on the pressure. Not much for Takumi to do with just flat call.
Yeah, and I
Jack
think
shouldn't really change much on this board.
But I don't know if it matters. I think if Takumi's prepared to fold that king jack at the hijack, maybe he would be perturbed by a two barrel here with just third pair, but he is getting the free river. Wow.
Kai Yang just gets there. Wouldn't have minded a turn stab from Takumi there. Not that it would have worked out any better. He actually would have put more chips into the middle, and Kai Yang would have certainly come along, but there's just so many hands. Kai Yang is just firing on the flop, checking and folding, which have a lot of equity.
But not this combo. I think that he might be check shoving this hand, so I don't know if it's hard to say if a bet was the right move. And now Takumi really has to think about this.
The line he's taken in position after checking behind pre-flop is to call a bet on the flop and check the turn. He needs to think about what hands he might have here. Certainly, a 5 will be a decent portion of that range.
Yeah, it's sneaky. Nice fold.
Yeah, he's certainly not top of range. Does realize that and let it go. And he's been just so good at holding on to a short stack. He's going to have to do it all over again, which is to say, find a spot, get it into the middle. Did get the double against this man right here, 9s versus 8s.
Thank you. Thank you.
QQPK, our title sponsor here at Triton. So supportive of us here. And they do it at the highest level, and they bring the action to poker fans all around the world. We got high stakes, sharp minds, no margin for error, where poker legends are made. Got the likes of Danny Tang, Webster Lim, Nishant Sharma, of course, rounding out those 4. Punat Poonsri, don't even get me started. Don't even get me started on Punat Poonsri. The guy's an absolute legend in the making. He's already a legend, frankly.
GPI player of the year,
yep.
Certainly. Legend status is being cemented.
So wait, he was GPI player of the year in 2025?
That's right.
And he's already, finishing top 3 in back-to-back super high rollers out in Paris last
And
week?
he's young and he's good looking
ago.
and he's the nicest guy you'll ever meet. So I don't know what to say, man. It's tough out there for you and I.
Wenji going to call with the 7-5 off, trying to hit something against the very beautiful Queen Jack of Hearts. Pardon me. Queen Jack of Spades. Yeah.
This is trouble. Jack 5 deuce. Middle pair for Zhao Wenji after defending the big. Should expect Kai Yang to be firing his entire range on a board like this. Zhao Wenji has plenty of chips. No need to get too crazy, just a check call.
Turn card. The 10 of hearts, which could slow down proceedings. I don't think Kai always wants to bet a third heart.
Yeah, it's part of the calculation as well when you check call, holding on to middle pair, right? There are so many action killers on the turn. I mean, even a wheel card right there could slow down Kai. Certainly, Zhao will have more of the suited holdings, as we do see the 4th heart on the board. Now, there's a theorem in Poker Griffin, where as soon as you have 4 of a same suit, you should be the first one bluffing at it. And I would have liked to see Zhao take that spot, but with the check behind from Kai, he was suspecting some hearts would be in the mix. I'm forgetting what it's called. I think it's called Clarkmeister's theorem. As soon as 4 to a suit appear on the board, just stab at it. They don't always work, but when they do, they feel very scientific.
We have hearts, so what is that?
And ace for under, he's been raising these.
Yeah.
Let's watch Disney movies.
As he should.
One.
Yeah, taking the blocker, hoping players don't wake up.
No resistance, still the small blind. King 10-0 for Zhao NG. Not wanting to play out of position with the bigger stack and the King 10. And the Robbie for Takashi. Not playable, I know. Yep, it's not suited, Takashi. Slowly makes it hit the muck. Bit of a sheepish fold there. Looks like he just wants to be in the mix, Takashi. Seemed just disappointed not to be able to defend his big. Did see him take a stand early against the chip leader on his table at the time, Shota. If I had to pick a candidate about who puts up the fight if Under just starts running over the table, it would have to be Takashi Kawauchi. Hates letting the chip leader get away with it.
Onder's big blind now. Saying, balancing his timing under the gun. Kai Yang, very playable. Sixes at the hijack. Gonna start with it. Min raise. Gets through. Iguchi quickly gets through. Wenji. Takashi won't have much to say about it with Jack 7, so it's all up to Onder in the big blind.
Yeah, it's that time of the tournament, isn't it, Griffin, where you do start tanking a little bit. There's an outer table going on. We're 3 away from the final table. 15 seconds pre-flop is what we give without reaching into the Triton tempo, which is to say the time bank. And not surprised to see Takashi take some of it.
Yeah, and a very clear call from the big for Onder, 9-8 suited. Very fair fight. Look at that, 50 to 49. And advantage to Kai. Just a little baby protection bet here should clear out Onder.
But can he find it? He decides to check behind. Too worried about the big stack continuing. Now a great card for Kai Yang. Reduces the chance that Under had a queen. The big aces might be 3-betting from the big, so the range looking much more favorable. Don't forget, Under will be defending. I'd say maybe 80% of his range, so pocket sixes are way ahead of that.
I like this delay instead of checking again, simply because you have aces and queens in your range, even when you check them back here. Takes her down. A very cool and collected chip leader in Onder Balanus here. The Spaniard playing excellent poker after an incredible bluff attempt from JPRS that created this massive, massive chip lead, somehow vaulting over our other chip leader to start the day, Shoto Nakanishi.
Ace queen suited for Zhao NG. I suspect he's had enough of the tinier stacks playing back at him.
Bit of a cocky open here from Yang, maybe playing some momentum, and is going to get punished from Zhao.
I think Yang targeting the fact that Under was in the small to a certain extent, least likely to get involved.
Yeah, it's still king 9 off under the gun though.
Should be a quick release, now that it's likely to get folded back to Kai. Always curious how much somebody postures on the feature, considering your opponent will see the hand later. But the way we were losing players, I mean, you can really start dreaming about folding your way to the final table with even a stack as small as Kai Yang's, about 13 million after that failed open. With 3 stacks, 50 million and above. The remaining 6 spots in the final table will be pretty small if you think about the average between the 6 of them.
Sevens for Aguchi. Got to find this shove here. 6-handed, 11 big blinds. Instead goes for a raise, which is extremely problematic. We've seen many different situations where some of these players have been opening off short stacks. These hands don't have blocker properties, so you need to sort of be very careful. And Wenji with the decision with his sevens. Looks like he wants to flip in the call.
Yeah, thank you.
And does.
Hockey sticks versus hockey sticks. Are you excited as a Canadian? Haven't seen this one in a while.
Makes me miss home, man.
Kai Yang doesn't know how good a time this would be to defend and come along.
But it's kind of a brutal hand against these ranges, to be honest. Expecting so many dominating queens and jacks, but hard not to flip in that one chip. You know, maybe you're up against 4 sevens.
No scope of improvement in the form of a set for either of the 7s, so it's just about the board, and it is queen high. Kai Yang way in the lead, and now the question is, how does Takumi feel multi-way? Is he going to be tempted to take one small stab? There's no ace, no king. That's the first sigh of relief. But Chao Wen-ji calling from the hijack is going to make him pause. Look at the 0% next to the 7s. That is just brutal. Queen 8-8. Now actually, if Kai can find the check, should activate one of the 2 remaining players. But he's going for it. Can't blame him. Wouldn't mind the hand being over with the backdoor spades coming in. Can extract value from a hand such as, let's say, pocket 9s instead of pocket 7s in this spot.
Yeah.
And he is extracting from the 0%. Pocket 7s do call. Bit ambitious for Zhao to be putting Kai on a bluff. But now with the queen coming in, it's a bit easier as well. How much credit can you give your opponent for a queen? 2 of them on the board. Mind you, Zhao has been counterfeited. He's actually playing queens and 8s with a 7. So doesn't even have a bluff catcher anymore.
Yeah, but Kai is going to be inclined to bet because he wants to target those pocket 9s and sort of like ace 10 of spades type hands that might find some big call on the river. Nice takedown there for Yang. Great result given the range disadvantage pre-flop. Somehow found himself against the same hands. Pocket 7s for both players. Flops that queen, makes a boat. Is now up to 33 big blinds as the blinds are going up. 300, 600. Price of poker increasing. So those 33 big blinds are actually going to shrink to more like 27.
McKinsey in chat says waiting on mystery hands. So are we, my friend. So are we. An ace for under on the cutoff. Let's
1-2.
open it up.
Up to our... Oh,
Pocket
look
jacks
at this.
for the tiny stack.
And now Onder might just be committed.
He keeps finding himself in this spot.
Seven
as
and
you
a
do
half
expect.
now. Put in 2. What about the math here?
2.8 to call, 6.1 in the middle.
If you
do
know, if
have
you
to-
expect your 30%.
Yeah, exactly. You're getting the 30% odds, and certainly with his stack, you can play chip EV. So I suspect a call is coming. There it is. Your math at this point. So Takumi Oguchi now looking to get up to 9 million. He keeps getting it in very favorable spots pre-flop.
But the math will catch up to you eventually. Is this the time that the 29%er is going to take out Oguchi? Safe so far, 6, 3, 6, 2 spades. Something like a 3, 4, 7 would be interesting. Even a deuce. Come
There
on,
it
dude.
is. There it is.
Come on.
Never easy, always a sweat.
I'm telling you, I'm not looking at that other screen that might spoil. It's just, I always do this. 4 or an ace, and this is our 12th place finisher.
Too many deuces. Quick nod and a realization that he's back up to 15 bigs. He keeps finding a way to do this. 9 lives for Takumi Oguchi. Just the way the stacks are distributed, I will say that pretty surprised to see he only jumps 1 spot on the leaderboard, Griffin. 9th place is Issei Maeda with 18 bigs himself, having spun up his stack.
Yeah, and Zhang Shota is now our table short stack with 5 million, good for 8 blinds. And over on the other table, Timur Mukhamedinov. I can do better than that. Timur Mukhamedinov just has 5 big blinds. He's in trouble with 3.15 million. So trying to play down to the final table of 9.
It is pretty incredible that barring the very recent elimination of Yoshiaki, the 5 Japanese players we started with still in the mix. 4 left after that elimination. 14th place for Yoshiaki.
Quite a tight fold there by Takeshi Kawauchi. We talked about how, frankly, ridiculous his ace-jack fold was 3-handed in the Genesis, which in some ways may have cost him his ability to get second or potentially winning, and now just folding ace-10 off under the gun and giving queen-5 off a walk. It seems to be a bit of a... I understand it comes from a place of strategy, but it seems to be a bit of leak in his game. Just folded ace-10 there under the gun.
Yep, 600. We'll also note that Under folded an ace, considering that the big blind was actually Zhao NG, so he's really trying to avoid difficult spots. He'd also take the slightest dent to his stack.
The thing is, too, there's just been no exploitative... I understand, look, the tournament chip leader's on your left, but he hasn't really been 3-betting you. Even with the king-jack, he just called on the button. So it's not like you're getting abused by the tournament chip leader. I think you can open ace-10. 9s for Wenji. See how he plays this small blind against the aforementioned Takashi. Starting with a raise. 4x, queen 4 in the bin.
No action, but quite surprised with the 4x as well. Really willing to define his own range. We've seen him actually choose various sizes with various holdings. Not recommended usually, you want to be balanced. I don't know how many bluffs he's 4xing with. Small versus big, especially 6-handed, final 2 tables. I think the dynamic will repeat enough. such that you can start balancing the other side. Let's see if he goes 4x the next time he has something like a king deuce.
Jack 10 for our table shorty. Gonna find a fold. All the way to Wenji. Second in chips. Respecting Onder's big blind and ×2. Onder gets an ace walk. You have to wonder, someone like Onder, obviously coming from Spain, does he have a relationship with someone like Adrian Mateos, widely regarded as maybe the best in the world, certainly the best player in Spain. Kai Yang activated with the king 9 off under the gun, queen 9 suited, maybe more playability, but deciding I'm not going to get my hand stuck in the cookie jar again. 6s for Takumi. Again, maybe a difficult hand to play on 14 big blinds and just should be played as a shove here.
Yeah, we saw it with the pocket 7s. He got into a lot of trouble. Now opens the pocket 6s, and surely Onder comes after it with ace-jack from the small.
Yeah, and Onder, I think, can just go all in here, right? The big blind only has 8 big blinds. He recognizes that Takumi has a pretty tight range. And look what you're doing here now. You're folding out flip equity with these 6s, because I imagine Iguchi's intention isn't to be calling all in.
I think he must be considering it to the extent that he has opened the pocket 7 as well. He's just playing some of his stronger holdings as an open instead of a shove. I know you're flipping at best, but every once in a while...
He's not calling.
You don't think so?
No.
Never?
Never. Not this player.
You got to know your own image as well, because Onder would not go after it with something like ace-5 the way he would against a player who's opening much wider off a bigger stack. So I hear you. I think there's a small chance.
3, 2, 1,
0 as in 0 chance.
Snap, fold. Griffin Bender on point with the predictions.
2张人头
You do start wondering in his shoes, though, have you induced this action with the second time mid-open? Have you taken a moment to just admire Onder's record at this Triton ONE festival?
Yeah.
I mean, this is the stuff of legends. 3 events played, not counting the main. 3 events cashed, including 4th place at the 10K 7-handed event. 227K for his efforts there. 8th place, which is to say the final table bubble, in the 5K 7-handed.
So I'm glad you're bringing this up. Sorry to cut you off, but this is potentially player 1.
Absolutely.
Right? Like, I mean, I don't know how the math for it works, but I bet if he finishes top 3, he's got it locked up. And certainly a great opportunity to do so with the monster chip lead here.
But you never know with T-Win backing the 15K high roller.
Touche. Tough field, though. Hasn't stopped her before.
Can take a quick look at the player leaderboard as well on the Triton Poker Plus app. Yeah, he's in the 12th spot at the moment, 402 points. So T-Win well in the lead, but of course that doesn't include any results from the main event. And as far as probabilities go, looks like Onder will be making it to the final table. 24% of the chips in play still. I like this. It's going to be a sweat for player 1. G gets busy with just ace-4.
Yeah, I like this. I think that he can really share the load, to quote Samwise Gamgee, when it comes to chip lead bullying on this table. Onder's not really that interested in bossing him around. He's got a lot of chips.
Yeah, I think Zhao's noticed.
Yeah, and Zhao's just also attacking the pretty tight big blind of Iguchi. Quickly folds the 9-5, pretty standard. Nice takedown there, pre-flop.
Jacket is off for Takashi.
Yeah, keep an eye on him. I think his strategy at this point is to do everything he can to just make the final table, which he's entirely justified in doing. He's sitting there with 34 big blinds. A lot of pressure can be put on him by the 2 chip leaders. I think maybe a bit of an over-adjustment, over-correction, folding a hand like ace-10 under the gun, but does come from a place of strategy, I think.
Mind you, Griffin, he's in the running for player 1 as well.
Oh, wow, very good
Points-wise,
point.
just 15 or 20 points behind Andre. Secondary feature action. Let's check in. It's been a while. You see Maeda. Opening with the chip leader on his left. Shota doesn't come after it.
Folded to Xiao Hu Liu, King Jack off, dominating Maeda's Queen Jack. Playing about 16, 17 big blinds effective, is going to put in the call. Let's see what the flop brings. Bit of a loose open from Maeda here at the hijack with those big players, and now he's going to find reason to at least lose 1 street here. This is a board that super favors the aggressor. A very surprising check back. And Kavachi in the background. Pokemon. And here comes Xiaohu, and I'm very surprised to see Maeda just, wow, like some sort of radar.
Loses the absolute minimum.
I mean, the absolute minimum would have been open fold pre, which is very justified. I'm such a troll, sorry.
You just never know with the dynamics. I mean, I see your point. The fact that he was able to check behind and lose the minimum means he has a bit of a read on Liu there. Not to mention, Shota, Mr. Giggles himself, tends to get super activated sometimes, but then sometimes Maeda realizing that he can't take the spot. Maybe Shota's raised a few too many hands and he expects him to be a bit more snug.
Timur now has 2 of his 5 big blinds in the pot. He might be heading home. There is the aforementioned Nakanishi.
That's pessimistic, Griffin.
What? What'd you say?
He's going to be all in, I'll grant you that. Might not be heading home. Gotta think positive.
It's true.
Look at this. Comes down to the small. Does pick up an ace.
So what's the trend with these cute little bears and their glasses? We saw Martin Nielsen with someone as well. Do you know about this brand or?
I don't. Maybe everybody's just copying Martin Nielsen.
Oh, that'll do it. Jack 9 of hearts. Let's run it. Fair fight. 55% to 44. Here we go. Pretty interesting flop. King 10 deuce, 2 clubs, 1 heart. You can see the percentages largely unchanged. 58 for the ace high, 42 now with that gut shot, backdoor flush draw. Bad turn card for Timur. Gonna need one of those outs I mentioned, or he's going home in 12th place.
And now's the time for the stand-up, for the one time.
Wheel. And the swift walk-off.
Great performance, though. What a great run. 12th place and 87K, which means we do make the next pay ladder. 98K. Almost a six-figure score guaranteed here at the Triton ONE main event. Just like that, we're 2 away from the final table.
And would you look at that? 26 big blinds for Liu. He's in there. As we head back to our feature table. $11 players remain. We're playing down to 9. There are some short stacks, including 2 on our feature table. Just 6 big blinds for Zhang Shota, 11 for Takumi Iguchi.
So as we see this walk for Jawa and G Griffin, thanks to what has been one of the wildest rides, going down from 24 to 11, kicking off the coverage today, we do have an update in the programming. Looks like we are going to be playing down to potentially 6 players. So we will form the final table, come back, of course, give the final 9 their flowers, celebrate this incredible achievement, kick off the final table, and play till about 8:30, I believe, or the final 6 players, whatever comes first.
Yeah, the way this has gone down so far, very, very fast and furious. I think it makes sense. Onder very much now activating pretty wide with the Jack-9 off. Just deciding, okay, players are really going to start tightening up. They really want to make that final table. They want to get in that photo. I think I'm recognizing that Takashi Kavauchi is playing quite tight, but not so tight that he'll let go of the dominating Jack-10 of spades. But it might not matter. If there's not a connection between this Jack-9 and 10, it's just going to be all Onder, and that's exactly the kind of flop that is going to be good for him once he puts out the bet.
Easy bet and take down. To the extent he finds it. Wanted to on board, but an ace. Certainly a card you will represent. It's almost about balancing and making sure you're not played back at too often, because it's too obvious. He chooses not to represent it and actually does hit one of the action cards in the deck. Middle pair for Onder now, and open-ender for Takashi, almost forcing his hand in terms of staying in the pot. Onder's one of the few stacks that can have a suited hand from UTG, including the flush on the board, so his range is still somewhat uncapped. I don't think Takashi can play back at him, especially considering the ICM. And now 1.5 million being asked, not the greatest bet to be looking at. On the one hand, you have a lot of equity with the open-ender, but the board is monotone. Reverse implied odds could be in the mix. But you can't just go folding Jack-10 suited after the open-ender too easily. How tight is Takashi playing at this stage of the tournament? I think we're about to find out. He lets it go. I don't think Onder needed the 9 to come in there, but it did reveal his pole position and the pressure he can put on a stack with as many big blinds as 31. Takashi Kawauchi letting go of the Jack-10. Suited ace for the small stack of Zhang Shota now. Zhang has to get it in. The very next hand, he would be putting in a third of his chips. An ace-10 for Kai Yang. It's not a comfortable situation with all the players left to act behind, 4 of them to be precise. But you have ace-10. As we can see, Zhang is going to be super wide. He knows what to do, does make the call. He can get abused to the extent somebody wakes up with a big holding, but ace-10 is mighty strong, 6-handed. Just in terms of how we see consensus play there, would have loved to see him tank a little bit, because when you just flat call there, you have to represent the fact that you can have a monster so that somebody doesn't come after you too easily. All the same, though, Zhang at risk.
Huge flop for Zhang. Increase his equity to 45%. Of course, a 7 will also chop proceedings. It's not a good turn card. Gonna need a 10-7 or any one of those 8 diamonds listed beside the 2 that he has. Huge river card for Zhang as he tries to claw his way to this final table. And pardon me, that pair of 10s actually was a killer. No more chop outs, just the diamonds. And Zhang is eliminated.
And just like that, we are on the final table bubble. Zhang Shota leaving us in 11th place. Amazing run and a near 6-figure score. But at this point, it just all feels like disappointment, doesn't it, Griffin?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think you appreciate that when you're short stacked, a lot of versions of this story has you getting eliminated before the final table. But, you know, all things considered, some decent pay jumping. As we look at our remaining 10 players, of course, highlighted by the 3 massive stacks representing, I mean, 320 blinds between them, very unheard of. And you look at the other ones, and this kind of explains maybe why the tightness of a player like Kavauchi. I mean, he really needs to wait out some of these shorter stacks, and he has done so, and has a very good chance of making the final table. Jimmy Guerrero doing really well to chip up over on that other table. And we're going to send you to commercials and be right back for a couple more minutes before a break.
Here is where legends reside. Only a few stand in the spotlight.
Humphreys just won his 5th.
But most begin at a different table, a stage of its own. A path you must take. The distance to the top isn't talent. It's the path. QQPK, your new poker path.
The best players don't leave chips sitting on the table, and you shouldn't leave crypto sitting still either. With Jupiter Lend, put your crypto to work. Earn passive returns or borrow against what you own without having to sell a thing. It's your crypto. Make it work for you. Just use Jupiter Lend at jupe.ag.
So Zhang Shota, our 11th place finisher, obviously was playing short stacked for pretty much most of, if not all of today. And, you know, obviously it's disappointing. You fall short of the final table, but there's something that needs to be said, sort of the way that ICM works. I mean, he has pay laddered to a $98,000 score. $100,000 score in any event is pretty darn impressive. Of course, most players looking at that top prize, especially our 3 chip leaders between, you know, Onder with an incredible day. Shota just continuing to do what he's been doing. He's been floating around 55, 60 million this whole time. And then, of course, our third one in there, Wenji, just doing really, really well. So they're obviously the 3 favorites right now, but everyone else is sort of jockeying for position, and I think it's going to be really exciting to get down to that final 9.
Yeah, I've been really amazed to see some of the stacks like Zhao Wenji navigating despite having Under on the table with him, and must commend some of the stacks that were on the secondary feature table that we didn't see navigate. The likes of Zhou Quan, who we did see 5 million plus in Triton earnings, navigate his way to the final 10 over here. Want to shout out someone like Liu Xiaohu as well, who has been essentially holding on to a medium stack, and that's not easy to do, not with the action and the madness that we've been seeing. In the final 3 tables, down to 10 in just a couple of hours here, Griffin, starting from the final 24.
Yeah, nothing is promised to these 3-chip leaders. A lot can change. One of these 30 big blind stacks can double through them. A lot can happen. A lot can shift, and it's going to be all about how those 3 players, I think, put pressure on these middling stacks because of the pressure of these sub 20 big blinds. So we'll see how it goes. Again, that's what things look like here at 300, 600. We're going to be playing, about. Well, we'll see what happens. We're trying to get down to that final table, and then obviously a redraw. So we'll see how it all shakes up.
Yeah, we do have one tiny stack you see there in the form of Takumi Eguchi. Now this man just hangs around. He has been nursing a short stack for a while. Still has 10 bigs. Blinds are at 300, 600. He's been working his magic, but 5-handed with monster stacks next to him. The situation gets tougher and tougher for him. I'm assuming that's a new lollipop, although it's tough to say. You never know whether he thinks of the previous one as good luck or not. Let's see when he can find a spot to get his chips into the middle.
A familiar theme here between Zhao Wen-Jie and Onder Valinus, just sort of taking turns, raising, maybe a little respect between the 2 players, being like, hey, look, we're the only guys that can really hurt each other. Let's just do our thing here. No need to come after each other in the way that, JP Raosu went after Onder in that incredible bluff. As we take a look at the outer table, there's Jimmy Guerrero peeling back his cards in the big blind, facing an open from Shota Nakanishi. Flopping best in a lot of ways with this open-ended straight draw, backdoor flush draw. There was a little chatter, if you remember, Vidor, between these 2 players about like, oh, you're raising my big blind with king 8 off, etc. Jimmy really likes to get, in my experience, under the skin a little bit of players. Very vocal, very strong, proud French man.
Well, he's certainly going to be sticking around, as we can see the equities. But it's the playability that comes into question with the range advantage as well. A big continuation that has been flat called. Check call with the 5-4. And now the ace, a tricky card that Shota will no doubt be tempted to represent.
Yeah, and now that the pot has ballooned to almost 10 million, how does Shota feel about this ace? Because, Jimmy's got some aces in his range. Ace deuce, ace 6, ace 7, ace 5, ace 4 maybe.
I don't love the check back there, though, I have to say. The board has just gifted you an opportunity to just really put pressure on the 6s, 7s, even hands as wide as we can see, the straight draws. You have to take that opportunity. Had the king of diamonds as well. Could consider a triple barrel candidate to the extent a diamond came.
Yeah, the more I think about it, actually, we kind of have to, based on the sizing on the flop, we have to eliminate most aces that aren't already a pair. But Jimmy is going to go for it. And quite an opportunity for Nakanishi to potentially make an incredible king high call, considering the 8-9s, the 4-5s, maybe the 8-5 suiteds and the like. Decent amount of draws missed. Let's see what the sizing was for Guerrero. And Shota looks suspicious. Oh, very suspicious. He's doing a, I would only do this with value, kind of
milky bluff.
15% pot bet. I would only do this as a blocker bet with a 7, so you shouldn't bother calling with your king high. This is very, very advanced stuff. He's just hoping that Nakanishi has something like what he has, maybe a king high, jack high, that feels like they would be getting milked. This is a really interesting play from Guerrero.
It's very easy to just look at the cards and demand you have to go with the math. Just need to be ahead maybe 1 out of 8 times, but you also just don't like the feeling of being milked, which is to say value bet to a tiny amount, targeting exactly the kind of hand that Shota has. The problem for Shota is he's played his hand face up, not betting the ace. Every once in a while you're getting tricky, but most of the time you are looking at a hand such as King 10, maybe something like pocket 3s, pocket 4s.
King 10, not the greatest hand to have because you do block something like 10-8 and 10-9 with backdoor flush draws. I think the offsuit variety would fold to pot size on the flop, but maybe the suited would continue.
Yeah, marginal favoring of King Jack, I suppose, but given how wide Jimmy would be defending the big, check calling on the flop and then check on the turn. the real consideration is your opponent making this advanced play that you just pointed out, Griffin, the milky-sized bluff? Or do you just think at this stage in the tournament, they're valuing their chips too much? I think if you give Jimmy Guerrero the credit for being as good a poker player as he is, you can consider calling this off.
I just feel the energy of him reaching for those cards and sliding them in.
He's well into his time, mind you. You can see the clock ticking down, 1:45 left. Nice shot by the excellent production team there. 140 remaining.
Nice.
Does make the correct call. These guys are just too good, man.
Yeah, really, really, frankly, great bluff. Very creative, very advanced, and a nice breakdown in his head with Shota. And man, that's going to be a big confidence boost. Vaulting him to 67 million, well over what he started with, around 54 million. So he's been doing great work. A little overshadowed across the first handful of levels by Onder. But still doing damage over there. One of the favorites in the event.
Not only second place in chips, but now approaching Onder's stack.
Main character energy. That's Shota, Nakanishi.
Quick look at the situation. Shortest stack remains Takumi. 10 bigs and a dream. 111 blinds, catching up to Anders. 121 for Shota. 100 for Zhao Wenji.
And remember, 300 million chips in play, according to my man over here. And that looks to be 100-ish between Nakanishi and, well, Guerrero. And then Anders and Wenji, another 130. That's pretty remarkable. Between the four players, you know.
Yeah, I can take a look at the Triton Poker Plus app to be extremely precise. Average stack 31 million times 10 players, so 310 million in play. And this is just remarkable because whenever we reach the final table, there's going to be some massive stacks battling it out. We're plenty deep. Mind you, the average stack is 50 bigs plus. Gotta love it, Griffin. We do expect every main event to be different and special this time around. We saw the duopoly forming, and now it's become a bit of an oligopoly. You just mentioned Jimmy Guerrero becoming a big participant. Of course, Shota, Anders, Zhao remain the big three. Going down from 24 to 10 players in just a matter of a couple of hours, 3 levels to be precise. Still playing the 300, 600K level.
Question for Takumi, can he outlast, I say, Maeda? Only one that is remotely close to him. Every other player in that 8-figure club.
It's one of those situations for Takumi that is that either you find the double or you don't, and once you do, then suddenly you're vaulted above even Joe Kwan. It's not like Iguchi has a stack of something like 5 and 6 bigs where the other stacks feel really handcuffed. I know you want to make the final table, but if I was in, let's say, Issei Maeda's spot with 14 bigs, I wouldn't just simply wait for Iguchi to bust. I would certainly just be picking my spots and trying to get into the final table with a shot to go for the 1.6 million up top.
Onder with the pocket kings.
Yeah, that seems fair.
And an accidental limp from Takashi Kavachi, who's been playing pretty snug, really respecting how much he can be 3-bet by the likes of Onder.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it? This could throw off the way the hand goes, because if Takashi opens and he gets 3-bet, the sizing would be a lot bigger, a huge portion of his stack would be asked for. And now with the king-queen, he might feel like he's forced to continue.
I think you can just make a tight fold here. I caution to be results-oriented based on the actual holdings, but, you know, you really wouldn't call a 3-bet here. It's not like Onder is just making it 3x.
But that's what I mean. You wouldn't call it 3-bet, but now with the accidental limp,
It's just such less chips, yeah.
you're perceiving it differently. Might just be thinking, pardon me, that his limp is being attacked by a range much wider than Andre is supposed to be 3-betting.
I mean, he has more room to 4-bet fold. It's a good candidate, but it's not against the pocket kings. Maybe he's considering just making it 4.5 million here, but I just think it's probably best to allow these shorter stacks to bust out. Stick to the plan, Takashi.
If Andre had a stack even as low as, let's say, 50 million, where the 20 million dent from your stack would make a huge difference to the ICM value of his chips, I could really understand going for it, the 4-bet that is, because you're at least suggesting that you will cause serious damage. But
it's not going to change the actual hand value of Onder, right? Whether he has 50 or 70 million. If he just has, you know, ace 7 suited and he's not prepared to 5-bet shove it in.
Oh yeah, you do get those
I mean?
hands to just hit the marks, certainly.
And now he's found himself with a pot of 5.7 million, severely disadvantaged, only drawing to that 4-outed jack. Let's see what Onder goes with. He's loving this flop so much. Doesn't expect to see a ton of queen jacks. Whereas something like an ace 10 suited, pocket 10s, you know, ace queen, ace jack, certainly in the range, and will like to continue to 1.8.
Do not blame the check call there from Takashi. Things are getting quite hairy. 9 million in the middle. He's looking for a jack for comfort. Instead it comes at 10. Any ace now has the best kicker. Under with the boat.
King's full now.
Unblocks the ace, so I expect him to just continue building.
Yeah, with 9.3 out there, right, he's probably going to want to set up something for a shove on the river. Something in the range of...
Yeah, you can go Geo with about 40%.
Yeah.
$3.5.
3.5.
That's about 40%.
And here is Takashi's opportunity. Get out of this hand. Save your 24-ish big blinds. It seems obvious when you're watching at home and you're in the booth, because in which the way you are potentially drawing dead against the top end value, but yeah, I'm really surprised by this call here. I mean, this is just like...
He's called relatively quickly as
even
well.
If, yeah.
I'm quite surprised. He could have some 10s. Certainly could have some aces as played. So king, queen, not that strong. Certainly some reverse implied odds if you hit the jack as well, as we do see Under having the pocket kings. I mean, you block a king, so certainly don't expect pocket kings, but pocket ace is possible. And now left with just a king on the king ace 10-10-7 board.
Yeah,
really not worth much.
This is just this is a bit of a blow up here from Takashi. I mean, for someone who has made such a point to play tight in certain spots, respecting how important it is not to get in this situation, right? I mean, it's like starting with the misclick, which is already in some ways a big mistake, because he then got ISO'd 3.5x and felt like he should call. You don't want to be in these out of position spots against a chip leader that is going to be balanced between just...
Okay.
Wait just a second. All in, of course, from the pocket kings and the snap call from Takashi. The dealer pauses, the cards being revealed, and now that they are, we find out that Takashi has check called all three streets
I think I lose.
to be eliminated on the final table bubble. You mentioned the word blow up. I cannot help but agree. At the final table bubble, Takashi Kawauchi does not believe and hands over his stack to Under Valinas.
I'm a bit speechless, I'll be honest. An incredible turn of events here with 10 left. I have so many things to say. A part of me wants to be gentle because of how well Takashi has played over the course of this series, but an unbelievable collapse. I'll be honest, given the situation. 30 big blinds, you're pretty much guaranteed, close to guaranteed, a spot at the final table. But doing it with a sort of resigned smile on his face, and you got to appreciate that. And like the cheering, I think he's proud of
I love that.
how well he's played in this series.
Anytime somebody is able to find the smile after being eliminated at the final table bubble, you have to just bow down in respect. Takashi Kawauchi check calling all 3 streets against the flop set and turn full house of Andre Valinas. Sometimes you just wonder, is this just your tournament? 91 million chips for Andre going into the final table. That's a third of the chips in play.
And hard to say who's happier between Onder and Takumi Iguchi, who has just been nursing this sub 10 big blind stack for most of the day. Did find a double up to get himself around that 14 big blind mark at one point. But yeah, I mean, he must be absolutely thrilled to get that pay jump, to be on the final table, to have a chance, you know?
If I had to guess, I would say he's happier. And that's a great find because he does lock up 117,000 now. And of course, he is on the final table of the Triton ONE main event here in Jeju. I mean, what else could you ask for?
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot we want to say about that hand. Maybe we can get to it. We're going to end up going to a break for this final table. We really want to talk more about that hand. Maybe we should even process it. Everyone at home to process it. But we have our final table. We're going to go on a pretty lengthy 25-minute break, give all the players some time to get settled, and final table here at Triton ONE main event.
Here is where legends reside. Only a few stand in the spotlight.
Pumphrey's just won his 5th.
But most begin at a different table, a stage of its own. A path you must take. The distance to the top isn't talent. It's the path. QQPK, your new poker path.
The best players don't leave chips sitting on the table, and you shouldn't leave crypto sitting still either. With Jupiter Lend, put your crypto to work. Earn passive returns or borrow against what you own without having to sell a thing. It's your crypto. Make it work for you. Just use Jupiter Lend at jupe.ag.
Okay, so 1 data point so far, Griffin. We're not playing as wide as 8-3-0. And good timing for it. Ace-King for Martin Nielsen. I mean, jokes aside, there are some hefty stacks to his left. Martin Nielsen, one of them, 23 million for him. 1 spot away from Ander. Pocket Queens.
Wow.
That's the other big stack.
Wow.
Zhao Wenji.
This is going to be a big clash between the 3rd in chips, Zhao Wenji, and 5th in chips, Martin Nielsen. These are the kind of mid-late position coolers that are often going to elicit, you know, tournament-defining coin flips. As we go to an outer table, this better be good.
Yeah, because we could have 45 million in the middle over there, and we do have an all-in situation. Issei Maeda at risk. King 5 will seal it. Coming back to the tricky situation developing.
Easy flop. No sweat. No sweat.
Two more clubs.
Jack on the turn ends it. I mean, it was already pretty ended.
So I mean, before we cut back, I wonder if there is a world where the Ace-King doesn't 4-bet. But the way Martin Nielsen plays, as we've been seeing across the festival, he's just so aggressive, so active, that he would love for somebody to be 3-betting so he can play back this time with the goods, and he's just ripped it all.
I was going to say, this seems like more of what he wants to do. And he does call, and is very surprised to see that he's suddenly all in and flipping for a final table average stack, probably.
Akio Ace. Akio Ace. Oh, my word.
Oh, and he's kissing Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Will Martin Nielsen also be the boy who lived?
That is the question as we head to the board. 47 million, 3rd place on the leaderboard is on offer with the pot.
You can see the surprise in Martin Nielsen's face when it's called. He's like, oh, I'm guessing I'm against Queens or Ace King. Bad start. Oh.
Akio 3.
Akio 3, he says. Nice Harry Potter nerd reference right there. Summoning the 3.
Oh my God, that is so nerdy. I love it.
Okay.
And attention
Bad
players,
card for
in the
Martin.
hierarchy,
Good.
please take your seats.
Spade is good.
Our event is coming back from
Akio
right
Ace,
after
Akio
big
King,
moves.
Akio 3.
King. Here you go.
Oh, it's a spade. It's the Avada Kedavra instead, Griffin.
Yeah.
The death of Martin Nielsen.
Ay, ay, ay.
Yeah. Cover.
Painful.
It's over?
Gearing up for the Super High Roller Series. GG. Certainly the 69K score will help. Amazing run. Nothing you can do in those spots. Gotta win the flips. Not this time for Martin. Down to 15. King for Takashi. Sometimes it just starts feeling like we're commentating over highlights, Griffin. The past 2 hours felt this way, and all of a sudden, the big flips, and now Takashi will be going for it.
Oh my goodness. Well, looks like the poker gods were thinking, let's get down to that final table early. There's a game show to watch later. Show game? Show game.
And a game show, if we so desire. Another cooler. Unfortunate for Roman Stoica. Thus far, 30% equity.
Good luck.
Probably happy to get his chips in there with the overlay from the
Little
opener.
sportsmanship. Roman was 1 card away from having 11 million. Now he finds himself all in for 10. Again, was all in ace-king against Yoshiaki's king-jack. River was a jack.
Probably seeking some sort of justice after that jack on the river. 559 doesn't help at all. From space. Does it appear? Oh, the king just ends it.
A disappointed Roman Stoica bubbling another final table here at Triton ONE. Has been playing pitch perfect in my opinion. And Takashi Kavauchi just is absolutely on fire here at Triton ONE. Has vaulted himself all the way into King 10 for our massively stacked Zhao Wenji. I think we definitely could have justified an open here, but you can see Kavachi actually waking up with a big one. Ace-queen suited from the cutoff. And has to get through Onder, who could go either way with this king-jack. I can promise you he's entering the pot. The question becomes, Vidor, does he go with 3-bet or call?
Yeah, why not? Certainly can't take the 3-bet option. Chooses to go with the call. Part of the reason it's 3-bet is to really just put the pressure on a stack that could be good enough to make it to the final table with just a bit of hanging on. I think the ICM pressure is possible to be applied. This is the moment to do it. And the term of hand selection, understandable to just want to take a flop with King-Jack, and why not?
Yeah, I just think I like the flat because King-Jack almost feels too strong in this particular situation to be 3-bet folding. You know, he's expected to be 3-betting a lot from the button, you know? He's expected to put pressure on this middling stack. So I just think King-Jack is nice enough. Like, I think he 3-bets King-10 off here. I think that he 3-bets a lot of suited kings maybe, you know? But maybe King-Jack is just
one pip,
a
you
bit
think?
too, yeah. I think it's 1 pip, and now he's doing a very cheeky check back. I love this.
It's interesting that with Takashi's hand, I would have expected him to 4-bet jam, considering Under will be 3-betting the lightest. But yeah, you do get folds from a lot of better holdings as well, because Takashi has over 30 bigs to start the hand. Do you want to put it in? And you do have
But he
a
didn't
lot of
3-bet
short
him, though.
stacks.
He didn't 3-bet him, though. He flatted.
You mean Under?
Yeah.
Yeah, I meant if he did, in
Oh, if he
fact,
did,
pull
yes,
the
yes,
trigger.
yes.
Yeah.
It's curious, actually. You're saying that 35 big blinds. Maybe Takashi does just call.
Yeah, it's
Telling
time
you
to.
what, Under, yeah, Under's coming.
It's time to start doing some math as well. Another check back, mind you, sneaky.
Under's just reading the situation kind of correctly. Like, Takashi just has ace high here. And if I'm getting folds on the turn, maybe I can just get a little value on the river.
It just looks like Under is only expecting one street of value, whether it is from a hand as strong as ace queen, basically nut no pair, or let's say one of the smaller pocket pairs, sevens, nines, tens, etc. Goes for it on the river.
1.1.
Sizing is about 55%. Just expecting to get no credit after the 2 checkbacks in position. Takashi gets away from it.
Nice fold. Under in the zone.
We're going back to the second week.
How much?
King Jack, Yoshiaki taking the spot from the button. I think he's open ripped it, and Jimmy Guerrero has called.
Big swing here.
Now the real question, how many lives does this man have? That
10
is
of diamond.
a brick board
No,
so
no,
far.
queen. Queen is better, queen. Queen of
Just doubled
diamond.
up to 14 bigs and open jams on the button.
Okay.
Oh, pardon
Okay
me, we
with
do
the
see
five.
the action. It did not involve
five.
Jimmy. Did have Zhou Quan opening in the cutoff, so a nice 3-bet jam taken there by Yoshiaki. Unfortunate that Jimmy woke up with the ace-queen, now needs a king or a jack, and that is going to be it. What a great run for the gentleman from Japan, Yoshiaki Kashino.
Yeah, fan favorite, of course. Just a beautiful run for the unconventional Japanese player.
Listen, Griffin, you were kind of perturbed by the pocket queen's fold. We saw ace-queen suit. Must mention how his wife
Yeah,
wins.
vibes are high, right? Vibes are high. His wife's crushing. He's deep in the main.
She has a bag in the 15K. She is leading the race to be player 1, player of the series. And once again, Griffin, I feel like I'm covering highlights. We're back to our feature. King Jack opens. Ace King suited +1. Zhao Wenji
Yeah, I'm not
thinking,
surprised shoving here, actually. Why not? 30 bigs. Don't risk getting 4-bet shoved by pocket 7s or something. You know, we're only playing 6-7-handed here. Oh my goodness! And Felipe Ketzer,
let's do it again.
actually, I don't think that thrilled by this shove. I mean, he's putting the chips in, of course, but he understands that this range is like Jack's ace king plus, so he thinks he's probably going to be flipping a decent amount of the time.
You can't be too worried about aces, right? So
You're right. You're right.
just kings,
Just
really?
I just mean in the context of like, okay, I have to do this.
yeah. You're right. Never easy to get the chips in the middle.
Good luck.
Now
Okay,
that he sees he's flipping, I guess it just comes down to where he's supposed to end up in this tournament. Is this the moment? Oh, you'd love to see
Oh,
it.
that's great.
We don't need to.
They're going to watch it on the screen instead of the board. Takashi and Felipe,
What a lovely moment.
arm in arm.
I want some drama deserving of this beautiful moment between these two smiling gentlemen. Something like a jack of clubs.
Pretty close. Doesn't change much, though.
No, yet?
Not yet. One more card.
I don't know.
The sportsmanship, the camaraderie, the way that a poker tournament is bonding, and the king comes in.
Oh, snap. Takashi couldn't help but give it the fist bump, getting there on the river. You gotta win flips to win. And the players still dropping like flies. We're down to 12, Griffin, 3 away. 87K locked up. Griffin, pardon me, Andrew, I was gonna say. Comfortable opening any ace. Griffin, this might be the fastest main event, final 3 tables to final table we're ever likely to see.
And wow, somehow Takumi Iguchi, down to those 5 big blinds, is going to get a very fortuitous spot. Likely 9s to 8s. Interesting spot for Onder, I think because of the way the ranges break down. he might just make a fold here. You know, there is a non-zero chance Kai Yang is trapping with this flat because of Takumi's stack. Let's see how Under plays this. Yeah, well read.
Yeah, he's too keenly aware of the dynamics on the board, including how players such as Kai will play against him. And very favorable, as you mentioned, for Takumi. 7.4 in the middle now, 15 bigs. Quite a spin up considering he's down to 5 and change. Near triple up on offer. And 10-6 is clean. Seven actually changes nothing with the board paired.
8 and only an 8 sends Noguchi home. Look at that, he's still in there. Oh yeah. Little throat clear, little shake of the neck.
Reach into the hoodie pocket
The
and
adrenaline, yeah.
find a new lollipop maybe, because he's going to be sticking around.
Megalodon status, but these sharks can get bigger if you give them enough food.
Wait, megalodons were smaller?
No, I'm saying he's the megalodon.
Oh, he's the megalodon.
Yeah, and these guys
I
are
really
like
have to look into megalodons.
great whites and tigers, but they can. I mean, you're messing up my metaphor here, bro.
You have a megalodon tooth at home, right?
Yes.
You're the expert for sure.
Oh, sorry.
Can we go dinosaurs instead?
What?
I get that a lot more. He's the T-Rex. They're the raptors.
No, because poker sharks, man. We're
That's
doing
true.
sharks because of the thing.
That is true.
Like, for instance, you're a whale.
Yeah.
Because
And
we actually
you're-
had a funny conversation at dinner about whales, poker whales last night. We take exception to that term.
Nothing wrong with being a whale.
Yeah.
You know, sit on the beach, have a good time.
Wait, what? I don't think whales belong on the beach. That means they're having a tough time. Takumi's not having too tough a time here. Checking back this Queen 3 and his flop mid-pair. Let's see how he navigates post-flop. We've seen no opportunities for this Japanese player to play post-flop today.
Well, action is on Kai Yang, who has flopped the open-ender and the backdoor spades, and he's going to start attacking. He is the covering stack, which means he will pile on the pressure. Not much for Takumi to do with just flat call.
Yeah, and I
Jack
think...
shouldn't really change much on this board.
But I don't know if it matters. I think if Takumi's prepared to fold that king-jack at the hijack, maybe he would be perturbed by a two-barrel here with just third pair, but he is getting the free river. Wow.
Kai Yang just gets there. Wouldn't have minded a turn stab from Takumi there. Not that it would have worked out any better. He actually would have put more chips into the middle, and Kai Yang would have certainly come along, but there's just so many hands. Kai Yang is just firing on the flop, checking and folding, which have a lot of equity.
But not this combo. I think that he might be check shoving this hand, so I don't know if it's hard to say if a bet was the right move. And now Takumi really has to think about this.
The line he's taken in position after checking behind pre-flop is to call a bet on the flop and check the turn. He needs to think about what hands he might have here. Certainly, a 5 will be a decent portion of that range.
Yeah, it's sneaky. Nice fold.
Yeah, he's certainly not top of range. Does realize that and let it go. And he's been just so good at holding on to a short stack. He's going to have to do it all over again, which is to say, find a spot, get it into the middle.
Sevens for Aguchi. Got to find this shove here. Six-handed, 11 big blinds. Instead goes for a raise, which is extremely problematic. We've seen many different situations where some of these players have been opening off short stacks. These hands don't have blocker properties, so you need to sort of be very careful. And Wenji with the decision with his sevens. Looks like he wants to flip in the call.
Yeah, thank you.
And does.
Hockey sticks versus hockey sticks. Are you excited as a Canadian? Haven't seen this one in a while.
Makes me miss home, man.
Kayang doesn't know how good a time this would be to defend and come along.
But it's kind of a brutal hand against these ranges, to be honest. Expecting so many dominating queens and jacks, but hard not to flip in that one chip. You know, maybe you're up against 4 sevens.
No scope of improvement in the form of a set for either of the sevens, so it's just about the board, and it is queen high. Kayang way in the lead, and now the question is, how does Takumi feel multi-way? Is he going to be tempted to take one small stab? There's no ace, no king. That's the first sigh of relief. The Chow NG calling from the hijack is going to make him pause. Look at the 0% next to the sevens. That is just brutal. Queen 8-8. Now actually, if Kai can find the check, should activate one of the 2 remaining players. But he's going for it. Can't blame him. Wouldn't mind the hand being over with the backdoor spades coming in. Can extract value from a hand such as, let's say, pocket 9s instead of pocket 7s in this spot.
Yeah.
And he is extracting from the 0%. Pocket 7s do call. Bit ambitious for Zhao to be putting Kai on a bluff. But now with the queen coming in, it's a bit easier as well. How much credit can you give your opponent for a queen? 2 of them on the board. Mind you, Zhao has been counterfeited. He's actually playing queens and 8s with a 7. So doesn't even have a bluff catcher anymore.
Yeah, but Kai is going to be inclined to bet because he wants to target those pocket 9s and sort of like ace 10 of spades type hands that might find some big call on the river. Nice takedown there for Yang. Great result given the range disadvantage pre-flop. Somehow found himself against the same hands.
So are we, my friend. So are we. An ace for under on the cutoff. Let's open it up.
Up to our, oh,
pocket
look
jacks
at this.
For the tiny stack.
And now Onder might just be committed.
He keeps finding himself in this spot.
7.5
expect.
now. Put in 2. What about the math here?
2.8 to call, 6.1 in the middle.
If you expect your 30%.
Yeah, exactly. You're getting the 30% odds, and certainly with his stack, you can play chip EV, so I suspect a call is coming. There it is. Pure math at this point. So Takumi Oguchi now looking to get up to 9 million. He keeps getting it in very favorable spots pre-flop.
But the math will catch up to you eventually. Is this the time that the 29%er is going to take out Oguchi? Safe so far, 6, 3, 6, 2 spades. Something like a 3, 4, 7 would be interesting. Even a deuce. Come on, dude.
There it is.
Come on.
Never easy, always a sweat.
I'm telling you, I'm not looking at that other screen that might spoil. It's just, I always do this. 4 or an ace, and this is our 12th place finisher.
Too many deuces. Quick nod and a realization that he's back up to 15 bigs. He keeps finding a way to do this. 9 lives for Takumi Oguchi. Just the way the stacks are distributed.
What? What'd you say?
He's he's going to be all in, I'll grant you that. Might not be heading home. Gotta think positive.
It's true.
Look at this. Comes down to the small. Does pick up an ace.
So what's the trend with these cute little bears and their glasses? We saw Martin Nielsen with someone as well. Do you know about this brand or?
I don't. Maybe everybody's just copying Martin Nielsen.
Oh, that'll do it. Jack 9 of hearts. Let's run it. Fair fight. 55% to 44. Here we go. Pretty interesting flop. King 10 deuce, 2 clubs, 1 heart. You can see the percentages largely unchanged. 58 for the ace high, 42 now with that gut shot, backdoor flush draw. Bad turn card for Teamer. Gonna need one of those outs I mentioned, or he's going home in 12th place.
And now's the time for the stand-up, for the one time.
Wheel. And the swift walk-off.
Great performance, though. What a great run. 12th place and 87K, which means we do.
Welcome back to Triton ONE, presented by QQPK. We're here at the main event. I'm Griffin Benger. Dude, wild. We're at the final table, Vitor. It's amazing.
Absolutely wild, considering the speed with which we got here, not to mention the stacks with which we got here. Absolutely breakneck, perhaps represented by the fact that the average stack is an astounding 57 bigs, which is a good sign for us because we might have a fun, deep final table at work. But do need to give a shout out to Takashi Kawauchi. Final table bubble. It was a very dramatic way to come to the final table, and it led to our chip leader Ander actually extending his chip lead, coming in with 153 bigs with 3 stacks above 100 bigs. You don't see that too often.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately the story of this final table is the haves and have-nots. I don't think I've ever seen a final table like this with 3 players over 100 big blinds, and I've been covering a lot of tournaments. I've played a lot of tournaments, so this is, frankly, it's completely unprecedented stuff going on. You know, we have some short stacks. Of course, we see Takumi Iguchi with just 8 big blinds, Maeda himself with just 14. So we'll see how they navigate, but I can tell you what. Iguchi's got a big smile on his face. I mean, he was surviving all ins. He was down to 5 big blinds to make this final table after the collapse of Takashi is pretty remarkable. But I do want to say Ander, I mean, this guy might be coming for player 1, you know?
Absolutely. In the running for player 1. 1.6 million to play for as we do take a look at our final table. Let's throw it to the great Luca Vivaldi to introduce our final table for the Triton ONE main event.
Yeah, Luca is going to present that in just a second. But, yeah, Vivaldi. Luca! Come on, Luca. I know you're here, buddy. I know you're here. 3, 2, 1. Luca!
The AK Triton ONE main event has seen a record-breaking 1,230 entries. More than 8.9 million in the prize pool. We are down to a final table of 9. It's time to find out who's going to take this iconic, oversized main event trophy, Glory, $1,585,000. Please allow me to introduce you to your final table. You see number 1 from the US with 80 million. Please put your hand together for Kai Yang.
Oh, that's a final table smile right there. Kai Yang, 4th cash of the festival for Yang. Pretty impressive considering, you know, we don't have a ton of events here at Triton ONE, so this is a really remarkable.
Easy number 2 from China with 60 million. Please welcome Zhao Wenjie.
That's 3rd place in chips. What a record here. 100% cash record here at Triton. 3 out of 3.
Easy number 3 with 31 million from France. Please put your hand together for Jimmy Guerrero.
Oh, very sexy intro there. Partner of our current player 1 leader, Jimmy Guerrero, telling his wife, hold my beer, trying to take down this main event.
In scene number 5, we have our chip leader from Spain with 92 million. Please put your hand together for Yonander Vainia Santos.
Power pose for the Spaniard, a third consecutive Triton ONE final table for the chip leader.
In scene number 6, from Japan with 8 million, please welcome Issei Maeda.
It's like they've all been practicing these intros. I say Maeda, Triton debut, and what one it is. He's flashing the cash. What do they call it? Making it rain? He's sitting down in seat 6 with 14 bigs.
In scene number 7, from Japan with 66 million, please put your hand together for Shota Nakanishi.
That is the second biggest stack on the final table, coming in as the chip leader for the day and making it to the FT with the second biggest stack, Shota Nakanishi.
From China in scene number 8 with 16 million, please welcome Liu Xiaohu.
Okay, what are with these anime intros? I freaking love it. Second, 2 tournaments here for Liu and just 2 cashes. So he's doing great.
Scene number 9 also from China with 11 million. Please welcome Zhou Chuan.
That is the man, the Triton champion, taking a seat. A roar of applause from the crowd and the rail.
And last but not least, closing out our final table, also starting from the bottom, is scene number 10 with 4.8 million from Japan. Please put your hand together for Takumi Eguchi.
I almost don't recognize him without his lollipop in his mouth, and he's coming in here as the underdog, but he's got some fight in him. Just 8 big blinds for Takumi.
We have 10 hands remaining. A level 28, 300, 600, 600. From next level, we will play 21 hands. I wish you all the very best of luck. Elena, shuffle up and deal, please.
And here we go. Triton ONE presented by QQPK. Main event final table. You can tell because of the music. Very exciting. You can see the monstrous stacks of the top 3, highlighted, of course, by Onder Valinas, 153 big blinds, all the way down to Eguchi with just 8. This is very exciting, playing for $1.585 million and the crown of Triton ONE main event champion. Here we go, man. Look at the payouts. 9th place guaranteed $117,000, all the way up to that massive first prize. We're only making 1 millionaire here, but it's pretty damn close for second place. 912,000, 641 for third, close to $500,000 for fourth. So if you can just find your ladders, I mean, you're looking at incredible, maybe sometimes life-changing money, depending on you know, your track record. A lot of players here, I'm sure, on their biggest final table ever.
Yeah, the incredible turnout of 1,230 players, leading to the incredible prize pool and 1.585 million up top. We'll have to take a look at who's going for the ladders and who's going for it all. Right now, Under with 91 million in chips seems to be the prime candidate. We did have a poll going. I suspect Spain will be climbing.
Sort of a decision node here for Joe, but recognizing that on 19 big blinds, he kind of has to be chill. Same for Kai Yang. Already we're seeing how these middling stacks might try to stay out of the way of these chip leaders.
Congrats!
I mean, this is just incredible. Shota remaining chirpy at such high stakes. You can see him smiling and giggling right from the start of the day, and why not? Second place in chips here.
Huh? Russian.
For those of you joining us only for the final table coverage, quick reminder, we're playing till 6 players or a few levels, whichever comes first. 8:30 being the hard stop there, local time. Now that the players have had some time to reset, maybe even look at the coverage, figure out what each other had in tough spots. I think a different gear might be found, Griffin. We have been just speeding through the eliminations, but now with these massive pay jumps to fight for, and all the players on the same table, I do think that ICM will play the biggest role.
Yeah, worth noting in this pot right here, where, you know, speaking to that ICM role play, a quick fold from the suited ace from Zhao, recognizing that, you know, this is in Jimmy's big blind as well as one of the other chip leaders in the small blind in Wenji. And now Kai Yang taking the spot with King 9, and we'll be hearing from Jimmy Guerrero. Whether that's in the form of a 3-bet or a shove remains to be seen.
All in.
Yeah, really good decision making with the shove. Of course, we can see the hands, but it's a button open, and it's so awkward to 3-bet and then get 4-bet with the ICM pressure. He just takes the spot, was the covering stack, taking advantage of that.
Yeah, I think it's mostly, I mean, you're prepared to be cooler there for half your stack, I think, for sub 30 big blinds, but it just plays nicer to shove and fold out a hand that, you know, might consider 4-bet shoving, like a pocket 7s or 8s. I know it feels like crazy, but, you know, you don't really allow that hand to call if you just shove, right, with the ICM pressure. Hand number 3 here for this final table. Maeda, quickly, let's go.
Good control.
Kai Yang rightfully activating with the King-Queen suited after not getting that King-9 through. I think both opens make perfect sense, but he's one of those stacks that's got to be careful. You know, you're raising into Guerrero's small blind with now an ace. Anders, massive stack in the big blind. Jimmy decides I'm not going to go after him this time. And Onder with the Queen 7.
Yeah, very different spot with Under behind for Jimmy. Even though the ace-5 could be a bluff candidate if you're being very aggressive against a stack that you do overshadow. But there's a stack that overshadows everyone to your immediate left. Not the time to take that variance.
Yeah, I don't think Onder's going to be folding many big blinds to min-late position raises unless it's really, really poor. And advantage goes the way of Kai Yang.
Ace-high board, 2 clubs. It's got to be tempting to bluff at it with the equity of the gut shot and hope to just take it down. 1 million chips. And this is exactly why, to your point, Griffin, the defense range will be wider than usual for Under. Big bet on a takedown. No joke to be in a pot with the chip leader in the very first orbit of the final table, though. You just never know when you'll be put to the test.
Pocket 8s here, and I think an interesting candidate, actually, 9-handed, to just fold, as you are one of those middling sub 30 big blind stacks. But could certainly get through. You are raising into the big blind of relatively short stacked. I see Maeda. So far, so good. I like this result for Liu, but now we run into the issue, right? And this is part of why I'm not crazy about this open, because what is your recourse when Maeda shoves the big blind for 14 blinds?
Yeah, to your point, I don't think he should be calling here. Should recognize that Maeda will not be getting in lighter than, say, pocket 7s, worst case.
I don't even see that. Yeah, I think it's likely 9s plus and ace queen
in
plus.
Which case your equity is quite weak. Flipping at best, dominated at worst, as is the case.
Yeah, hand selection is so important here because there's just not going to be a lot of post-flop play. Not a lot of people going to be flatting you, you know. So I think this is kind of a 9-handed final table middling stack adjustment you have to make. Just let this one go. Understand it's the top of your fold range, but just do it. But good to stick to what I think needs to be the plan, which is to make a tight fold there. It's good.
There's also some merit to putting in the 8s in your opening range. Maybe a few orbits in once you do settle down. Of course, there's some pay jumps you might get by then, but blinds picked up at this stage are not worth as much as ladders. You do want to win the tournament, but you have a nice middling stack. Gotta pick your spots wisely.
Yeah, the biggest thing is just like, you know, we've been playing this tournament 8-handed the whole time. Things do change once it's 9. You know, the value of something like a pocket 8's, like, don't get me wrong, you get it at the hijack cutoff, button certainly, of course. But I would rather raise under the gun there with even something as weak as ace-10 off. Just use that blockers. Speaking of blockers, ace is going to be good enough for Iguchi to try to get this through. It's going to likely fold out the queen-jack and then just have 3 or 4 more players to get through. Oh.
Quick call for the 8 big blinds by Jimmy Guerrero.
No, he didn't see him go all in, I don't think. He only put in 1.2. He thinks he's raising. So, big mistake here from Jimmy.
This is all you call.
Yeah, Jimmy making a huge error here, calling 5 million.
You know what? He's gotten away cheaply, at least in terms of equity.
So now he has a decision to make, I think. I'm curious.
He's going to have to call it off now.
So if he said raise, he would actually be forced to min raise, I think. Which is irrelevant because everyone folded, but he will be matching the 4.8. And he's going to be flipping.
Yeah. Can I give him my chips or no? Huh?
That's interesting.
Yeah, I said 1.3. I said 1.3. So can I give up the 1.3?
I don't know if he did say anything.
Yeah, double check, please.
So Jimmy offering to raise, or rather submit the 1.3 he was trying to raise to and not need to call off the rest and not go to a flop. That's a nuanced one. Let's take a listen.
If I say 1.3, can I give up the chips?
But for me to call, we're gonna call the tournament directly.
对啊，这里没有算，肯定算call呀，因为导致别人都弃牌了，别人肯定以为他都call了。那还有那个大盲。马上推到那儿了，你没看见？那我们肯定要看是吧？对对对。要关系到他投高了。
Luca Vivaldi being consulted
It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay.
by the floor. And looks like Jimmy's saying it's okay.
Okay.
Which is to say he is going to call it off. Which I think is the right decision here. Punishment for not paying attention.
It's okay, cool.
And as I said, he's getting away cheaply, not just in terms of the fact that the jam was just 8 bigs, but in terms of the equity as well.
These things do happen, you know. Famously, Nacho Barbera had a catastrophic one. This is not too bad. The all-in only for about 7 big blinds, and you're flipping 57 to 43%.
Well, it's time to see whether Takumi's gotten lucky or unlucky with the misclick there by Jimmy, because it seems like the bluff jam was going through, and now an ace on the board followed by a queen. Never easy. Jack and queen to be avoided. Now reduced to the queen, thanks to the 8, aces and 8s. And that is going to be the fortunate double up for Takumi Iguchi. All of a sudden, we don't have a short stack at the table. 16 big blinds minimum. Huge shake-up thanks to the misclick, so to speak, by Jimmy Guerrero.
Yeah, a bit of a misstep there. Got to pay attention. And that's huge. You know, I mean, he was going to win that 43% of the time. And then it's just an afterthought as we continue this final table instead. Jimmy falls to 28 million. Doubles up the short stack. And the other short stack's probably a bit annoyed, including Icy Maeda with 16 big blinds. Joe Kwan with 19. And even Joe's got a little smile on his face, like, what a ridiculous situation that was.
I have to say the middle stacks wouldn't have minded it because all of a sudden they had a shot at the pay jump. Oh my goodness.
And as far as like the meta and the game flow, I would just find it very surprising if Jimmy would just like erratically 3-bet here. So this is going to be a crazy decision point for Kai Yang. You know, whether he finds the suited variant is just too strong to fold. I think shove would be very ill-advised, not just because he's dominated, but just because the risk of busting in 9th here as a near 30 big blind stack.
9.5.
What?
9, yeah.
Wow, there's 4 stacks below
What?
the opener, and it's Shota Nakanishi turning the 4-3 into the 4-bet. No regard to hand choice, just going with the game flow. The opposite read from you, Griffin, thinking that Jimmy would not have a hand in this spot. And it allows Kai Yang to get away. Mind you, Jimmy Guerrero, not loving life. How often is this a pure bluff? A cold 4-bet from the small blind. Yes, it is coming from a much bigger stack, but you have ace-king. And he 5-bet rips it. A near 10 million donation to Jimmy Guerrero. Well undoing the misclick.
A lot of dynamic between these two, I think. But just very unnecessary thing to do there from Shota. Like,
Hey guys, don't steal. Hey, you have kings. A big tilt. Tilt, Santo. Santola. Thank you. I'm happy I developed my friend. Good. Nice hand, huh? Nice hand.
Well, what in the world are we witnessing at this main event final table? Back-to-back drama. First the misclick and then the cold 4-bet with 4-3-0 between the two newfound friends, perhaps.
as we take a look at the payouts, again, reminder, we're playing for the better part of $1.6 million in the prize pool in this event. Almost $9 million. Everyone guaranteed already 6 figures. And let's do some ads. Let's do some ads.
Here is where legends reside. Only a few stand in the spotlight.
Ponsui's just won his 5th.
But most begin at a different table, a stage of its own. A path you must take. The distance to the top isn't talent. It's the path. QQPK, your new poker path.
The best players don't leave chips sitting on the table, and you shouldn't leave crypto sitting still either. With Jupiter Lend, put your crypto to work. Earn passive returns or borrow against what you own without having to sell a thing. It's your crypto. Make it work for you. Just use Jupiter Lend at jupe.ag.
A bit of an unorthodox break here, giving us a couple minutes. Maybe just to take our breath after what we've seen. First, the Jimmy Guerrero misclick call of the all-in of Takashi, and then the just off-the-wall cold 4-bet from our one-time chip leader Shota. I mean, this is unprecedented stuff. The thing I want to say, Fedor, is what makes, I think, Triton ONE so special is that some of these players aren't the most experienced on the biggest stage. We're used in Tritons to really be the best of the best at these final tables, but these, some of them are the first time here. They're making some unorthodox plays. Jimmy, I think, is an experienced professional. That's just a mistake that anyone, I guess, can make, but that's a crazy way to kick off the final table.
Yeah, you do have to wonder why. What are the dynamics that led to the gold 4-bet from the 4-3-0? You mentioned these two have been quite chatty on the feature table, then the secondary feature table. There might be something there. And then Jimmy managing to project an image of maybe a frustration 3-bet after the misclick. And for some reason, Shota coming after it. It's led to a shakeup in stacks. Andre just sitting up top. It's just been a few hands. All the action is below him. The shortest stack coming in has found the double to up to 19 bigs. Issei Maeda, 16 bigs. And Joquan, 19 bigs. So scrunched up at the bottom, but with hefty stacks, it's not unfavorable for the massive chip lead of Andre. He can still put the ICM pressure on all the middling stacks, waiting to bust out and get those pay ladders.
Yeah, and Jimmy sort of closing the gap a little bit despite losing that 7 big blind all in. I mean, he was gifted 10 million. That's an incredible amount of chips at this stage. So a little hint at maybe what's been going on between Jimmy and Shota. We saw, of course, Shota making that king high call against Jimmy earlier, which maybe somehow gets into the game flow of things. Yeah, I don't really know what to expect now. It's just
I mean, listen, if it's a hint or if it's a teaser, I'm excited because that was absolutely wild. And clearly we've been looking at this all the way back to the final table bubble. People are willing to go for it. People are willing to call down cold 4-bet, as it turns out. Should make for an amazing final table. Let's go to the action.
And Kai Yang, pardon me, perhaps saved, at least in the form of not flatting that pre-flop. But you know what? Let's move on. Because Zhao Wenji has the blades, has the pocket ladders, has the pocket rockets. Jimmy Guerrero taking pause here with his 6s, but quickly folded actually, which I love.
And Andre with pocket jacks.
That's it, Andre. Andre recognizing, stay under repped here. No reason to cool yourself. And just Shota flicking in the ace-jack like he's just at some cash game trying to see a flop. In fairness, unlikely that the strength of these holdings is always going to be as huge as they are. The 3 chip leaders getting involved here.
Yeah, but against the +1 and +3 range, which is to say the low jack range playing 9-handed, this is quite ambitious. The ace-jack could be dominated too frequently. Of course, we see it's super dominated.
And all the aces and all the jacks are out basically, right? What, 3 jacks? 3 aces.
That is going to be a tricky board for Andre because he is extremely under-repped, respecting the +1 open. These are the 3 biggest stacks on the table, mind you.
I really like this check actually from Zhao. And it under-reps him with the aces, but it also doesn't allow, I think, the possibility of losing too much against a flop set, which is in the range of both players. 8s and 7s, certainly possible for either. Would expect to maybe see some protection from Ander.
Shota needs to find the discipline to let this go, but he's reached for chips, is floating ace-jack high multi-way. The risk premium is massive at this stage. We're still 9-handed.
Yeah, just really showing experience. This is not a good call. I understand he's betting 20%, but you're dealing with uncapped ranges. You don't want to get yourself in trouble. I know it's easy to say when they both have aces and jacks. It's completely ridiculous, but you just don't want to be involved here.
With the pay ladders, you're supposed to be much tighter. Essentially, what risk premium amounts to. Multi-way, your risk premium is effectively doubled, facing 2 players, and you could be dead against a set. Certainly can't get on board with the ace-jack call. Now, the dangerous 5 in the sense that it still lets Andre have the overpair to the board. And with the +1 range, shouldn't be too afraid of the low cards. Not sure how he's interpreting Shota's flat call behind. That certainly could be 8s and 7s.
2.5?
Yeah, but I like this protection bet from Andre because I think that when we break down the ranges, we're going to expect some things like 9-10 suited, pocket 9s, pocket 10s from Shota. Maybe something like an ace-jack or ace-queen suited float.
Griffin, he's grabbed chips.
Yeah, this is very irregular. He needs to take a break, take a pause here.
8.5.
Oh my word. He's raised it up and aces under rep from the flop by awaiting.
I don't know if aces can even continue here.
He's convinced me that he has pocket sevens.
He
I don't know how.
folds the aces.
Jao feels, yeah, the aces hit the muck. What a hand.
I mean, I've been a little, you know, not more than a little surprised by Shota, the erratic 4-3 4-bet. But if he has this move in his arsenal, I mean, he can do whatever he wants.
It doesn't matter what he has. He's just playing his range and representing the absolute top of it. In this spot, it would be pocket eights, pocket sevens.
He doesn't buy it. He doesn't buy it. He's like, what are you up to here? Like, I don't believe that you just have 6-9 suited here. I don't believe that you have pocket eights or pocket sevens. I think you probably keep those as calls. And the river is a jack. And even if he is up against set of sevens or set of eights, he has now gotten there. Does Shota have the check in him, or does he think he can get value from pocket tens or pocket nines? No, he knows better.
Yeah, Shota has to check there. He thinks he's gotten away with something super tricky. Also worried about the 10-9 suited for under, perhaps. That could have gone a multitude of ways, and it's not the way I expected. Mind you, if we did have a massive showdown on that board with aces versus jacks, under would have rivered the aces.
Yeah, look at the little smile from Wenji, who recognizes he folded the best hand on the turn to that madness. And frankly, I thought Wenji played it perfectly. I think you need to play that as a check on the flop, and I think you need to fold once it goes bet raise. He's just like, what's going on here? What is happening on this final table of Triton ONE here in Jeju? Keep the camera on that man, yeah. Should feel grateful the jack came, but also being like, what is happening exactly?
Mind you, Shota did not need to show down his hand.
Did he show it? Oh no, you're saying he didn't need to, so he
could have just mocked in position.
And by the way, a sizable raise on the turn. It wasn't like 2.5 to 7.2. He went 8.5 million. Shota Nakanishi has, in two hands, put in, you know, more chips than Liu and Joe have and Iguchi have between the 9.5 million 4-bet, the 8.5 ace-high bluff. He needs to take a breath.
Absolute scenes. Chat going wild, as you would expect.
Yeah, and he is just off the wagon now. This is a completely out of line open. He's now chip chasing. This could be an incredible fall apart for Shota Nakanishi.
Doesn't seem to care at all that his image should be quite sus on this table at this moment. Gets the jack 3 of diamonds. Hijack raise through. Maybe, just maybe, Griffin, he needed a pot. Sometimes you can't get the steam get the best of you, pardon me.
I don't know.
I'm very curious to see if he slows down.
He looks pretty steamed to me still. Taking down that 3 million is not going to make much of a dent of the 20 million he just lost in the two previous hands.
It's just about momentum. He's won a pot. Needs to center
Ever the
himself.
optimist.
I mean, he has 83 bigs at the final table. Nothing to complain about.
I can tell you, he doesn't feel like he has 83 bigs. And this is
He's upstuck.
This is a concept that I talked about a little bit earlier today, is that when you have these massive chip leads, if you do start to bleed, just try to give yourself some perspective. Try to imagine that you just doubled up to 83 big blinds on the final table of the Triton ONE main event playing for 1.6 million.
Ambitious open by Jimmy. Sort of a bluff open, long range steal kind of hand. King, Queen, O.
Yeah, I think it's okay. It's your best bluff under the gun here, King, Queen. So I think it's okay. It's also easy to play once you get 3-bet.
Yeah, just let it go. Need to have some open folds. Fair enough. Under, finding the premium. Jimmy wants a peek.
Better than you.
Better than you.
400,000, 800,000.
You beat maybe could you beat this king? Maybe you flip.
12个大盲了，
King.
12个大盲。
Good chatter there as blinds go up to 400, 800, 800.
Big jump, Griffin. Big jump.
Yeah, look, you just mentioned Shota's 83 big blinds, but that is no longer the case. He's looking at
So far, king of
about
spade.
60 now.
Can you beat that?
And that is not a chip stack that he is used to playing, right? And that could lend itself to some very interesting scenarios. He likes to splash around. He likes to bluff.
We started out the final 3 tables 8-handed, as was the rest of the tournament. But as we made our way down to the final table bubble, you get shorter and shorter handed.
Every time, bro.
Having a big stack is worth more and more. He needs to adjust the new dynamic. There are 2 stacks bigger than him at the table.
Huh? Running good. Every time under the gun, my BB.
6-2 has been released mercifully under opening the ace-7. The captain will be captaining, as we see here. 9-5 suited, quite defendable. We are plenty deep. Suited hands can play well, but respecting the UTG range, not wanting to get into troublesome spots just yet.
Yeah, it's just, you can't really tangle with a speculative hand right now against the chip leader, all the pressure you can put on. I think he'd probably call 9-7 suited, maybe 9-6, but 9-5, I think it's okay to let it go. Whereas normally maybe you would call.
$310 million chips in play. Under has 109 of them. Over 1/3 with 9 players remaining. Dream spot for any player. Even one as accomplished as Under. Approaching 1.5 million in Triton earnings before this event. 3 out of 3 in terms of performance. Cashing at this festival. And now 4 out of 4. Wenji will find the pretty looking Queen Jack suited on the button. That's pretty too, but we just discussed not wanting to tangle.
Yeah, rules say fold here, but I think he's going to go for it.
6-3.
Yeah. And this is a little unnecessary, I think, but, you know, might end up working. But against Queen Jack suited, it's just very big sizing. Has Wenji had enough? Played the aces so perfectly, was folded out by 2 worse hands. Great playability here for Queen Jack suited. A lot of boards that I think will freeze up. Yeah, good man. Get in there, Wenji. And Jimmy, probably, yeah, a little movement around the neck. Oh, better sit up. Yeah, a little flinch of the arm. I think we've all been there before. Maybe a spot where we expect to get folds, and now we have to really focus. And gets the favorable, well, he thinks a favorable 2-club flop, but is up against the top pair of Zhao Wenji.
It is so tempting to just continuation bet. Hope your opponent doesn't have a jack. As played, there are some ace-x combos that he could get fold from. Bets 5.7 million. But once the continue does occur, I think he will need to just slow down. You cannot just build a pot at this stage, 9-handed. Look at the chips in the middle, 25 million chips, more than the majority of the players at the table.
Yeah, and this is the problem, by the way, if he doesn't hit here on the turn. And dude, look, listen. This is why you can't 3-bet this 10-9 suited. Now you're in a situation where you feel so motivated to shove out an ace-jack here. You're going to get snapped by 2 pair, and you're going to potentially bust in 9th place. This is a huge error in judgment, I think, for Jimmy Guerrero playing this hand, because he's now found himself likely coolered.
The question is, does he need to shove?
Yes.
His hand shaking, puts it in there, top 2. Of course, will snap call, and the whole table cannot believe what is occurring.
Massive mistake here, I think, from Jimmy. But ultimately, he got the cooler board, and that's, there's nothing you can do once you 3-bet and you get this run out. So now he just needs to hit an 8, king, or a club. 30% of the time, he wins a 75 million chip pot.
It's a club, but it is a jack.
Full house for Zhao. Jimmy wasn't sure.
The sliver of hope as he will exit in 9th place. Makes the flush, but the full house means we have our 9th place finisher. It is Jimmy Guerrero, and over 90 million chips for Zhao Wenji.
And it's hard not to be results oriented in this spot. Jimmy Guerrero is incredibly, and you can even see the shaking now from Zhao being like, can't believe that just happened. Jimmy Guerrero, an incredibly capable player, our 9th place finisher for $116,900. I just think that he needs to take a beat there and not come after that button open. But of course, he got incredibly cooler, and there he is. So much enthusiasm, in a great position to final 5 this event. And a misclick, and maybe an ambitious 3-bet. Finds himself out in 9th place. This is just an incredible turn of events. Every single hand, it feels like, just absolute drama.
I don't think we've had a hand that has gone cleanly or calmly, whether it's the Jack 3 of diamonds opening or just the cool 75 million chips in the middle.
And I'm feeling, I got to admit, Vidur, I'm feeling a bit prophetic with some of the warnings I've given about certain hands being played. The pocket 8s, maybe you shouldn't be opening under the gun 1, given your stack. The 9s finding the shove. The 10-9 suited, the risk of 3-betting it because you might allow yourself to get coolered, and the pot is so inflated with this massive 3-bet pre.
It's almost like you've been at a final table playing for millions of dollars.
Maybe. Just don't watch the footage of my World Series one where I didn't get a hand. Or a spot. And yeah, tell you right, Takumi Higuchi on borrowed time, but just able to find a nice ladder.
Yeah, inched into the final table with a bit of a blow up there from Takashi. Now laddering one spot up to 151K. I mean, just think about it. If he's out in 10th, 98. An extra 53K added. And mind you, well, with a shot, he's essentially tied for the shortest stack with Joe Kwan.
Cool.
And note the difference between the strategy. Now that Zhao has 92 million chips, Under will not be folding a hand as strong as King 9 suited, but will just come in with a flat call.
Yeah, I wonder how, he would approach different hands. But King 9 suited, I think he's feeling is ahead enough of the range. Doesn't need to, be 3-betting any ace and putting pressure on this other 117 big blind stack.
You also get 7 hands in orbit to be in position. Make your moves then. That's basically whiff the board. Yeah, just gonna get away from it. Zhao Wenji playing the rush. Adding a few more chips to that monster stack, approaching 100 million himself. The duopoly is back. Shota Nakanishi now 50 million, distant 3rd place from these two.
And we talked about the haves and have-nots coming into this final table. There was nice separation for Guerrero in 4th. But now it's just a sort of a 2-horse lead here. 121 big blinds for Zhao Wenji, 132 for Valinus, and then the, Shota's just 62, and then 4 players with 20 or less. Pardon me, 5 players with 20 or less big blinds. Joe taking the blocker open with King Queen. Some respect given from the ace-8 suited of the American Kai Yang.
Maeda gets out of the way, but Shota is beating everybody into the pot with 10-6-0.
Doesn't know two cards he doesn't like from the big blind, I don't think.
We've seen he doesn't need the cards to start representing. 9-5-3. Should favor the big blind, but with the +1 open, Zhou can easily have overpairs. Now that you've defended 10-6 with the 6 of clubs, are you at all tempted? 9-5-3 out of position. Thankfully not. Lets it go.
Yeah, that's nice momentum for Joe and some celebration there from the rail. He's enjoying it.
Once again, must point out for some new viewers to the stream, Joe is the most experienced Triton player at the table. 5.1 million in Triton earnings.
Yeah, that guy can battle in the super high roller circuit. Surely sticking around for that. We have 3 Japanese players on this final table, 3 Chinese players, the single American, and then, of course, the Spaniard with the chip lead.
Easy enough.
1-6.
Let's open it up. Safe to say with his frequency of involvement, Shota is the most exciting player on this table because every time the camera cuts to him, you just never know what's going to happen. I could really just feel my pulse racing. And we had that little close-up a moment ago.
Yeah, Shota with a bit of a villainous turn almost on this final table. Just wants the world or wants to burn it all down.
The Dark Knight, maybe?
These people.
Hero to some, villain
They'll
to some.
eat each other.
Certainly worth a consideration, but should arrive at the fold considering 7 players behind. Ace-8-0.
Yeah, folded to Onder in the hijack. I think 9-7 is going to be a good candidate for the muck. Let's see what Maeda's got.
Maeda has the shortest stack, mind you.
Shota just even forgetting what the blinds are. Almost seems a bit unconscious at this FT, but it's going to get it through with 6-5.
Attention leaders and players in the high roller. Once you complete your hand, please raise the line. Low line 3,000, big line 6,000, middle black line of 6,000.
Just like that quick pickup is the first time we've had to just take a breather and take stock of what's happened so far.
Yeah. Is it fair to say maybe Shota Nakanishi suffering from a little bit of winner's tilt? You know, had such an incredible day 3. Just started as chip leader, ended as chip leader. Actually didn't start as chip leader yesterday, Renji did, but still just an incredible, you know, finishing with 53 million. No one else had more than 40, I don't think.
Oh, you meant day 2. Yeah, I was thinking day 3
yeah.
started as chip leader, ended, I mean, which is to say came into the final table, second in chips, which is a pretty great run considering how deep we were. And mind you, still does have the 3rd biggest stack. Nothing is decided, certainly not with now near tied.
But just sort of the phenomenon, I think, of a bit of big tournament inexperience. You're kind of goofy, you're playing around, everything's kind of going right. And then you just like take a spot like the 4-3, it doesn't work out, and then you blasting around with this ace-jack. Suddenly you're opening jack 3 and 6-5. I mean, This is not. It's not the kind of poker you should be playing at a final table. That's for sure. But just an incredible separation still for Shota, third to fourth. I mean, he has 49 million. Fourth place has 16. And then everyone else between 7 and 12 million. It's really Shota's job right now to not really play any hands.
Doesn't seem to be his style, mate. We'll wait and see if he has that gear. Mind you, does get to see Underact before him. And what is he raising with now? The 9-6 of clubs from the hijack. This guy is special. Come and get it. Ace Queen for Yang.
Yeah, he's unhinged, Shota, the way he's playing. And it's going to make for great final table TV for us.
All in.
Yeah, this is where the opening frequency will just get pounced. Ace Queen. Plenty of hand to do it with. I mean, note the jam there from Yang. He's actually fourth in chips. So ordinarily, there's an insane amount of ICM pressure. Ace Queen just feels so handcuffed in ICM jail, as we sometimes say, 4 stacks below him. But in this case, if he knows you're opening so frequently, which is to say so wide, he's just going to get it in. I mean, pick up the dead money as he sees it, extend his lead from the 4 players below him.
And that's the other thing. It's just like, it's important to have self-awareness. What do people perceive me as right now? After those hands.
Well, the answer is super wide, and that perception has now been expanded. So, you know, maybe it's a long con. Big setup for when you tighten up and pick up a hand.
This optimist, man, I can't do this. No, it's nice. It's a good. I like a romantic. Kai Yang in the not so envious position of being blind on blind against one of our chip leaders who can just pounce on this limp, but might have a holding that he thinks plays better as a check back. I think 6-3 could be seen as a raise here. Decides to check. I would have liked at least maybe a consideration to make it 2-6 there. Very unlikely to get a limp shove, except from the top of range. I think Queen 5 suited probably would have been a limp fold given the ICM implications, so a good chance to wield.
Yeah, time to start feeling out the dynamics. I think Kai getting a sense every time he limps and doesn't get raised how aggressive Zhao is being. In this case, on the King Gang 8 board, he is going to take the smallest of stabs. Does have an effective range advantage because he will be limp trapping frequently.
2.1.
How about 0.0? And the pickup for Kai, 2 in a row. Wenji seems annoyed to give that one up, realizing that he could have done differently pre-flop and taken it down.
There's a look at our chip leader. 110 million under. Doing everything right. I think playing a pitch perfect final 2 tables here. Final 3 tables since the start of the day. I would be not surprised to see him lifting the trophy. But reality is we still have 8 players remaining and a lot can change. He knows that there's still a lot of work to be done. And you know what? Why don't we give Maeda a chance? And an unorthodox min raise off sub 10 big blinds and a little smile on his face, which is a little strange.
I would be smiling too, because to pick up kings under the gun as you're about to post 2 out of your remaining 9 bigs at the final table, that is special.
Yeah,
don't think it would have mattered, but yeah, I really would have preferred a jam there to stay balanced. You're getting in 9 bigs, and players these days do expect you to be jamming wider to avoid the burden of blinds, and If you want to call from something like the ace-9, I think got to be pretty balanced there. But now it does let Ander come along, considering his stack with the jack-7. So this has worked out perfectly thus far.
Yep, this is great result here for Maeda.
What's been most impressive about Ander is how he's just not willing to give up chips. He climbs up in stack and then just holds on to the chips. Saw him make some incredible laydowns pre-flop despite getting a great price. No jack, no 7.
Okay.
Maeda is just going for all of it. Effective jam. Wait, what? The pump fake in the check? Wasn't he cutting out a raise, or was he just stacking his chips there?
I guess we'll never know.
Definitely faked me out.
I mean, this spot of trickiness might seduce Ander to the dark side.
If that was a reverse tell on purpose, it was super impressive.
Nice.
Apart from that, the hand has been played super tricky, which is to say super sus, because UTG open of 9 bigs, and now no c-bet on the 10-10 deuce 6, another check.
Just praying for him to hit a pair. And I tell you what, that might activate Ander.
This could be convincing.
He would value bet a 6 or an 8 at this point, I think. He has a 7, which means he could have 7-9. Maeda might be working with a little master class. Oh, he's too good, man.
Just watch him eye his opponent. And just check, 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 fold. Arguably the perfect line by both these players, considering the holdings. Maeda gave every opportunity to catch or bluff, and Ander would not take the bait.
I think Ander might think he had quads with that line. Let's take a quick second to talk about one of our sponsors here at Triton ONE, Jupiter. What makes the players here great isn't luck, it's knowing how to read what comes next better than anyone else in the room, as we've seen from players like Ander and Wenji. Jupiter Predict lets you put that instinct to work. You can call outcomes on sports, politics, world events, pretty much anything you can think of. So do check out Jupiter Exchange. They got Jupiter Prediction, Jupiter USD, Jupiter Global. Get out there. Check out Jupiter Exchange. Let's get back to the action. Takumi Iguchi finding the shove at the hijack with King 9, and I am immensely surprised by this.
Yeah.
Tell me why.
After all
specifically. Be very specific for a second.
Okay, putting me on the spot.
What did he do with 2 tables at the hijack with 7 big blinds?
On the
he folded
FTT?
King Jack.
Folded King Jack.
He folded King Jack at the hijack for exactly the same stack with final 2 tables, and yet finds this shove at the hijack with King 9 off. I think this is an over-adjustment. Maybe he got a nudge from someone that he needs to be shoving a little wider. But dude, like, you know, there's a 13 and a 14 big blind stack. You've just been called by a hand that is dominating you. Another mistake at this final table, but Takumi has been getting lucky. Just need to hit one of these kings, maybe find some spades or some diamonds or some straights. Not good. Gonna need one of those kings. Some backdoor chop outs are all the only other thing that Takumi can write home about. And Iguchi should be happy with this 8th place finish. He's down to as little as 5 big blinds with the final 2 tables, won a couple of showdowns, survived to a big score of 151,000.
自我牺牲了，是不是？你不得感谢？
That's a decent haul to take back home to Japan. There he is. Got rid of the lollipop. Found one ladder on the final table. Our 8th place finisher is Takumi Iguchi. And that's probably a relief to the 3 short stacks, actually, of 11 big lines, 14 and 13 between Maeda, Xiaohu, and Zhou Quan.
刚我一跑我就惨了，我马上。
There's a man that needs to play real snug. Kai Yang with 35 big blinds. As mentioned, 3 other players with far less.
He's been getting involved though, taking the spot with the ace-queen against Shota Nakanishi's frequent opens. Then finding the chip up with the pocket 9s there. Has put a decent amount of distance between himself and the bottom 3 stacks now.
对，差不多吧。想跑也能跑。
Mind you, we're only 1 elimination away.
当时还有几
Till we reach 6-handed. This has been
我们照他们这么干，其实
the table
合适的。
and the day
照他们这种干法，咱们不考虑。
unexpected eliminations, and the pace has just been incredible. Everybody seems like they're in a hurry to win 1.58 million.
Play down till 6.
你刚来了把什么？
Right?
才有可能吧。
下一个。下一个就是下一个。
A reminder of the plan to play down to 6.
Yeah, there's one more.
8 left. 3 players with under 15 big blinds. So that could happen soon based off hand distribution. Remains to be seen, not to mention the erratic nature of Shota Nakanishi's play, playing 59 big blinds. Gotta say, Nakanishi's got real good shuffle game.
推他了嘛，对吧？是有机会的。
Folded around to Anders button. Can expect him to raise almost 100%, I think, in this spot, and certainly with the King 5 suited. As long as he can dodge the shove from the small, Shota should be playing quite honestly, and actually, well, no, he folded the 9 deuce.
Surprised?
No, I think he's allowed to have a fold range, and maybe that should be one of the ones he
top of the fold
goes
range.
With. Yeah. Suited. Don't even get me started.
I mean, jokes aside, let's not forget the 4 stacks shorter than his. Let's just take a quick look at the payouts. We are down to the final 7. 213K locked for all these players. 641 for 3rd place, which is where Shota's stack is right now. We're talking about tripling a 200K score.
Yeah, and life-changing poker money. I mean, these opportunities don't come knocking very often. I can speak as someone who did this professionally for the better part of 10 years. Sometimes you only get a couple. So it's important to really find that, you know, $500,000+ score. And it looks like he's calmed down a bit. Under with a very playable pocket 7s into Xiaohu's big blind. He's going to let it go.
防不了呀，只能被剥削。
The man can do no wrong. 111 million in chips. Mind you, he is in contention to be our player 1. Certainly a win here. Barring T-Win's performance in the 15K high roller would take him to the top.
Oh, baby.
Mystery.
Share hand spoiling us. Time to get our detective hats on.
I'm Sherlock this time? You said last time you were Sherlock. Will you write about me in your journal, Watson?
I'm still Sherlock, buddy.
All right.
Shota
Watson was cooler.
Nakanishi. You know, we talk about not being a ton of merit in set mining as we get deeper into tournament. I think this is not as... I think it's okay. Given the situation, I think definitely justified in just letting it go. But based off how Shota was playing, I'm not surprised to see him peel.
Heading to the flop, no deuce. We do know that Under has been playing a bit snugger than you would expect the outright chip leader to be playing, certainly now that he has a competing stack for Wenji. Ace Queen 3, 2 diamonds.
Yeah, and I don't know how this hand is going to play out, but I do worry for Nakanishi for all the reasons that we spoke about. Oh my goodness. Jin baby for Shota Nakanishi doesn't take the bait to bluff and runs into 3 ducks. They fly together.
Two-tone board, looks like Under is looking to go after it. Delayed c-bet potential, but decides to just check. And Shota has just been building an image for a moment like this. How much does he want to bomb this board and this pot with so that he can try and extract? Starts with 1.5 million.
Yeah, I think I would have liked to have seen quite a bit bigger here.
Yeah, considering the board texture.
I mean, you've gotten so lucky here to hit this, and your opponent could still just be playing a raggy ace like this, maybe a hand like kings or king queen. So
Question is, Griffin, do you even love if you're check raised here?
I think love is a strong word, but you don't mind it because Onder, yeah, Onder could be check raising ace queen here.
Check call and a brick. Only blocks a single diamond, the worst diamond, no club. Certainly potential for an overbet. If you've been building an image and you check behind on the flop and bing to deuce, you can rep all the bluffs in the world. Let's see how much he goes with.
Yeah, and goes a bit small here. Maybe just thinking that he's up against a capped range. If Onder's sitting there with, say, queen jack off or queen 10, how does he view this bet? Probably will just pay it off.
You have to, against an opponent like Shota.
Yeah. So he should thank his lucky stars that Shota's not betting bigger.
I just do wonder, is the hand over with?
I think you're just getting this sort of mystery hand.
Meta?
Yeah, but I mean, certainly possible. How about an all-in?
There we go, Griffin. How's that for the mystery hand meta? 10 more. And Shota did not get check raised on the turn. Absolutely brick river. And to your point, Under could be doing this with ace queen.
Yeah, I think you just snap call the 10 million here, and if you've been coolered, maybe take it as another lesson as to why maybe we shouldn't be set mining in these situations. But I don't even know if ace queen is calling a shove, so let's not get greedy here. Let's just get coolered or get paid by the bluff or the ace queen.
And this is where watching the coverage for the final 3 tables is so valuable. We have not seen Under make a move like this, least of all against the action-active player like Shota, who after all can have a hand every once in a while. I am certainly leaning value when it comes to Under. Checked on the flop, checked on the turn.
I'm worried about his body language here, that he's thinking about shoving, but it's just going to call, yeah.
In
River
comes
sevens.
the bad news in the form of the lucky sevens. Brutal set over set after the check call on the turn with the third pair on the board.
You have to give me some seconds, right? Because that doesn't stop the clock. When I say 13.5.
Wow.
Well, if he was steaming before, how do you think he's feeling now?
I mean, it's incredibly this has been one of the most remarkable final tables I've ever covered, because some of these concepts you and I have been talking about why you need to stay away from, you know, the 10-9 suited 3-bet, the pocket 8s open in early position on that stack size, the set mining with pocket 2s. The warning labels of these situations is because of the worst case scenarios, how brutal they can be for your livelihood, playing for outrageous amounts of money. And each situation, we've gotten that almost outlier scenario, the set over set, the open-ended straight flush draw versus 2 pair, the pocket 9s against the 8s. So it's a final table that I think anyone at home that they're watching, this is just a great lesson in, you know, why the best players in the world have certain rules to live by, because these things do happen and you're going to get burned.
And it's also something that a lot of study does reveal. We keep talking about solver work, and solvers have helped us reach these solutions, taking into account some of these scenarios and taking into account the big swings that happen when these scenarios go against you and trying to avoid those. That being said, do have to acknowledge just bad luck there. I mean, you're talking about getting
but
the
you
7
know,
on the river.
Yeah, of course, but you're also set mining against the one of the best players in Triton, really. I mean, Anders like a guy who plays very, very big and who's not going to make mistakes against you. So how much value are you really even going to get unless you flop a set? And it's just, even sometimes when you do, you get very unlucky.
To that point, I would like to add, I pretty confidently suggested that because we watched Ander play over the last couple of hours, final 2 tables, I had a decent amount of conviction that it was value because he hasn't felt the need to step out of line. When Ander plays against some of the best in the world, I'm sure he's playing GTO ranges, fighting back, willing to take variance.
Yeah.
We haven't really seen him step out of line, which goes to show he feels like he has a huge edge on the table. I mean, you're not folding deuces there. Obviously, you're so top of range, but...
And because you're also up against ace-queen based on, like, the sizing and stuff, like, you have to check raise ace-queen on the river. So, easy snap call. But yeah, suddenly 29 million. And let's see if Shota can keep his cool. Again, still has 3 times as much as 3 of the other players.
28 million chips, though. He's not used to that. One of the
I mean, Wenchi might just flat here.
Raise.
Raise to 5 million.
So he does go for the 3-bet, which is kind of confusing Onder, because you really should only be 3-betting probably 2 hands here, given the ridiculous ICM. And frankly, he's not making it big enough. I think Queen 8 suited is going to call.
It does call.
So Wenji, I mean, look, you don't always have to just flat here. I know it sounds ridiculous, but if you do 3-bet, let's make it 8 million, right?
Yeah, you go bigger, I suppose, because you are, after all, pricing in Under with the kind of hand he has, not to mention he's going to be in position. 10 Jack, Jack, flop. You just have to check here, considering the stacks.
Yeah, all the jacks in Onder's range. So at least he's making that nice adjustment. You're also playing so deep that maybe it's okay to 3-bet kings, because you're just likely not getting all in by the river.
I mean, Under can just start firing.
Yeah, he could just start repping the jack and just...
Shah should just never have a jack.
Imagine just like 8 million, 20 million all in.
And it's a semi-bluff as well, considering it does have the 9 out.
2.5.
There we go.
Yeah, starting small, but will be upping the ante, I think, if he continues bluffing.
And now you just go into check call mode. Undersizing should represent a jack every time, to the extent a brick comes. That's not a brick. The kings now looking down at 10, jack, jack, ace. One of the worst boards. Double gut shot, mind you, for the queen 8, but the king would be not a live out.
It's a tricky card for Onder, because
aces are in the mix.
Yeah, sort of the two hands that should be 3-betting here are kings and aces. Kings might fold to a big bet on the turn, but he could just have aces full. See if Onder decides
said,
to. Yeah,
it's much more likely for your opponent to have kings when an ace has appeared, and you could consider taking a small stab.
I mean, if we assume he thinks Wenji will also 3-bet ace-king, then a massive bet here would really... It goes 9.
This
I'll tell you
is
what.
big stack poker, biggest stack on the table versus second biggest stack, and I'm afraid to say the pocket kings don't really seem to have a home on this flop facing this much heat.
Yeah, Onder knows the treacherous waters that he's swimming in, but also how difficult it is for Wenji if he has what he has.
I really don't think there's anything Zhao can do here. He just has to lay this down. If you hang around, you're just letting your opponent know you'll fold to a big bet on the river. Yes, you'll have pocket aces every once in a while, but it's so much more likely you have pocket kings, or maybe sometimes an ace-king that would still be vulnerable.
I mean, look, Onder can have tons of jacks here. He can have 10s full. Would he value bet an ace-queen on the turn? Probably not. So you're kind of discounting the ace, even though it looks scary.
Yeah, but ace-jack is in the mix.
Ace-jack is in the mix. Shota is just dropping chips and laughing versus in this massive pot. What an enigma. And there you go.
It is. The inevitable fold and power poker by Onder. This is just incredible, Griffin. And it all started with the 3-bet from the big blind.
Not big enough.
And not big enough in size.
Another, yeah.
These small missteps compounding and the chips all going the way of the Spanish chip leader, who now has 140 million.
Break? Like? Oh, okay. Sorry.
Can Onder Valinas be stopped? That is now the new and only question on the table. Having position over Zhao NG gives him such an edge, and now with 140 million, he's certainly put some distance in between himself and Zhao. There was a time they were inching close together. Kai Yang with a king 5 suited and the two monster stacks. Out of position though, he's been unafraid ever since he climbed into a clear 4th place. Pocket kings for Zhao Wenji again. What in the world is going on at this table? It is just drama after drama.
Let's give him one more chance, the sim says. Aces.
Next best thing.
Yeah, very easy for Yang to play here. I don't fault the open. I mean,
it makes
you're
a lot
going to
of
get
sense because there's such a big gap. 26 million for Yang and then 3 stacks below 10 million. So he's not afraid of losing a few chips and the attempt to steal.
Yeah, but he's just so easily exploitable, right? If the players decide to go after him, he can't really get anything in but mega top of range. It's not like he can just 4-bet shove ace 10 and gets a 3-bet, right? He's just going to have to fold that as well. So there is argument to just maybe even open fold the king 5 suited. But if you think that Wenji isn't going to 3-bet you too light and Onder might lean flat more than 3-bet, you know, I think it's fine. Just ran into top of range. But just as a rule, Shota and Kai Yang need to just chill. This is a perfect example of, you know, what you need to do as a middling stack on a final table. They are 3rd and 4th in chips with well under average. Think about that for a second. Really take that in.
So Zhao NG getting aces, kings, and kings. 2 out of 3 with the smallest pickup for the 3rd one.
An 11 big blind single blocker open into the big blind of Issei Maeda. And I will say, obviously, we're working with a lot more information here, Vidor. which is that Maeda likes to peel from the big blind. 3-4 off, 4-3, 5-4 off. So, and you have to get through the two chip leaders. And even Kai Yang is saying, I'm prepared to play for stacks here. I don't think you're raising kings and aces here. I think you're just trying to get one through. So, incredible recognition from the American. This is just an unbelievable final table.
Absolutely bonkers. For Kai Yang to take the spot correctly shows such a good feel for the game, understanding as Joe is trying to attack the game flow, trying to attack the position of the big blind, and the pocket sevens get the job done. Almost seeing the sigh of relief there, considering the 2 stacks he has to always worry about behind him.
Now that's how you play pocket sevens, by the way.
Shota, man, he's looking antsy. Hasn't played a hand in a while. You know what that means. Jack 3 of diamonds is about to get into the mix.
See the dwindling stacks. You know, once these blinds go up to 1 million big blind, they are really in trouble. Right now, 8, 9, and 12 for Maeda, Joe, and Xiaohu.
1,600,000.
Shota beating him into the pot with the Jack 9 off. Seems a bit reasonable. Also argument to just not play hands right now, but and now has reason to continue, potentially lose more chips.
Fantastic board to state the obvious. Top pair, top kicker, rainbow. And Shota has too much of hand to consider folding. Gut shot and the over. No doubt has some nefarious plans apart from the Jack and the 8. With the low board and him peeling the big. And there is a card that could spring some of those plans into action. You will have all the nuts here with the 9 blocker as well. Not to mention the 2-pair combos.
Yeah.
It is a spot you see people donk all the time, and Zhao NG does have the hand that is going to continue.
Yeah, very well read.
Not that Zhao NG was folding anyway with ace-10 here, but this is where Image comes into play. You're just not as afraid of calling in position against this opponent. You see a slight shake of the hands there, but frankly, that just could be because of the stakes, the lights, the situation.
Yeah, very interesting cards include 9s, 8s, 4s, even 3s. 5 is not the one. And Shota finding himself essentially at the bottom of his range.
Beautiful card there for Zhao.
He must, he does recognize that his opponent's just not going to have ace high here. And good resistance, but again, bleeding 22 million. This is someone that was around 60, 70 million to start this FT.
A quick look and a smirk from Zhao NG, saying, I know what you're up to.
Let's take a quick second to recognize the incredible work people over at the Triton merch shop have done. Beautiful, beautiful designs, and even some super high roller ones premiered just yesterday. I really recommend going to check them out. Triton ONE merch, new drop, new gear, new style. I know we got some gear, obviously, when we showed up. We've been wearing it on the stream up until this main event final table where we switched over to our snappy, spazzy suits. But check out the Triton merch store.
I've actually grabbed some of the new Triton Super High Roller
Did
gear.
you?
Yeah, it's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
I might have to go check that out, actually, when we're done here.
Jo Kwon got frisky from middle position. Now, King 9 suited, UTG, and this man is just fearless. He's grabbing chips. So often, 7-handed. You could see a fold with ICM considerations. He has just 9 big blinds. He's raised 2 big blinds and change. We talked about how suspect it was when we saw the min open from the sub 10 BB stack. In that case, it was kings. Now the same from king 9 suited. And deuces in the big. Liu Xiaoho
咱俩合个题吧。
has the slightly bigger stack and jams. What is going on this final table, Griffin?
man.
Against the UTG open range with deuces, this is extremely unconventional. I mean, the kind of read you need to have on your opponent to know that they're not just going to call off for the price, if nothing else, against deuces is incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I think Xiao might fold here.
And Liu, no doubt, counting on that, because why else would you be shoving deuces if you think you're getting called every time?
Yeah.
Just a sick read.
The last hand.
Yeah. The last hand you take the break.
One of the most incredible and unpredictable final tables I've ever covered. We're here at the Triton ONE main event, 8K buy-in, over 1,200 runners. And this is what we're left with. These 7 heroes. Huge separation, Onder and Wenji, combining for 300 big blinds.
I think all 7 of these players have massive main character energy. I
Yeah.
mean, they're just going after it, irrespective of their stacks. And Zhou Quan now left with 7 bigs. Shortest stack at the table, Issey Maeda, just 1 big more, 8 bigs. We do end play when we hit 6 players. Oh my word, Shota is jamming from the button with Jack-8 off. The 2 stacks behind him are the 2 short stacks.
I mean, I don't really think you should call with ace-6 suited here, but I would love him to punish Shota for his erratic play.
They just make an incredible move with the
You
deuces,
just
but now
can't-
he's
yeah,
the...
you can't call here with a 7 and 8 big blind stack.
Yeah, there's 2 stacks shorter.
这笔直接推了，他要开我就推他了，他推了我就只能盖了。
Wow, as we zoom out there, Griffin, I just have to say and concur with you, this is one of the most incredible final tables I've ever seen. We're playing for 1.58 million, and nobody is backing down, not even the short stacks, but the stacks have become even shorter with the blinds going up. Zhou Quan left with 4 bigs.
Yeah, and you can see with the blinds raising to 100K how much that does affect those short stacks, but not really the top dog, who is left with 138. Yeah, I'm a bit speechless. I mean, I think I've been talking a lot, and so have you, because there's so much to talk about.
Yeah.
Between the, incredible spot with Jimmy Guerrero, everything Shota Nakanishi has done.
I mean, the top 2 stacks battling it out, thinking back to the Queen 8 and the Pocket Kings. That's supposed to be a no-no in tournament poker, but
Set
the
over
big
set.
blind kings have
Set
to
over
raise.
set. How many set over sets do we see on
deuces
final
and
tables?
sevens. It's just been an absolutely wild ride, and I
Yeah.
cannot wait to see where we end up.
I think we kind of need a break to take some stock. So we are going to take a quick 12-minute or so break, and we're actually going to get Luca Vivaldi to explain how Triton Tempo works here at Triton.
At Triton, we always try to evolve the game, making the player experience enhanced at every stop. This is Triton Tempo, a fully networked chess clock system pushing the boundaries of live poker tournaments. When action is on you, your name, your seat, and your grace time instantly light up for the whole table to see clearly. Triton Tempo puts the time management directly into players' hands. It's an entirely granular system of time back. If you need 2 extra seconds to think about it, you don't need to waste 30-second time back. You want to use the lollipop for 2 seconds? Then we'll save it for you. We also reward the early bird and the deep runs. Similarly to the POI system, the earlier you show up, the more points you get. Here, the more time bank you'll get. And if you go on a deeper run, we'll add some seconds. Final table, layer registration, redraw, we're gonna add seconds. Every player time bank balance is always visible, either when it's up to them on these beautiful clocks on the Triton Poker Plus app at all time. All the players will know if you're on the clock or if you have time to burn. Because the Triton Tempo network tracks every second of the action. We're collecting data, analyze it, and we further enhance the experience of the players, maybe even for different formats. The evolution of the game is here. This is Triton Tempo.
Here is where legends reside. Only a few stand in the spotlight.
Pontri's just won his fifth.
But most begin at a different table, a stage of its own. A path you must take. The distance to the top isn't talent. It's the path. QQPK, your new poker path.
The best players don't leave chips sitting on the table, and you shouldn't leave crypto sitting still either. With Jupiter Lend, put your crypto to work. Earn passive returns or borrow against what you own without having to sell a thing. It's your crypto. Make it work for you. Just use Jupiter Lend at jupe.ag.
Saved, at least in the form of not flatting that pre-flop. But you know what? Let's move on. Because Zhao Wenji has the blades, has the pocket ladders, has the pocket rockets. Jimmy Guerrero taking pause here with his sixes, but quickly folded actually, which I love.
An under with pocket jacks.
That's it, under. Under recognizing, stay under repped here. No reason to cool yourself. And just Shota flicking in the ace-jack like he's just at some cash game trying to see a flop. In fairness, unlikely that the strength of these holdings is always going to be as huge as they are. The three chip leaders getting involved here.
Yeah, but against the +1 and +3 range, which is to say the low jack range, playing 9-handed, this is quite ambitious. The ace-jack could be dominated too frequently. Of course, we see it's super dominated.
And all the aces and all the jacks are out basically, right? What, 3 jacks, 3 aces?
That is going to be a tricky board for Under because he is extremely under-repped. Respecting the +1 open. These are the 3 biggest stacks on the table, mind you.
I really like this check actually from Zhao. And it under-reps him with the aces, but it also doesn't allow, I think, you know, the possibility of losing too much against a flop set, which is in the range of both players. 8s and 7s, certainly possible for either. Would expect to maybe see some protection from Under.
Shota needs to find the discipline to let this go, but he's reached for chips, is floating ace-jack high multi-way. The risk premium is massive at this stage. We're still 9-handed.
Yeah, just really showing his inexperience. This is not a good call. I understand he's betting 20%, but you're dealing with uncapped ranges. You know, you don't want to get yourself in trouble. I know it's easy to say when they both have aces and jacks. It's completely ridiculous, but you just don't want to be involved here.
With the pay ladders, you're supposed to be much tighter. Essentially, what risk premium amounts to. Multi-way, your risk premium is effectively doubled, facing 2 players, and you could be dead against a set. Certainly can't get on board with the ace-jack call. Now, the dangerous 5 in the sense that it still lets Under have the overpair to the board. And with the +1 range, shouldn't be too afraid of the low cards. Not sure how he's interpreting Shota's flat call behind. That certainly could be 8s and 7s.
2.5.
Yeah, but I like this protection bet from Onder because I think that when we break down the ranges, we're going to expect some things like 9-10 suited, pocket 9s, pocket 10s from Shota. Maybe something like an ace-jack or ace-queen suited float.
Griffin, he's grabbed chips.
Yeah, this is very irregular. He needs to take a break, take a pause here.
8.5.
Oh my word. He's raised it up and aces under rep from the flop.
I don't
lie
know
awaiting.
I don't know if aces can even continue here.
He's convinced me that he has pocket sevens.
He
I don't know how.
folds the aces.
Jao feels, yeah, the aces hit the muck. What a hand.
I mean, I've been a little, you know, not more than a little surprised by Shota, the erratic 4-3-4 bet. But if he has this move in his arsenal, I mean, he can do whatever he wants.
It doesn't matter what he has. He's just playing his range and representing the absolute top of it. In this spot, it would be pocket eights, pocket sevens.
He doesn't buy it. He doesn't buy it. He's like, what are you up to here? Like, I don't believe that you just have 6-9 suited here. I don't believe that you have pocket eights or pocket sevens. I think you probably keep those as calls. And the river is a jack. And even if he is up against set of sevens or set of eights, he has now gotten there. Does Shota have the check in him, or does he think he can get value from pocket tens or pocket nines? No, he knows better.
Yeah, Shota has to check there. He thinks he's gotten away with something super tricky. Also worried about the 10-9 suited for under, perhaps. That could have gone a multitude of ways, and it's not the way I expected. Mind you, if we did have a massive showdown on that board with aces versus jacks, Ander would have rivered any player. Even one as accomplished as Ander. Approaching 1.5 million in Triton earnings before this event. 3 out of 3 in terms of performance, cashing at this festival. And now 4 out of 4. Zhao Wenji will find the pretty looking queen jack suited on the button. That's pretty too, but we just discussed not wanting to tangle.
Yeah, rules say fold here, but I think he's going to go for it. Yeah. And this is a little unnecessary, I think, but, you know, might end up working. But against queen jack suited, it's just very big sizing. Has Wenji had enough? Played the aces so perfectly, was folded out by 2 worse hands. Great playability here for queen jack suited. A lot of boards that I think will freeze up. Yeah, good man. Get in there, Wenji. And Jimmy, probably, yeah, a little movement around the neck. Oh, better sit up. Yeah, a little flinch of the arm. I think we've all been there before. Maybe a spot where we expect to get folds, and now we have to really focus. And gets the favorable, well, he thinks a favorable 2-club flop, but is up against the top pair of Zhao Wenji.
It is so tempting to just continuation bet. Hope your opponent doesn't have a jack. As played, there are some ace-x combos that he could get folds from. Bets 5.7 million. But once the continue does occur, I think he will need to just slow down. You cannot just build a pot at this stage, 9-handed. Look at the chips in the middle, 25 million chips, more than the majority of the players at the table.
Yeah, and this is the problem, by the way, if he doesn't hit here on the turn. And dude, look, listen. This is why you can't 3-bet this 10-9 suited. Now you're in a situation where you feel so motivated to shove out an ace-jack here. You're going to get snapped by 2 pair, and you're going to potentially bust in 9th place. This is a huge error in judgment, I think, from Jimmy Guerrero playing this hand, because he's now found himself likely coolered.
The question is, does he need to shove?
Yes.
His hand shaking, puts it in there, top 2. Of course, will snap call, and the whole table cannot believe what is occurring.
Massive mistake here, I think, from Jimmy. But ultimately, he got the cooler board, and that's, you know, there's nothing you can do once you 3-bet and you get this run out. So now he just needs to hit an 8, king, or a club. 30% of the time, he wins a 75 million chip pot.
It's a club, but it is a jack.
Full house for Zhao. Jimmy wasn't sure.
The sliver of hope as he will exit in 9th place. makes the flush, but the full house means we have our 9th place finisher. It is Jimmy Guerrero, and over 90 million chips for Zhao Wenji.
And you know, it's hard not to be results oriented in this spot. Jimmy Guerrero is an incredibly, and you can even see the shaking now from Zhao being like, can't believe that just happened. Jimmy Guerrero, an incredibly capable player, our 9th place finisher for $116,900. I just think that there. Check out Jupiter Exchange. Let's get back to the action. Takumi Iguchi finding the shove at the hijack with King 9, and I am immensely surprised by this.
Yeah.
Tell me why.
After all
specifically. Be very specific for a second.
Okay, putting me on the spot.
What did he do with 2 tables at the hijack with 7 big blinds?
Oh, and the
folded King Jack.
Folded King Jack.
He folded King Jack at the hijack for exactly the same stack with final 2 tables, and yet finds this shove at the hijack with King 9 off. I think this is an over adjustment. Maybe he got a nudge from someone that he needs to be shoving a little wider. But dude, like, you know, there's a 13 and a 14 big blind stack. You've just been called by a hand that is dominating you. Another mistake at this final table, but Takumi has been getting lucky. Just need to hit one of these kings, maybe find some spades or some diamonds or some straights. Not good. Gonna need one of those kings. Some backdoor chop outs are all the only other thing that Takumi can write home about. And Iguchi should be happy with this 8th place finish. He's down to as little as 5 big blinds. Oh, baby.
Mystery.
Sharahan spoiling us. Time to get our detective hats on.
I'm Sherlock this time? You said last time you were Sherlock. Will you write about me in your journal, Watson?
I'm still Sherlock, buddy.
All right.
Shota
Watson was cooler.
Nakanishi. You know, we talk about not being a ton of merit in set mining as we get deeper into tournament. I think this is not as... I think it's okay. Given the situation, I think definitely justified in just letting it go, but based off how Shota was playing, I'm not surprised to see him peel.
Heading to the flop, no deuce. We do know that Ander has been playing a bit snugger than you would expect the outright chip leader to be playing, certainly now that he has a competing stack for Wenji. Ace Queen 3, 2 diamonds.
Yeah, and I don't know how this hand is going to play out, but I do worry for Nakanishi for all the reasons that we spoke about. Oh my goodness. Jin baby for Shota Nakanishi doesn't take the bait to bluff and runs into 3 ducks. They fly together.
Two-tone board, looks like Ander is looking to go after it. Delayed c-bet potential, but decides to just check. And Shota has just been building an image for a moment like this. How much does he want to bomb this board and this pot with so that he can try and extract? Starts with 1.5 million.
Yeah, I think I would have liked to. Welcome back to the Triton ONE main event final table presented by QQPK here at the Lesse Casino in Jeju. I'm Griffin Benger, joined by Vidar Singhal, and I gotta say, man, I don't know how you were spending your break, but I got one of those paper bags, and I was just that was just insane poker action since we got 9-handed at this final table. We're down to our final 7. We're getting one more elimination. Tell me something. What are you thinking?
Well, I was just thinking, it was absolutely bonkers how many hands we had to choose from for the highlights. We came in on one of them, set on 4th Street, set on 5th Street, obviously the value extraction, Shota kind of blowing up. That was, I wouldn't even say the start of the decline. It was very much in the middle, and that's not where you want to get a set over set situation. It's all been a bit downhill from there. But we're down to the final 7. This is the final day bubble because we're playing till the final 6. Incredible what's up top, 1.58 million. This is the time the players have had a break to really reset yourself, find the perfect strategy, and try and execute.
Yeah, and I think that Shota's job right now, just like Kai Yang sitting at 30 and 35 big blinds effective, is to just wait out these 3. And again, we're just looking for one elimination to take us to our final day tomorrow. We're going to play down to 6. Look at those big blinds. Joe with just 3.8 million, 4 big blinds, not even 4. They're rounding up for him. You know, the big blind is going to be 100K, so or
1
million. 1 million, pardon me, yes. And of course, Maeda's job just to survive with that 6.2. This is going to be over very quickly. I would give the over-under on it being 3 hands, maybe?
Yeah, with a 4 big blind stack, I would certainly take, you know, I think you've said a good line, let's just say. That being said, we've seen spin-outs before. We did see Issei Maeda at the 6 big blind level as well. So as soon as Joe manages to survive to the extent he can, it's Issei's time to try and get his chips into the middle.
Yeah, and perhaps Joe's strategy of the min-raise opens an early position with those, you know, king blockers. Gonna bite him in the butt now because he's really run out of chips. As we head to our final table. This is it. There is that beautiful, beautiful trophy. I think you said, was it you said that it's bigger than the average one?
It is.
Certainly looks bigger.
It's smarter than the average bear.
Speaking of bigger, Onder Valinus with an incredible rise to power over the day. That wild hand against JP Roundsu, and it's just not looked back. As we look at the payouts, including the Jimmy Guerrero, you know, getting that 100+ K score, Gucci 150, all the way up to our first place prize of 1.58. But all we're paying out now today, the rest of this day, is the 213,000 for 7th place. Let's see what's going to happen.
There is the short stack of Joe needing to fold, Under going after it, as he will more frequently than not. A huge chip stack of 141 million.
Raise and take it for Onder.
So let's take a quick look here, Griffin, at the button position. Looks like we did just dodge the button in the form of, yeah, Joe is on the button, pardon me. So he gets quite a few free hands, and it's Issei Maeda who will have 2 out of his 6 blinds into the middle before Joe needs to get involved.
Yeah, and I wonder if Onder's maybe 100% range here, right? He's got a blocker in the queen. Yeah, I really like this adjustment. This is not what we're used to seeing. Certainly 7-handed raising under the gun, but he should just be raising everything because those 30, 35 big blind stacks can't really do anything. And yeah, Joe is going to take the equity of those 5s, hope to be up against something like a king deuce or ace deuce.
I mean, this could just be it. With Under priced in, we have a flip.
Yep. You want to fold?
He does not, unfortunately, Joe. Joe Juan's going to be at risk. Pocket 5s, flipping for 9 million chips in the middle. I'll tell you who's watching this closely. It's the 6 big blind stack of Issei Maeda.
Joe taking those pocket 5s, recognizing most of the time he's going to have about a 10% edge against the calling range, and you'll take that with your 4 big blinds.
There's a 6. Dagger through the heart of Joe Kwan. We're 2 cards away from the end of the day here at the main event.
Gonna want to see a 3 or a 4 for some more equity. 7's not gonna do it. 1 card, and we will call it for the day here in the Triton main event. Onder has played a perfect final table. Frankly, a perfect final 24, coming in about 4th in chips. Finds himself with most of the chips in play. Needs to dodge a 5. That will do it.
Good game to one of the best players out there in the field, the very accomplished Jeju. Over 5 million in Triton earnings for him. We'll be adding a 6-figure score with this amazing run all the way to the final table of the Triton ONE main event. And now we have the ladder ascended.
You're running too hot.
279K locked up for the top 6 players.
He wants to play tomorrow too. Today.
Yeah, bad day.
Bad day. Tomorrow better.
Yeah. That's true.
So there we have it. Dealer, I'm sure, been instructed to stop proceedings, and everyone is going to be bagging and tagging to play for that illustrious title. Joe did as much as he could. He's going to be our 7th place finisher for a little over $200,000. I think he should be pretty proud of this performance, turning 8 grand into 200 plus. And the swagger is undeniable, but the chip stack was not today. Couldn't get too much going, but a really good job laddering, finding his way into that 7th place finish.
Yeah, fantastic aura, first of all, must commend him. Fantastic result as well. Found the ladders and gave himself a shot. In the end, you do have to win a flip if you want to win the tournament. Pocket 5s going up against the Queen 6 could not get it done. And Issei Maeda now takes a 6 big blind stack into the next day.
Yeah, and I think beyond the obvious storyline of Onder and that, incredible performance, Shota, Nakanishi, a big highlight for maybe all the wrong reasons, but I think that this stop at 6 here is exactly what he needs to sort of maybe refocus, speak to some friends, colleagues about maybe what went wrong, how he needs to really play smart tomorrow to try to get into that sort of coveted Final 4. There's huge pay jumps to consider. Again, Maeda just 6 big blinds, Liao Xiaohu with just 11. So that's really his job tomorrow.
Shota's image is now also there for everyone to see. Yeah. We have had the coverage all day. He has been on the feature table, then the final table. Every hand he played will be scrutinized by the other 5 players, as it should be. A lot of homework to be done. We're playing for 1.585 million. And mind you, Onder Valinas, not only the chip leader, but if he ships it, could well be in contention to be player 1, the player of the series here at Triton ONE. This is just incredible. What a performance. 147 bigs going into the final 6.
Yeah, and if you were casting your votes on which nation would end up as the chip lead at the end of the day, well, if you pick Spain, if you're one of the 17% that pick Spain, you have won. Of course, Japan was leading the charge there at 36% for all of obvious reasons, and China at 22%. But of course, Onder, nothing could stop him today, and everything, between that Queen 8 bluff and just everything else. I mean, you got to pick him to be the winner tomorrow. But Wenji still 94 big blinds, an incredible stack at a final table with 6 left. So a lot of narratives going to tomorrow, and I'm really excited to see what happens in this main event.
Cannot wait. I mean, we're playing for 1.58 million. We've locked up 279K. The pay jumps are massive. The stacks well distributed. So looking forward to seeing what we have to offer tomorrow.
Okay, well, we will see you tomorrow, 1 p.m. We kick things off local time here from the broadcast. Thank you so much for stopping by. This is Triton ONE, presented by QQPK.
Here is where legends reside. Only a few stand in the spotlight.
And Pomsri's just won his 5th.
But most begin at a different table. A stage of its own. A path you must take. The distance to the top isn't talent. It's the path. QQPK, your new poker path.
The best players don't leave chips sitting on the table, and you shouldn't leave crypto sitting still either. With Jupiter Lend, put your crypto to work. Earn passive returns or borrow against what you own without having to sell a thing. It's your crypto. Make it work for you. Just use Jupiter Lend at jupe.ag.